we together, yeah, we belong. I want you to beg for it. If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on breathing. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient, but then I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
everyone. How are we doing? It would be a really, really great joke if the joke were that I was just going to be live for this amount of time and then was like, April Fools, no stream today, and then just shut it off. But since it's kind of been like that for the past week, I don't think it would hit quite the same, you know? Can we get the name changed to the Straighterade of Hormuz? You know, there is something there. You're onto something. Yes, I'm addressing the nation, obviously. Doing huge updates. I just got so tired of winning that I couldn't even stream. And I'm obviously excited to hear my president talk about how we're just killing it. How $1 billion a day, money well spent, obviously, on this war. Where the last I checked, the goal was to open a thing that wasn't closed when it first started. So, and I'm really curious to see if he uses AI this time, allegedly. Last address that I watched from him, he started by saying, "Good morning, American." Good evening, American. He just said American. He didn't say Americans or America. So. All right. Let's do this shit. Let's just get into this fucking shit show.
Interests. Here is the president.
Here's our president. Should we watch this a little bit sped up? Just a little bit. Power walk.
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something.
Or are they?
It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing.
Okay.
They are on the way.
I only saw literally like an Apple News headline about this, so I obviously just have to defer to Trump that that's what's going on right now.
God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran.
Oh yeah, that the double tap strike on the girls' elementary school, the #1 state sponsor of terror globally. Thank God we took out all those kids. I feel safer.
In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islam.
So we won? Does that have anything to do with the Strait of Hormuz? No? Then what does it fucking matter?
Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has
So now I guess they do have some military equipment left, apparently. I thought that they were completely depleted of that.
Enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation.
We're winning. We were winning before. We're winning now. We really never stop winning. It's so tiring, you guys. You think surely he's about to say April Fools, right? Surely do you think he'll end like just in the next few sentences with April Fools, like, you know, this is not going to end anytime soon, or after he says mission accomplished, do you think he's going to say April Fools then?
Situation. I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world.
This is titled Trump Addresses the Nation on Iran War, and we're talking about Venezuela.
After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production.
We arrested one guy and his wife. We slotted in that illegitimate leader's VP. And now we work with her and her country just beautifully. How convenient. Why isn't that happening in Iran?
Sale of massive amounts of
like
oil.
Like you said the other day, maybe the Ayatollah, the new Ayatollah and I can run the Strait of Hormuz together. Maybe that's what he's going to announce.
Gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the...
Oh, so this isn't actually about American security at all. This is about helping out allies? The same NATO allies that don't help us out enough, that we're constantly footing the bill for, that need to pay their fair share. We're just doing this on their behalf for fun, I guess?
Tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran, and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world.
Right.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies
Gee, I wonder why.
Were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities
including
of
the blood.
October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents.
They've been saying that since 1953. It's been an imminent threat since 1953. Thank God somebody did something about it.
This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled
very imminent.
Long before
47 years.
I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel.
It would have been a different world if Iran had a nuclear weapon. Kind of like how none of this would be happening probably if they had that fucking nuclear weapon.
Now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal, I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities. And
will he say it completely destroyed it, except now it's back?
Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites.
Right.
The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
Why not bomb that again?
They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional
Did I miss much yet? Oh, babes. We could be at literally within like the last 5 minutes of this and you really wouldn't have missed much.
ballistic missiles, and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did.
It's actually true. He is not referring to the correct thing, of course. But their strategy, were they ever to face open war of choice like this? Yes, it was said by many admin officials before that if we were to do this, they would close the Strait of Hormuz, and we could predict what would happen and be the fucking cost of this.
With the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear.
Very simple and clear. Just do whatever Israel wants.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these
Everyone's certainly talking about this.
core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives.
What the fuck is with the cadence? I guess he couldn't get the good adrenochrome tonight.
The husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job. Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home.
Yeah, like a 40% rise. Gas is on average like $4 a gallon.
The short-term increase
Levels we haven't seen since like the pandemic.
Has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers and neighboring countries.
Yes, and why did they do that? Why did they start doing that? Why did they start engaging in that? What led to that?
Nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into
Dead and crippled to hottest country, zero inflation.
the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that
We're the
we're getting
oiliest
from
country.
Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon
Too bad we can't refine like the majority of it, and it's just an export sale.
be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States
When he says stuff like that, like there's no country like us anywhere else in the world, like it's true, but it kind of gives you the energy of like that speech in Succession that what's his name has to give at the guy who they nicknamed Molester, Mo Lester, Mo, which he's obligated to speak at, but the biographer is there, the unauthorized one, who's like following their every move and documenting what they're doing, and so he just ends up saying things that are just like descriptively true, sort of non-controversial, like this person is dead, his wife is sad, now we are mourning this person. It's kind of just like a collection of descriptive statements like that. At best.
Almost
It is
no
Tuesday,
oil
yeah.
through the Hormuz Strait, and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much.
Wow.
And #2, build up some delayed courage.
Great
Should have done it
suggestion.
before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it. Protect it. Use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is
So easy, this is going to be done any day now, right? Like any day now, even though we're only mobilizing more troops.
over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because
Naturally.
that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the
Well,
gas
if it's going to naturally occur, can we just, withdraw now? Can we do the pullout right now?
prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly.
There's
They
just like levels of delusion from him that I haven't seen since like the pandemic, where there was panic at first when COVID first hit the United States. And then it was like, we need to do everything that we can to, try to defeat this invisible enemy, blah, blah, blah. I'm appointing Mike Pence to be in charge of everything. And then it was like, you know what, it's going to be gone by the spring. So why don't we just wrap this up, sacrifice grandma to the economy and, be done with all this.
came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the
It's
great
like, yeah, which people? Like the top 1% of 1%? I'm
big,
sure.
beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages, where
We're
they
going to hit them really hard, even though they're going to open the strait completely, like just naturally on its own. It's going to reopen naturally.
belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because
regime change wasn't the goal, actually. So I guess we just killed that guy for fun, or what was that about?
of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made,
Okay, so his father, who was like 87 and could have had a stroke any day of the week, literally, he was an imminent threat that needed to be killed to declare this war of choice. But his son is less radical and just, you know, it's like a fucking cakewalk from here on out. And actually, we were never going to do a regime change, even though we killed their supreme leader.
Have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control.
Nuclear dust? Wait, what?
Two bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense...
They've been hit so hard it would take months to get near the nuclear dust.
Satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective.
Assuming someone explained to him what fallout is. I know, I figured that's what he's trying to talk about, but he went about saying it in the most bizarre, convoluted way possible. Like, I can't think of a more convoluted way to say that.
American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year.
He talks like war is a movie. I mean, I fucking wish. I wish this were literally just a Michael Bay movie with a million jump cuts, and at the end, like it's just gonna flash up on screen, like instead of directed by Michael Bay, like directed by Donald J. Trump, and it's all a joke.
7 months and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days.
Yeah, these things tend to drag on sometimes, right?
Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer.
They're not a threat, and then they are, but then they're not, because all the new leaders are cool, and also we weren't trying to do regime change, but we took out their top guy, and we don't have anything to worry about because the Strait of Hormuz is going to open up naturally, but even if it doesn't, that's not a problem. Please buy our oil. We actually don't need any of the oil, and we're just doing this because of our allies, but we're winning.
This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is...
An investment. Don't you kind of like, you usually get a choice in an investment? Like, you actually get to decide where the money went. In this case, did Congress do that? No. Okay, so you have to pay taxes, otherwise you go to jail, prison, if you refuse to pay. And, but you don't get to decide if Congress is like Congress is just not going to be in the business of declaring if we go to war. Just this guy. So it's like making an investment on behalf of the people of the United States. He truly is the hero that no one asked for in this respect.
Watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 400 bits. I'm not reading all of that out loud, but thank you so much.
Because of the actions we have taken,
Don't
we
read
are
that.
on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Wow, beautiful.
And the president's speech went for about 19 minutes. We have all the
That's a record. 19 minutes for this man speaking.
cards. They have none, he said, in referring to Iran. We want to get your reaction next about the president's speech and the war in Iran. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8920. If you
Do
are
they take calls?
a Republican, 748-8921. If you are a Democrat, and if you are neither of the above,
Wow, look at
202
the segregation. They have different numbers for different political
You can see all the social
affiliations.
media addresses at the bottom where you can
Call
continue
in.
the
Yeah, that'll be fun.
conversation or send us a comment as well. Rejoining us now is Matthew Kronig of the Atlantic Council. He held positions in the defense and intelligence areas
Yes,
for
well, let's hear from a think tank psycho. That's what we need to hear
George W.
from.
Bush, Barack Obama,
How do I
and
skip
for
to just
Donald
regular
Trump.
people?
What's your initial
Hold on.
reaction to the president's speech, Mr. Kronig?
Wait.
Well, not a lot of new information. Repeated a lot of the points the administration has been making for several weeks about the threat that Iran poses to the United States and the world. There was a part of the speech talking about the military progress in terms of degrading Iran's capability. The president also repeated this point that if the European allies are concerned about the Strait of Hormuz, then they can come and help to secure the strait themselves. Well, one thing that
Do you
was
even C-SPAN? Not enough, apparently. Colin.
new and interesting to me is he said that once the war ends, the Strait of Hormuz situation will resolve itself naturally, because Iran will have an incentive to open the strait to international commerce. I roughly agree with that point. It was put pretty simply in a short speech. So that was new, getting some insight into how the president thinks he might get the strait open after the conflict is over. So I'd say not a lot new, but bringing together a lot.
Yeah, that was so insightful when he said that thing that he definitely has not forgotten already since he's said it and somebody else wrote it for him.
Of what has been said before. And of course, it is powerful to do it in a primetime address from the president directly to the American people. So a lot of people who maybe weren't paying attention to the various press conferences and other things, maybe were tuning in tonight. And so this was an opportunity for the president to present his comprehensive view of the war in Iran to the American people.
Well, speaking of the Strait of Hormuz, and I don't know how far you can go in this, but
Okay, I can't take more of this. I just want to get to the calls. I won't lose my mind if I have to hear more of this. Let's see.
in Menifee, California, Republican line. Go ahead, Rory.
Yeah, I thought President Trump was perspicuous, genuine, and direct, and put the American people first. I think this exercise manifests that as well. He is. I don't think America really deserves an unfair press that we have. That their job is to be objective and to avail the news in the most objective sense they can, not to take sides and promote the Democrats against the Republicans. Which, so the media and the Democrats are on the same team.
So this is who calls in. Got it.
Oh, and when you vote for the Democrats, you're voting really for the elite liberal media's values. So I think the elite liberal media is also the enemy of the country. They hate Trump, and yet they're too arrogant to even tell America why they hate him. I mean, like him or not, he's very genuine, and he does put the American people first. And I think that's vitally important at this juncture. So,
Rory, just to ask you very quickly, do you see attacking Iran as an America First agenda item?
Yes, I do. Because I think if there's such a threat, we needed to be proactive and not vacillate on that front at all.
Yeah, Mr. No New Wars, of course. We had to follow him into this war of choice. We had to.
Appreciate his proactivity, and only the future will tell. But I really think he really came to America's defense in a very effective and proactive way.
Thank you, Rory. In Menifee, California, Senator Chris Coons, Democrat of Delaware, puts this up on X. No clear plan, rambling, unmoored, unserious. He is in way over his head. Jenny, Newport Richey, Florida, independent line. Jenny, you're on the air.
We got an independent. Let's see. Last guy who was a Republican tried to sound like an independent, but then was obviously just a bootlicking MAGA shill. Let's see how this last does.
Well, hi. I'll try to make it as quick as I can. I always try to be fair to both sides when I listen to this, and I really didn't hear anything new in the address tonight.
Do all of them have to say both sides? Like the last caller did his own flavor of like both sides-isms.
I just have on these questions that don't go away about the beginning of this. And how is it that, first off, we weren't going in for a regime change, but yet...
Right.
We aimed it when we knew all the leaders were going to be congregated. So that's kind of part of my question. And then the other part is this. Why is it that of all the times possible that simultaneously when our country could be in jeopardy from retaliations or, whatnot, that this is going on at the same time that our Department of Homeland Security is shut down?
All right, Jenny, thank you for raising those
That's a good way of looking at it, I guess.
questions. Ryan, Bowling Green, Ohio, Democrat. Hi, Ryan.
It's not like totally a shutdown, but like that is a foray into the mind of an independent Florida voter.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
I think
like paying close enough attention to still realize that we're in the midst of a government shutdown and we've launched this war of choice. So doesn't that seem kind of like the worst time to have done it? But also not up to date enough to know that there was literally no imminent threat. And it's kind of like, how are you confused about these things? They're like self-refuting.
main thing with this interview and press conference that bothered me is it seems a lot more like a puff piece than anything of substance. He's trying so desperately to get media attention and have his Obama walking down the hallway after Osama's assassination, that kind of moment. He wants something notable in his presidency, and throughout the entire talk it just seemed like he's telling us stuff we've already learned, that they've already put out over the weeks. There was no step forward from this conference. We don't know if we're pulling back out of Iran. We don't know if we're moving forward. We're at an impasse, and we didn't really learn what's happening.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Marco in Wiley, Texas, Republican. Hi, Marco. What'd you think of the president's speech?
Thank you. My name is Marco. I'm a 10th.
Hi, Marco, from Republican from Texas.
Grade high school student here in Texas. Tonight,
yes, it's a youth, a high schooler calling into C-SPAN. Bet this guy is super cool.
Trump spoke about the truth that peace is secured through strength. And, that message really spoke to me as students and as future leaders, because we're learning that strength isn't physical.
God.
It's about discipline and teamwork and, standing firm in the things that we believe in America and our values.
I mean, this kid literally sounds identical to like 30-year-old adults I've heard on WIC panels, so...
Peace through strength goes beyond military. I believe it's about moral clarity and unity and faith. And when we stay grounded in our values, I believe that we're just going to keep fighting for the America that we founded and fighting for the America that we want to keep for our future generations.
Marco, do you think President Trump did that tonight?
I do think that he delivered that in his message. I know everyone has different opinions on how things are delivered and how actions are taken, but I think at the end of the day...
This is like his version of a both sidesism. Everybody certainly has opinions. Some are different than mine, but he did really, really well. You have to hand it to him.
And motive is to make sure that...
Everybody has this like weird sort of like cosmic skepticism of everything, where they're like... They have these very strong intuitions, these very strong opinions that are based on almost nothing, or the information that they just saw that they're going to retain for about 30 seconds before moving on to the next thing. But they all and they will again speak extremely confidently, but then they're also extremely confused. And as they just like, oh my God.
America is first, to make sure that we are strong and that we're going to keep staying strong for future generations.
Did you watch tonight because of a class assignment or because you wanted to?
Because I wanted to. I actually plan on running for Congress one day.
Why is he talking to this high schooler when the guy who called in last said that, yeah, Donald Trump didn't really actually address anything substantive? He's kind of just recapitulating news headlines and trying to assert a victory where there really is none to be had. He didn't say what's next or the next phase or really update the American people. And this guy was like, okay, next caller, high schooler from Republic, and now he's asking, did you watch this because of a class assignment? So you can talk to these people. How come you didn't talk to the last person?
I'm actually going to be with Congressman Chip Roy and Congressman Keith Self coming up for some events that happened in my city lately. And
this kid literally just said he's going to run for Congress.
Because you wanted to.
Because I wanted to. I actually plan on running for Congress one day. I'm actually going to be with Congressman Chip Roy and Congressman Keith Self coming up for some events that happened in my city lately. And so I'm just staying more involved with conservatives and staying more involved with just public officials in general.
So final question, Marco. I know you're not old enough to vote yet, but Ken Paxton, John Cornyn race. Where are you?
So I've been involved since a few years ago with Governor Abbott and our state representative, Candy Noble. Senator Cornyn, good guy.
This kid's like a plant.
Great guy. I'm not going to publicly speak on this because I love both of them, and I think the voters of Texas are going to decide this primary.
Marco, thanks, and good luck.
Oh, my God. The fact that this literal 17-year-old child is already maneuvering, politically maneuvering for a congressional run that he can't even do yet. He can't even fucking vote yet. And he's fence-sitting, talking about, I'm going to let the voters of Texas decide which candidate is the best. You can't even give your opinion. This is so low stakes. You can't even give your opinion on whether or not Ken Paxton or Cornyn should be the Republican nominee. Future Republican. I mean, that is conforming to a future Republican, which is just completely spineless.
Great. Where do you go to high school?
I go to Wiley East High School.
Wiley East. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time.
You got a kick out of that.
Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic leader in the House, put this out on social media. The American people are sick and tired of the chaos, high costs, and extreme Republican agenda. Donald Trump must end his reckless war of choice in the Middle East now. Up next, getting your views.
Thank you, Hakeem. Very cool.
On the president's speech tonight is Nick in West Orange, New Jersey, Independent Line. Hi, Nick.
How are you doing, sir? Thank you for C-SPAN.
Please go ahead. We're listening.
I just wanted to say the president's speech.
There's a New Jersey Independent.
So I feel like some people might have taken away a lot. I feel like it's still a lot of answers that we haven't gotten, especially the involvement with Israel. I don't know why we don't talk about how Israel should be helping us more by if we're sending in ground troops now, shouldn't Israel also take the bulk of that and send ground troops with us?
Shouldn't they? Shouldn't Israel be helping out more with this war that they helped launch? Why don't they do that? How come, we follow them into war according to our Secretary of State, but then we walk that back. But they're kind of just dictating if we're going to fight on their behalf, they can't even get their own civilians to participate in their genocide. And yet they launch this war of choice. Why is that?
If it's such a big alliance we have, shouldn't they be fighting a fight with us? I feel like not really answering that leaves a big hole in what we want to believe is America first, right? Are we trying to put our values forward?
Oh my God, this is an independent who literally is already talking about, I thought we were supposed to be America first.
Trying to help someone else's value that is very heavily influenced not only in our Congress, but in our media as well. I'm not trying to sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but I feel like
Groyper, probably.
If we talk about our alliance so much, why aren't we going in together?
And, the Iranian president put out a letter to Americans earlier today, and in that letter, this is what he wrote. I want to get your reaction. Is it not also the case that America has entered this aggression as a proxy for Israel, influenced and manipulated by that regime? Do you think that is true? Do you agree with that, Nick?
I think 100% it's true. Donald Trump's the only president who has taken Israel's bait into bombing.
This guy just gave a layup to this Groyper.
In Iran. They tried it with Obama, they tried it with Biden, and they both didn't bite because they knew that the war was going to be long. The resources taken up for that is going to be long. Plus, the U.S. does about 7% of its oil trade through that strait. So he's talking about eliminating it altogether. And so that's 7% of our...
You say 7%, but all I hear is that 93% of it happens elsewhere. So what's the big fucking deal?
Oil trade. So that means he wants to take away and make oil prices even higher. I feel like he totally got bamboozled by Israel. I feel like he's the only sitting.
So let's ask the second question, which is Iran a threat to Israel? And as our ally, shouldn't it be our duty to defend our ally?
I'm going to tell you exactly what the president said when he took office. This is a president of no war. This is going to be a president where we're going to have peace, and we're going to talk about America first. Is it America first, or is it Israel first? That's my question to you.
Nick, what do you do in West Orange, New Jersey?
Oh my God, I didn't even catch that his first name's Nick.
I work in insurance over here. Not that great of a job, but I get to see a lot of the channels that are going through.
Well, I appreciate your spending a few minutes and being willing to engage, so that's important. Connor, Wallingford, Connecticut, Republican line. Connor, you're on C-SPAN.
Hey, well, I think the big problem is that I agree with the guy from Jersey that we don't have a treaty with Israel. So, they're not how are they our ally? And another thing is that Trump talked about, I believe...
Treaties, our allyship doesn't hinge on treaties, but whatever.
The USS Cole. Israel attacked the USS Liberty in 1967, and there was no repercussions. I think the problem now is that we have a unitary executive, right? We have a unitary executive, and there was no formal declaration of war to Congress, and we don't have a treaty with this country. And a lot of our politicians are taking money from the American...
Hang up on proceduralism, I wasn't expecting.
And that's a problem to me. And again, I'm a big America firster. I voted for Trump. I supported him in all 3 elections. I'm 20.
Call for it again award winner calling in.
I'm 23, but Trump was my first vote in 2024, but I'm a little disappointed I'm quite disappointed if I'm being quite frank, and I'm not sure that this really fulfills a just war. I mean,
gosh darn it, where did this come from? It's not like you couldn't have known that Bibi was Trump's #1 ally in the whole fucking world if you paid attention at any point during that first admin, which you say you voted for.
I'm Catholic, and I, the just war theory, and I don't know what intelligence they received, but I'm not sure this really fulfills it, especially when
guy who cares about Congress declaring war votes for Trump twice. This is a real person.
It's true that he was talking about bombing civilian infrastructure. I mean, that's just monstrous and barbaric. So that's kind of my view on it.
Connor in Wallingford, Connecticut, Republican line. Senator Chris Van Hollen, Democrat, Maryland. Social media. Trump has always lied to us. Over 2 weeks ago, he said we won. If so, then why are we still there? What's next? All we can count on is more lies from Trump. This delusional man is a danger in our country and the world. That's Senator Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat of Maryland. Next up is Matthew in Spotsylvania, Virginia. Hi, Matthew, Independent line.
Hey.
Groyper for sure talked about America first and being Catholic.
I'm Matthew. I'm 17. I got out of high school not too long ago. Just got in college not that long ago. The president's speech was I think there's a very large disconnect to what people, especially people my age, deal with nowadays, especially when they're just starting to work. The president talked about how the economy was stronger when it's really felt kind of weaker lately. I mean, like gas prices in my area, not bad as others, but, I could definitely feel it. And the whole war, I kind of mostly understand the America First people, but I don't really feel like this is in our interest. In fact, I'm worried that,
Why the hell are people that can't vote calling in? Because they're the only ones awake at this fucking hour. All the boomers that usually tune into shit like this. He did it at like 9 p.m. at night.
It's going to be bad. And I'm so sorry. But it's just, I don't know. I don't think what the president really said I don't think it's really correlated to us people who are actually, down on the ground. I think it's very different.
That's Matthew in Spotsylvania, Virginia, and this is Steve in Johnson, Vermont, Democrat.
Thanks for having me. On a day when the President of the United States sits in the Supreme Court to try to pressure the justices to violate the Constitution through the birthright citizenship repeal, days after he attempts to force congressional Republicans to violate the voting rights of the millions of Americans by forcing the SAVE Act through the halls of Congress, we're expected to believe that the President's about America first, sitting there in the White House, again, violating of the rules of Washington, D.C. by starting on a construction project that violates the law.
He doesn't really ask any follow-up questions to Democrats, so maybe this will be the first Democrat he actually pushes back on or something.
Congress is to approve that. The President tells us that there's no inflation. The President tells us that we are the hottest country in the world as American families losing health care, as American families can't afford to feed their families, and we're expected to believe that? This is a joke. He is a criminal element sitting in the Oval Office. That speech tonight was for one audience and one audience only, his cult-like base.
That's Steve in Johnson, Vermont. Joe Wiesenthal of Bloomberg tweets
Dude, he never comments on any of the Democrats that call in. Why? Is this normal for people that watch C-SPAN? Is this guy just like a fucking hack all the way through?
Futures in the market are selling off now. Traders
just no follow-up. Like he will like flash Democrat responses up on the thing, but he doesn't. He says it in such a way that it makes them sound like fucking weak and pussies or whatever.
They didn't like what they heard. Next up is John, a Republican in Pompano Beach, Florida. Good evening, John.
Good evening. How's everything this evening?
How are you?
All right. I'm a Republican, but I'm a little bit embarrassed because in the speech that Trump wrote, he said that the United States has more gas than Russia and Saudi Arabia, and everybody should be buying from the United States. If everybody would be buying from the United States, gas wouldn't be over $4.
John, he also made the point that, in his view, this will be a temporary gas increase.
Listen, I've worked in delivery business, and when the price of gas
embarrassed Republicans rise up. It's exclusively been independents or people LARPing as independents, even though they're clearly far right or Groypers, and criticizing him on procedural grounds. It's been Republicans that are like, I voted for this, but not for this. I can't believe you would do this, honestly. And then just like copers.
Goes up, it rises dramatically, and it falls like a feather. And also prices do the same as the price of gas.
Yeah, I think I saw past a gas station where diesel was about $6 a gallon for diesel. Frederick, Houston, Minnesota, Democrat. Hi, Frederick.
Yeah, hi. No, I didn't watch Trump. I'm a big believer in C-SPAN, except when you have Mr. Trump on. You guys could do a lot better with better programming. I know you have better programming than this. Anyway, a couple nights ago, I watched the movie Nuremberg, and in my opinion, I think Trump and Hegseth and a bunch of his people could be brought up on war crimes for committing aggressive war. I mean, look at Venezuela, look at Iran, and as far as the price of gasoline this morning on my way to work, I filled up, was $3.39 a gallon here in Minnesota, which is a lot less than a lot of places around the country.
Yes.
Well, by this afternoon, I went by the same gas station. It had gone up 30 cents a gallon in about 6 hours. So, I wouldn't listen to Trump if he was the very last program ever broadcast anytime. And nothing but lies.
That's Frederick in Houston, Minnesota. Appreciate you calling in, sharing your point of view. Jeremy's in Macon, Georgia, Republican.
I kind of do love the energy of this last caller who he's like, I didn't watch any of it. It's a waste of time. You shouldn't even platform Donald Trump. C-SPAN, stop platforming him. But, probably should try him at The Hague for all these war crimes going on. I mean, really, what more do you need to say? It's flagrantly illegal. Do you really need to follow on anything after that? And I'm not saying that facetiously. You can literally just start from the principle of he did not get congressional approval to do this. He's doing it unilaterally like a fucking king. And it's everything that he's engaged in from this point on is illegal. So the only thing left to do is fucking try him at The Hague.
Well, this is completely ridiculous. I'm a lifelong Republican. I've decided I'm going to vote Democrat this year, as a matter of fact, unfortunately, for Donald Trump with his nonsensical attacks on true patriots like Thomas Massey, who is brave enough to go against this ridiculous war for Israel that we unfortunately are engaged in. Penis, poopy, butthole.
You know what? Thanks, Jeremy. Peter, Austin, Texas, Independent Line.
Oh my God, he genuinely... I mean, what else is there to say? Just one more time.
Hello.
How often he seems completely unprepared to deal with that, but I assume that happens a lot.
Brave enough to this year, as a matter of fact. I'm a lifelong Republican. I've decided I'm going to vote Democrat this year, as a matter of fact.
I have to assume that this is a fucking Groyper, because between the fact that he's saying lifelong Republican, I'm going to vote for Democrat, Thomas Massey is brave enough to stand up to Israel, and then pee pee poo poo, that's that. Who else could it be?
Fortunately for Donald Trump, with his nonsensical attacks on true patriots like Thomas Massey, who is brave enough to go against this ridiculous war for Israel that we unfortunately are engaged in. Penis, poopy, butthole.
You know what? Thanks, Jeremy. Peter, Austin, Texas.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Independent Line.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Peter.
I just wanted to say that this war, it's just outwardly aggressive. We have to question the motives. Why now? We also have to question Pete Hegseth and his religious motivations, trying to bring up about the Armageddon, same camp as Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz. He said the economy is strong and we'll be able to weather this. Well, last I checked, we have hemorrhaged jobs over the last year. All growth in the S&P, NASDAQ, and Dow has been related to AI, which is currently tanking. As was stated earlier, futures are crashing.
So with regard to the president's speech on Iran, what's your take?
This is supposed to be about people's reaction to the speech when it's just people complaining and regretting their vote or airing sort of general grievances with the president.
Aggressive, threatening civilian infrastructure, threatening a nation that by all accounts has not attacked us. Just by that alone, it's immoral. You get into a fight at a bar, who's guilty? The guy who throws the first swing. Well, that's us.
That's Peter in Austin, Texas, and this is Eric, a Democrat in Missoula, Montana. Hi, Eric.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, hello. Thanks for taking my call. Really quickly, the strikes that were done in, late May, early June, where Donald Trump had said basically that they had obliterated, and I want to basically focus on that word to say that they obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, and then to go in there and say that this was all, for America first and strength through force and all that stuff because they said that they posed an imminent threat. So what did we do in May and June? That's my question. Is if we obliterated their nuclear stockpiles, then why are we there? Why are we talking about them being an imminent threat?
Thank you, Eric, in Missoula, Montana. Let's hear from Bryson in York, Pennsylvania, Republican line. Go ahead, Bryson.
Thank you for taking my call. Today, I listened closely to President Trump's speech, and I'll be honest, it reminded me why so many Americans continue to support him. What stood out the most to me was the focus on strengthening the economy, strength at our borders.
This kid is like reading some AI summary for whatever fucking reason and spending his time calling into CNN to do it, or fucking C-SPAN to do it.
Whether you agree with every detail or not, there's something powerful about a leader who speaks with confidence about putting Americans first.
So do you think that the Iran war...
Of course he asks a follow-up to this guy.
...was a necessary war or should happen?
While some people might disagree, I think that people enjoy war benefits instead of fighting a war.
Are you a student in York?
Yes, I am a student.
What school do you go to?
Gee, shocker. I can't believe this is a kid.
I'm not going to make that public.
All right, but high school?
Yeah, high school.
Great. Bryson, did you watch for an assignment or because you wanted to watch?
I watched because I wanted to watch.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for calling in. Good luck to you. Jake, Smithfield, Rhode Island, Independent Line. Jake, you're on C-SPAN.
Yes, hello. I'm just very confused as to the point of why we started this war. Donald Trump says that we have gone into this war in order to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons. You can go back to 19...
I mean, within this, he literally said it's to protect the allies and that we don't even really face like a security threat at one point.
95, with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran is weeks away from a nuclear weapon. That wasn't true then, because 30 years later they didn't develop them. Are you telling me it was true 4 weeks ago that this was going to be the time to develop one? We're here for no reason, and 13 Americans have lost their lives because of it.
That's Jake.
There's the mistake, though. See, we are here for one reason and one reason alone. And it's because somebody has convinced Trump that he has money. He's going to make money and personally profit from this. And has he not? Has he not profited from this immensely?
Rhode Island. Nene is in Hillside, New Jersey. Democrat. Hi, Nene.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Nene.
Yeah. Hi. How are you doing?
How are you?
I find it odd that a man who
I'm surprised that this is not a black woman.
wants to be loved so much has done so many destructive things to be hated so much. It's just all over the place when it comes to why we started
But
this
he has
war.
some sort of accent.
Or I just can't understand. It's like one region after another. People are confused. Prices are very high. I mean, it's just driving everybody nuts. We don't know where he's coming from one day to the next.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, put out this social media post. President Trump delivered a powerful speech tonight. He was clear about our objectives in Iran.
Oh my God. Fuck, this is Rubio attempting to do damage control because Trump couldn't stick to the fucking script.
Weapons factories, destroy their Navy, destroy their Air Force, destroy their chances of ever having a nuclear weapon. The president's leadership, and I apologize, I can't read those last couple of words. So that's from Marco Rubio.
Wait, what were the last couple of words? Oh, it just says the president's leadership sends a blank. They covered it.
Of ever having a nuclear weapon. The president's leadership, and I apologize, I can't read those last couple of words.
Hold on.
So that's from Marco Rubio. Next call is John in Massillon, Ohio, on our independent line. John, you're on C-SPAN. What's your reaction to what the president had to say about Iran?
Well, I got a reaction to quite a few things, actually. Thank you for taking my call. I hear a lot of people disagreeing with President Trump's actions and whatnot. A lot of people don't understand that Iran has been targeting Israel, who is an ally. You don't have to have a treaty, I don't believe, to be an ally. I could be mistaken. But they've been very aggressive towards Israel. And let's not forget the hostages when...
Dude, sounds like he's about to start crying. Okay. Maybe it just cut off? Yeah, it said boop, boom, beep, beep, butthole. Yeah, exactly. President Trump delivered a powerful speech tonight. He was clear about our objectives in Iran: destroy their weapons factories, destroy their Navy, their Air Force, destroy their chances of ever having a nuclear weapon. The president's leadership sends a message to the world that the U.S. will defend its people and its interests and uphold peace through strength. Literally just platitudes.
President Carter was in office, and when Ronald Reagan came in, all that went on back then. So Iran is a very big player in the Middle East. They're a big bully, basically.
Oh my God, this dude is like living in the fucking 60s.
One thing a lot of people don't realize is that this is a war of good and evil, and it's not actually a war
Nobody's declared war.
We've got the insane Christian Zionists calling in.
We're standing with Israel because we are an ally. This is good.
All right, we got the point, John, in Massillon, Ohio. Our guest earlier, Matthew Kronig, wrote this piece for the Wall Street Journal, Twilight of the Rogue States, talking about getting rid of some of these smaller countries that have caused problems for the U.S. and other countries, such as North Korea, Iraq, Libya, et cetera, et cetera. And he is supportive of attacking Iran and getting rid of the problem, or as he calls it, leaving behind the national security problems of the past. So I would steer you toward this. It's on the Wall Street Journal website, Twilight of the Rogue States by Matthew Kronig. Igor, Drummond's, Tennessee, Republican line, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, how's it going? As far as the speech about Iran, as a Republican voter who has, defended Trump for the past decade, using his speeches and, his tweets saying, hey, if you vote for Joe Biden and Kamala, we'll have World War III in Iran, to see what we're doing now with no clear goal, at least from the speech. They're talking about enriched uranium. We need to see it as voters. He's losing support. Republicans all over the country, diehard MAGAs that voted for him.
It's not a question of whether or not they're enriching uranium. We know that they're doing that. It's a question of whether or not they're trying to secure a nuclear weapon, and that we know that they're not trying to do that. We don't have any intelligence that says that they're going to do that. They are continuing to enrich uranium, but we no longer have the ability to monitor that because we pulled out of the JCPOA.
Are feeling betrayed.
Are you feeling betrayed?
Absolutely. I'm absolutely feeling betrayed because we voted for America first. We voted for under the impression that there would be no new wars. And now the speech comes and there's no clear path forward. He says, hey, maybe we'll bomb it into the Stone Age. In the same sentence, he says, but we're talking with them. But if not, we need a clear way forward.
All right, Igor in Tennessee, thanks for calling in. Jim, Jackson, New Jersey, Democrat, your turn.
Hello, how are you tonight? Thank you very much for taking my call. Yeah, of course, I did watch the president's speech tonight, and I want to comment that the president is very fond of telling American citizens about all of the oil and natural gas that we have in this country, and yet all of his policies seem to benefit the people who are invested in natural gas and oil. It's a very dangerous situation that we've placed us in. He has allied us with the Middle East, walked away from NATO, and has damned us to an oil and gas economy for the next 40 to 50 years, when we were well on our way under Joe Biden's leadership and Bill Clinton and Al Gore, if we had won, leadership, getting us those patents that the rest of the world is using, that new technology of the next century that would save us from the degradation that I see every day around me. Trees are dying, forests are, we're losing species at an alarming rate. There's pollution everywhere. Our scenic beauty is gone. And I think that needs to be mentioned because America has always been great. I love America, and I wanted a clean planet that people can survive on. A livable planet.
All right, Jim in Jackson, New Jersey, appreciate it.
He's a Hillary voter. America is already great.
Morgan Chalifant from the Semaphore publication puts this up on social media. Don't forget, Marco Rubio co-sponsored a bill passed into law in 2023 that prevented any U.S. president from suspending, terminating, or withdrawing U.S. membership in NATO. It was reported this afternoon that the president was going to be more critical of NATO in his speech than he was. He kind of, downplayed that a bit. And it is a fact that the Senate, if the president proposed withdrawing from NATO, the Senate would have to approve that as it is a treaty. Randy is in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, independent line. Hi, Randy.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. I did watch.
It's like this entire, Trump rhetorically postures against NATO, which is something that is unprecedented because modern day presidents just don't really do that. But it's just everybody going to forget in memory hole the fact that he, North Macedonia and Montenegro were added to NATO under his admin the first time. NATO was literally expanded under Trump. So I've never really felt like there was ever any serious, like he's seriously going to try to withdraw the United States from NATO or anything like that.
So the speech, I was disappointed. I was hoping for something more. I'm retired, so I'm actually watching a lot of news. I've already heard everything he said. I just can't believe he brags about assassinating a general and how many, he just more or less bragging about killing people. I just thought we were going to stop, way back in the 60s and 70s, when they found out about that stuff, they thought, it's going to be illegal and all that. And now it's just, ever since, unfortunately, 9/11, I feel like Biden will warn after October 7th, too, don't make the same mistakes we did by reacting. And it should have been a criminal case instead of war. And I was just hoping that there was going to be some type of end to the war when listened to it, and unfortunately, it was just the same thing that he was talking and bragging about. And unfortunately, you really can't trust, most of the things he say. So I just, wish he would have had, some type of more new information, I guess. And
all right, Randy, did you vote for the president in 24, 20, or?
I haven't voted actually for a major candidate since Reagan. I only voted for him for the first time.
I love that. Average C-SPAN viewer hasn't actually, is either a high schooler who can't vote and is calling in for whatever reason for fun and wants to run for fucking Congress, or is a guy who is extremely opinionated, but both sides bad, and also I don't vote. Love it.
And I just realized most of the time it's just not it didn't make me feel good. I lived in Minnesota and voted for a couple of Republicans way later on in my life, and after that, both the guys came out for the death penalty. One of them was, Pawlenty was for the death penalty, and Coleman was for.
All right, Randy, thanks for sharing some of your political views with us this.
Yeah, thanks for saying that the only time you've gotten off your lazy ass to go vote is to make sure that the death penalty stays intact in Minnesota.
Evening. Well, our Iran war coverage is available on the C-SPAN Now app. You can see all of our coverage, the briefings and speeches, the United Nations meetings, the interviews that have been done. If you go to the C-SPAN app in Google or Apple stores, you can find it. Just type in C-SPAN.
Okay, and then it's just going to be shilling through there. I've just seen something interesting pop up. Actually, our fave family, the necessary conversation 2 hours ago. Can MAGA admit that Trump lied about the Iran war? I kind of want to see what this is about. This was 2 hours ago. In this midweek episode, Chad shows Mary Lou clips of Trump lying on the campaign trail with false promises of staying out of war with Iran. Okay, let's see how this, this is also somebody who I like to pretend represents the average, the median Trump voter, as it were, which is to say an insane MAGA cultist. But we love Mary Lou, so surely she'll have a rational, level-headed take on this. Let's see. Charlie Kirk shit. Because I've seen these opening midweek segments, they don't get straight to the politics right away. Let's see, more Charlie Kirk stuff. When do they talk? Okay, here's Trump shit.
A parody, it's comedy.
Right. Kind of like what the guy just did with us. That was funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what's your problem here?
It's not my problem, but they said she's got a problem with it and she can come back on him now for something, maybe.
For what?
What did it say? It said something.
God, does she actually think that what's his name, Drewski, is going to get sued by Erica Kirk? It's not true.
To my knowledge, he never said, I'm Erica
What about Bob? I don't think Bob really does these midweek episodes.
Kirk. He never even says explicitly that he's parodying her. Clearly he is, but it's comedy.
Yeah, making fun. Yeah.
Will Ferrell did a whole hour-long stand-up special on HBO as George Bush Jr. when he was, or maybe right after he was president, where he dressed up like him, looked like him, made fun of him.
I think it's underestimated how many people have abandoned Trump altogether, except for the people still entertaining him. You realize what you just wrote out is, I think it's underestimated how many people have abandoned him, except for the people that haven't abandoned him.
There's still his First Amendment. You cannot sue. I mean, you can, I guess. If you can find a lawyer to issue the lawsuit, then you can sue anybody for anything. But I just don't think there's a chance she would win that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I love that Drewski thing. Something happened, I think, in this country do you remember when Kathy Griffin was on the cover of that magazine holding a severed Trump head?
Yes.
And everybody was like, oh my God. And they had to take it down. She had to apologize and she lost all of her job around offensive.
Had a
and you find
someone
it's fucking mean.
I know you keep
all over their page. House account of literally post videos. They post fucking memes.
Oh my God, of course. She's like, I don't like when Kathy Griffin made fun of the president being killed, and he's pointing out that the White House posts memes making fun of the deaths of people all the time, and of course that's different.
To the official White House account of them murdering people.
I know you keep saying that. I do not see that.
Go to Instagram and go to the White House account. It's all over their page.
Okay, I will look. I've looked. I don't see it. You told me there's Nazi things on there. I've never seen it.
Go to White House.
You have to link the exact stuff. If she doesn't see a swastika, she's not going to think it's Nazi shit.
Official Instagram account.
Okay.
There are multiple memes of them blowing people up.
Is it not true that 1/3 of Americans support Trump? Yeah, that's the case with literally most Republicans. When you look at how much of the country actually voted to get George Bush into office, it's only a few million people. The majority of Americans don't vote. And then from there, there was people voting for Nader, people voting for Gore, people voting for Bush, and Bush prevailed. But I don't even think he got the popular vote.
Now I've seen
We've
stuff
talked
on
about
X.
this on Sunday.
I've seen like X on stuff on X. Sometimes it's kind of weird, but okay.
So when you're saying that, yeah, Trump says all these jokes and stuff, but it's not about murdering people, they literally are putting videos of them murdering people on the official White House account as memes. So you're wrong in that.
I guess, but I've never seen them, so I'll have to go look.
Okay.
Convenient.
Let's move on. I have 2 videos for us. The first one is a compilation of Donald Trump and various Republicans during the election campaign, the most recent one, talking about the possibility of war with Iran and what they thought about it then. Here we go.
This is not
I am the
comedy
candidate
anymore.
of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that. I am peace.
A vote for Donald
drops
Trump
I've been.
is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
We do not want war with Iran. We actually want peace. The Iranians are clearly not very good at war. Perhaps they should follow President Trump's lead and give peace a chance.
Kamala is campaigning with warmongers like Liz Cheney. How do you think that is? She picks Liz Cheney, whose father virtually destroyed the Middle East. You know, Liz Cheney, she told
true.
Oh, I want war. She always wants war. Every time I was with her in the White House, we should attack this nation, that nation, nations that people never even heard of. We should attack. She's a big, tough guy. She sits back in Washington. Oh, we ought to go and attack Iran, Iraq. We're going to attack everybody. That's why I broke up with her. All she wanted to do is go to war with everybody. These war hawks, they want to draft your kids to die in wars, and they will never fight themselves. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more wars, no more wars. We will have prosperity and peace. We will have prosperity.
The pro-peace ticket over here.
And we will have peace. Remember, I'm the president of peace. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. He's going to start a war. I said, no. My rhetoric is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. I believe that he will attack Iran sometime prior to the election because he thinks that's the only way he can get elected. Isn't it pathetic?
Okay. So that was a compilation of multiple videos of Trump from his various campaigns.
Let me guess. The only cope that you have is discharging all responsibility to Israel or saying things have changed. We have intelligence and Iran is a threat.
Insulting other presidents because he thought they would go to war with Iran. That clip I think he was talking about was...
It's almost like sitting down to have a meet them where they're at chat when you hug box them doesn't actually change the minds of people who are being propagandized by Newsmax for 12 hours of the day. I mean, it's a bit of a Sisyphusian task.
Obama back in the day, which never happened. It's multiple clips of him in his campaign.
Although they still talk about Hasan, because I'll like every now and then I'll still listen to like random episodes as background noise, and they love to bring up Hasan.
He'll never go to war.
Right.
He's a peacetime president.
Gave him
Nope.
shitload of money.
Nope.
Yes, they did.
So did Trump. He said they could sell their oil. Billions of dollars.
I really feel, Chad. I mean, I saw everything he said. I understand all of that.
Who's this grandma who is baldy? This is a podcast called The Necessary Conversation that occurs between two boomer parents and their children, Chad and Hayley, I believe, who are leftists, progressives. They're very critical of Trump. And the parents are obviously, again, pro-MAGA, diehard Trump stans. And every week they come together and just hash out their disagreements to, like, you know, very entertaining results, but completely pointless as far as, you know, one convincing the other.
Really feel he felt that our backs were up against a wall, that they were getting very close to having something to take us all out.
Okay. You saw
And I also
all of those
believe
things he said. You saw all of it.
My prediction within the next 2 weeks, this war will be done. They're very close to it being over.
Irrelevant. You saw everything I just played you was him saying he will not get into war with Iran. I don't know how many clips that was in that compilation. 20, 30? He has done the exact thing he promised not to do. He did it.
Things change. He had to do it for our security and the security of the United States.
Of course.
In what way? How has it made us more secure?
We have not had a bomb hit us yet, have we?
Did we have one before the war?
They were getting close.
Well, okay, if Iran, who is never going to attack us, literally uses proxies for almost fucking everything. Yeah, you could say it was a success because you seen a mushroom cloud lately? No, thanks, Trump. We have Trump to thank for that.
Close.
No, that's not true. We have no evidence to that end. In fact,
that's his mom.
The guy who quit his job as the head of the counterterrorism center said, in fact, there's no evidence that they had any capability. Joe Kent.
That also had to do with him giving information to the other side, and our FBI getting on him pretty close here, and so he thought he had to resign maybe.
Where are you getting the information from?
I mean, it could be true that he's motivated to come out and resign because of this, but it doesn't really refute any of what he said necessarily, so.
That leads you to believe Iran was going to attack us?
The president himself.
Okay.
Vance.
And so, Vance, he was in that video too.
Uh-huh.
They are lying to you. They lied to you in that video when they said they wouldn't start a war with Iran, and they were trying to use the idea of war with Iran to paint Democrats as the war hawks. Democrats want to start a war with Iran. We won't do that. Now they've done it. So they clearly lied to you multiple times in that campaign. Don't you think they could be lying to you now about the reasons they went into the war?
I would hope not.
But they are.
Hopefully
of course,
not.
we all hope that the politicians don't lie to us. But I'm showing this video to establish there is a clear track record of these exact people, the ones you just mentioned. Trump, J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard was in that video.
I mean, all the people defending this shit are completely fine with the lack of transparency, completely fine with the president, the executive, unilaterally declaring that taking the United States into war, and they hang it all on the fact that we don't know what the intelligence is, and it's too much. You shouldn't have to ask them to justify this. If there's a security risk, there's a security risk, and they should be able to do whatever they want. There should not be any judicial review. Who the fuck does Congress think they are trying to check the president on this?
The head of Homeland Security or head of National Intelligence.
I do think for security things change. He's going to be speaking tonight. I want to hear him speak tonight, what he's going to say on TV. I do want to hear what he's going to say tonight.
Oh my God.
I can tell you what he's going to say.
He better not say
the bullshit that we just saw. She's the one person excited to actually hear that.
Almost over. We're in good negotiations. No. He's going to lie some more.
Yeah.
I want to
He keeps
listen.
saying they're having good negotiations. Iran has said, we're not negotiating with him. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So who's lying there?
We're going to hear tonight what he says.
I want your take right now. Trump says he's having good negotiations with Iran. Iran is saying we are not negotiating with him at all. Who's lying?
I believe my president.
So you think they are negotiating and Iran is lying about it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why would they lie?
Because they kill their people in the street and hang them and don't give a crap and hate America.
And so why would they lie?
Because they hate America.
What's the benefit of the lie?
Against Trump. They hate him too.
Okay. But if they are negotiating...
This is not the way I would go about arguing this, because it almost hinges on the idea that any state, Iran has their own, it's not as sophisticated, but propaganda outlet or whatever. So a state always has the incentive to lie or to try to posture and sound as good as possible in the midst of a war. So it's not so much that you should take the Iranian government at their word, but you can still ask the question, why do you believe that Donald Trump, that they're not engaged in negotiations or whatever?
With Donald Trump to end the war. You believe that's really happening?
No, I think the war will end one way or another.
Hang on. Trump has said they're negotiating.
Yes, that could be one way it would end. Another way if we go in and bomb everything.
Okay. Trump has said they're negotiating.
Yes.
They are saying that's not true.
They are lying.
Why?
Because they don't like us and they hate Trump.
That doesn't make sense. If we're negotiating, and I'm going to explain to you why it makes no actual sense.
Okay.
If we are negotiating with them to end this war,
yes,
and that negotiation results in an end to it, some kind of ceasefire, an agreement, a contract is written.
Right.
Why would they lie about it if they have to adhere to whatever the negotiation states?
To posture as though they're in a better position or whatever.
I think tonight when he speaks, it's going to tell a lot.
You're not answering my question.
I've heard it out
You're
of
not
President
answering my question.
Say it again.
We are negotiating with Iran.
You could ask, like, unless they're winning, why would they be in a position to lie about ongoing peace talks and negotiations that they should be pushing for? If you truly believe that the United States is coming out on top of this war, and they are the ones that have to do whatever the United States says, or at the United States' mercy, they don't have any leverage, how could they contradict the United States president who's while simultaneously being in the weaker position? Right? That would be a harder question to answer if this is your worldview like hers.
Yes.
To end the war. You believe that's happening?
Because them contradicting the United States on that, while if they were actively engaging and negotiating, different peace talks or whatever, would upend them.
Trump has told you that, right?
Yes.
So in the end of that negotiation, if it comes to a point where, like, okay, we made an agreement, the war is over now, we're going to withdraw our troops, you guys agree to not do nuclear weapons or whatever the agreement is, right? That will be a global piece of news.
This guy is sadly not very convincing, and he's a bit aggro. I don't mind the aggressiveness. It's that I actually do think the sort of Socratic method and asking them, instead of just kind of like outright confronting them, asking them questions they don't have answers to, can kind of get some gears turning in their heads of like, yeah, how do I reconcile these positions?
That treaty or agreement or whatever will be in place. Iran will have to abide by it.
Right.
My mom is a born-again person, and she started watching random right-wing Christian YouTubers and Candace Owens. I don't know what to do, LOL. Obviously, send her my stream.
Or break it if they choose, I suppose. But the idea that they are down this road on these negotiations is now put out into public. Trump has stated it. If it was true, don't you think they would also agree that that is happening, knowing that eventually they're going to have to abide by whatever the negotiation produces?
No, because they lie a lot. They lie.
Then why would we be in negotiations at all with them if they're meaningless?
Like I said, I don't trust them. I don't trust that country. They lie. I trust our president.
Then why be in negotiations? Like if Trump gets them to agree to end the war, whatever that means, if they constantly...
I wonder what her thoughts would have been if Obama or Biden said the same thing. She'd probably believe Iran then. I mean, she would literally believe anything that this is a woman who watches Newsmax for like 12 hours a day and Fox News. She will listen to anyone so long as they're complaining about Democrats and shilling for Donald Trump.
Lie.
And actually, when they debated Hasan, when they were talking to Hasan, he actually mentioned that they won't even watch Fox News because they think Fox News is too critical of Trump.
Why negotiate with somebody that can't be trusted at all if they can just go back on the negotiations?
We will see. I'm not sure that
Today's finally done. What happened during the address? Did he talk about Ms. Noam? Kristi Noam did not come up once. It was just about the Iran war, supposedly.
Negotiations will ever work with this country. I'm really not sure. Now that we've started.
I'm trying to just get you to understand.
I understand.
Who is most likely lying here? And it is not Iran. There is no benefit for them to lie about this. Trump has a massive benefit to lie about it for his base. So that you think he's doing everything possible to end this horrible war that he himself fucking started for no reason.
He is not going to lie to us, I do not believe.
You have admitted on this very program that he lies constantly to the American people.
No, he doesn't lie.
That's been demonstrated. That's been
constantly.
Proven. Okay. Let's watch
he doesn't lie constantly, just a little bit.
Next video, here we go.
Here's what they said on the campaign trail. Trump advisor Stephen Miller on X. Liz Cheney is Kamala's top advisor.
Is this Sean Ryan?
Wants to invade the whole Middle East. Kamala equals World War III. Trump.
There's the dad. Did he croak? No. Bob is like off. Like Bob doesn't usually do the midweek episodes. They're like shorter, and he's usually like sleeping or off doing his own thing. But sometimes he'll hear them arguing, and he chimes in.
Equals peace. Tulsi Gabbard, October 28, 2024. A vote for Kamala.
People have more belief in Trump as president than they do Jesus. Well, they see Trump basically as a Jesus-like figure, and they've always understood Jesus to basically be some sort of like American Messiah.
Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney and a vote for war. War and more war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to end wars, not start them. Miller also wrote, Kamala will send your sons to war. J.D. Vance, 2023, on the Wall Street Journal. Trump's best foreign policy? Not starting any wars. He has my support because I know he won't recklessly send Americans to fight wars overseas. The Republican National Committee promoted Trump Vance is the pro-peace ticket Trump on October 30th, 2024. They're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, in quote, "Oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy." Pete Hegseth, December 2025 speech. Our department will not be distracted by democracy-building interventionism, undefined wars, and regime change. Every single one of these things is a complete fucking lie.
Don't forget, you're missing a great one. During the Biden administration, Trump said, this president is going to drive us into war because he doesn't know how to negotiate. Oh, I think he said it, into war with Iran because he doesn't know how to negotiate. Well,
here we are.
That guy is like a MAGA podcaster. So if that is regularly the narrative that's coming out of the MAGA podcasters or whatever, I mean, that counts for something. I think people constantly, put too much emphasis and significance on these online MAGA pundits and how much sway they have over their audiences. But it's not, I think it is notable because that guy is usually pretty in the tank for Trump. I think until the Epstein files, but I find it so boring. That's why I never react to him.
Okay, so I'm not the only person saying these are all lies. Everybody sees it. Why don't you?
I really feel, too, that he is ending a war that's been going on since 1979. He's trying to end this for good.
7 o'clock starts the bad weather.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Hi.
We got to wrap it up in a little bit due to the fact we're having really bad weather and I've got to get out to Shiny and back. But
bad weather.
Let me get back. I totally think he's doing this for the security of our United States or he would not be doing it. Now that we have troops over there, they're not on the ground yet, and I pray to God he doesn't do that. Now that we have people over there, I have to support this. I have to support our Americans that are there.
Fine.
I believe this is going to be done in 2 weeks.
I'm surprised you didn't just start there. We have to support the troops.
2 more weeks.
But it should have never happened in the first place. It has
said that in the beginning.
Global economies into chaos.
I said that in the beginning, that I wish that country could take care of their own war and that we wouldn't have to go into help.
Can't they take care of their own war? The war that we started that they weren't engaged in until the United States and Israel launched it.
War.
Alpha Mooj, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. I really, really appreciate it.
Huh?
What war are you talking about?
Killing their people in the streets, killing their protesters for no reason.
We're doing that here.
No, we're not.
What are you talking about?
Renee Good, Alex Petty,
literally killed 2 of them. We did multiple episodes about this.
I laugh because they debated that.
I don't want to talk about that.
You are talking about it. You brought it up.
We are not.
I don't want to talk about this thing that I brought up that we really don't need to get into how I just walked through that trap door.
Our own in the streets. We are not hanging people for no reason.
What happened to Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
We've talked about that.
They were killed.
Alpha Mooj, thank you so much for gifting 5 Tier 1 subs to my audience. I really, really appreciate that. And everybody who's on the receiving end of Alpha Mooj's generosity should drop a emote or a thank you in chat to show it. Thank you so much.
Literally in the streets.
Yeah, she should have got out of the car. She would be alive. He took a gun. Why was he taking a gun if he's a nurse and
you're not?
To help
you're
people?
deflecting. You're deflecting to these
I think they were
talking points that don't matter. Fine, they're protesters, just like you said in Iran.
And you need to just follow instructions, and you will live. They did not.
Okay, well, why aren't the people in Iran following instructions? You're pissed about them.
Their government doesn't give a crap and is going to kill them anyway.
Oh, she's so close. She's so close. Can you land the plane? Let's see.
The difference between Iran killing protesters in the streets and the U.S. doing it.
I don't feel that we killed people in the street on purpose. Iran did.
It was an accident?
It was accidental that ICE agents drew guns and fired multiple times into people's faces?
They gave her directions to get out of the car.
She could say, it's a mistake. It was a tragedy. It should have never happened. The, tensions were heightened, but...
But you're saying they didn't kill her on purpose. A man shot her 3 times.
She still would be alive. She rammed the car into him.
No, she didn't. He's fine. Never even went to the hospital.
He needs to keep pursuing the, if they just complied, then she would have been okay. Then all of this is okay, or that could have saved her from... Or Renee Good from her untimely death. Same with Alex Preddy. Then if the why didn't the Iranians just not go out and protest? Why didn't they just obey? You can discharge all responsibility back to them and just victim blame endlessly if you're going to play that game.
Yes, he did go to the hospital. That is documented. It's documented, Chad. He did go.
And he was fine. No broken bones.
And she would have been fine too. I didn't want her dead. I don't want anyone dead.
Well,
just get out of the car. Just
so what about the
directions.
protesters in Iran? Their government is just saying, okay, Iran is saying to the protesters, don't protest, just stay home.
Yes.
Why aren't they following directions?
No, the guys, the 3 that were hung, they were involved with a small protest or something, but then went out of the country. When they said, you come back into the country, we're going to kill your family.
Okay, so why didn't they just not leave the country if it was premeditated is what it sounds like.
Okay.
Then when they came back in, they hung them.
Why didn't they follow directions?
Don't know.
How is that different than Alex Preddy and Renee Good?
I think it's very different.
Just different.
Follow directions.
How is that different?
We are not killing people in the street.
Alex Preddy and Renee Good were literally killed in a literal fucking street.
This is not Mary Lou at her best, man.
ICE agents were trying to tell them directions to get out of the car. ICE agents were trying to get another person that was very close inside that house, and they needed those people to get out of the way. You know, the illegal immigrants that are killing people.
I don't know, you're clearly not aware of what's happening, but watching you do this, say these things.
Without Bob, she's nerfed.
And have to do these crazy mental gymnastics to justify American government murdering protesters, while at the same time condemning the Iranian government for murdering protesters. I don't know how you're doing it.
Hi, Avatar Lady Gaga. Thank you so much for the single bit. And Quantum Traveler, thank you so much for gifting 5. Are we at 6 tier 1 subs? I really, really appreciate it.
But you are, and I think it has to do.
I don't like our American citizens being murdered by illegal immigrants either.
Okay.
I don't like an 83-year-old veteran of the Korean War standing in front of a subway and being pushed into the subway and killed by a person that had been in jail 13 times in and out and shouldn't even been in the United States. So I give ICE every opportunity to get those people out of here.
Even if
if those people did even following the view that they were quote unquote illegals, right? Not legal residents of the United States, you could still make the same argument. You could still say, oh, they didn't want to get killed, they shouldn't have been here illegally.
If it means killing U.S. citizens who have no criminal record.
No, I say grab the illegal immigrants and get them out of here so that they don't kill our people.
Right, but ICE
You should bring up Ashley Babbitt and see how she reacts. That would be good.
And that's what ICE was doing the day that she was in her car.
No, ICE was killing her the day she was in her car.
Okay. That's what you think.
Oh my God.
No, that's what happened. She's dead. ICE shot her. That's on video.
ICE was trying to get someone else, and she was an agitator and got in the way.
Right. But what you're doing here is justifying ICE's killing of U.S. citizens.
No, I'm not.
Condemning. Yes, you are. You said they had to do it to get to whoever they were trying to get.
She would have been alive if she would have got out of the car.
Right. You're making
the only thing that she could say is that trying to compare the 2 isolated incidents, which is what you would have to try to argue, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, their murders is on a significantly different scale and a less severe rights deprivation than a country like Iran that would gun down tens of thousands of protesters or whatever. That's the best argument that you could make for this, and to say and criticize it in some respect, but say that I don't know the specific details, but it strains the mind to think that 40,000 people should have been gunned down for protesting, right? But we know in this case or whatever, based on the individual fact patterns, that it was more complicated than just they were killed for protesting. If you could actually thread the needle on this, that's the strongest argument that you could present. But instead, she's actually just getting led around by him.
Excuses.
No excuse.
So whose fault is it that Renee Good got shot?
I wish she would have got out of the car. She'd still be alive.
Whose fault is it that Renee Good is dead?
I'm not going to pin it on the ICE agent.
Whose fault is it?
Both.
Oh.
Okay. 50-50?
Both. It's equal. It's just as much Alex Preddy's fault as it is the 10 ICE agents that were involved. That's 50-50 Alex Preddy's fault that he was shot in the back a dozen times.
Yes. She should have got out of the car. The car shouldn't have bumped him. His gun shouldn't have went off. Both.
His gun shouldn't have went off?
The gun that they took from him?
Correct.
That makes it sound like it was accidental. He pulled the gun, aimed it, and pulled the trigger 3 times.
And his
gun didn't go off.
Also bumped him with the car.
Okay. Whose fault is it that Alex Preddy is dead?
I guess if I was going to go
I know that 36,000 Iranians were not killed. The government did give the order to intentionally kill protesters, but people keep saying 30,000 or whatever. And if you actually pressed anybody for that number, they would have no way to substantiate it.
And I was a nurse, and supposedly he was going to go help people, and he was there to help people. Why take a gun?
Why did Kyle Rittenhouse take a gun? You believe he's a hero?
Same.
Whose fault is it that Alex
Everybody's
is dead?
fault. It's everybody's fault.
It's the collective guilt.
Yeah, it's everybody's fault.
Now you're just evolving.
No, she will literally take the fall before she blames any of these ICE agents on their own or Donald Trump. She's willing to say that because I voted for this regime that had mass deportations that required ICE being mobilized, which caused the chaos in Minnesota. So it's everybody's fault or whatever. But that's she's using fault in the most neutral sense of the word. To the extent that you could possibly even do that. Fault meaning that I participated in an action that had a butterfly effect, like everything else in this world does. Anytime we do anything, it impacts other things that occur. And so it's all of our fault.
Because you're in this argument where you don't have a leg to stand on, and so now you're just saying everything is everybody's fault?
I think the ICE agents are doing a very good job, and they need to continue.
Okay. Why doesn't she just say that? Why doesn't she just say it's a small price? 2 people dying is a tragedy, but it's a small price to pay for freedom.
All right. Well, you successfully dodged all of these questions, I think, strangely. I mean, even seeing a full 2-minute montage of Trump saying he's never going to start a war. And
he's just reinforcing her conviction. It's an ape thing. Being wrong is uncomfortable. I know he literally showed why she was cornered, but what he should have done is probably had some pressure valve release and give her somewhere to channel this obvious cognitive dissonance that she's experiencing between literally saying it's justified for Donald Trump to launch a war of choice against Iran because there's such an evil regime after she was shown him doing nothing but saying for 10 plus years that the last thing that this country should be doing is engaging in a war with Iran, and that if Obama knew how to negotiate, that wouldn't be happening. She's shown that, and yet it's a total lie. We're in the middle of an expensive war of choice that has no end in sight, no objectives, is contributing to inflation, expensive gas prices. So she has to justify all of that. Plus she says, it's justified because Iran is evil because they kill protesters. He literally puts Alex Preddy, Renee Good front and center, makes her confront that, and she can't fucking do it. Because how do you reconcile that?
Presidents who go to war with Iran are weak and bad negotiators, and he's doing all of the things that he was condemning in his campaign trail. You watched that whole video.
He had to do it for American people.
Right. You're making an excuse for him.
Okay, fine. I am.
And now you're just checking out completely.
Dude, Mary Lou wins. You're right. I am. I am just making excuses for him. I love my president.
Think about this, Mom. Think about the fact that for multiple years, Trump was saying going to war with Iran is bad, and any president who does it is a terrible president. I'll never do that. I'm a peacetime president. I'm going to not start unnecessary wars.
Things change, Chad. Things change in politics, everything.
Yes, but
our security as the United States has changed.
Fine. Things change. But you're using that idea, things change, as an excuse to allow Trump to do whatever he wants. If
that is scary, though.
Haley and I would use an excuse like that for any Democratic politician, you obviously wouldn't accept it.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
What are you doing now? You're just checking out of this? You're done?
I have to go take care of Shiny. We have tornadoes coming.
Okay. Good luck with the tornado.
Shiny is their horse.
Thank you for joining us. My mom is done with this one.
But I really have to run. This has been fun. I have to go take care of my red pony.
All All right, I love you too. Thank you for doing this.
Red Pony.
Thank
She's
you
a horse girl on top of all of this.
It's Robert Dunn for the incredible parody videos.
I like
check him out on Instagram. And as my mom said, things change.
I love you, Chad. Things change.
Bye.
Bye.
Don't give her that. Honestly, why? If you can just admit, yeah, I'm working backwards. I have my conclusion. I support my president. I support this country. No matter how evil their actions are, I will blindly follow and support any decision that's made by the Republican Party with Donald Trump as that at the fucking head. I support mass deportations and I support ICE agents. If you will just come right out and say, yeah, I'm working backwards or whatever, you're finally being intellectually honest. It basically negates all of the discomfort because everybody could see, like, oh, well, that's why they're doing it. Boomers are in a cult. It's like they're in a cult, but they're also like lead poisoned. These are just like lead poisoned individuals. Where was the one that's like? Hold on. Was it this one? I think it was this one. I saw a little bit of it. Where she was like talking about Hasan.
The aftermath of the 2024 election, America is even more divided than before. Half the country fears the end of democracy and the other half welcomes it. As America inches toward the brink of authoritarian rule, now more than ever, we must force ourselves to have the necessary conversation. Welcome to the necessary conversation. I'm Chad Culture, and with me is my sister, Haley Pope. We are both, of course, lefties. My mom is also here today, but not my dad. Why? Where is he? What's happening?
What's happening? He's in REM sleep on the chair. And
Damn, no Bob.
He has started taking a new medication for diabetes, and like for the first 24 hours, it just zonks him out.
What medication?
What?
What meds?
Monjaro. It makes him very, 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 very tired.
Bob's on Ozempic.
He didn't bail on today because of no kings?
No. I gave him all the topics. He was like, okay. And then I said, are you going to make it? He goes, I think I'm going to fall asleep. You don't want him once we woke him up. It's not good.
Okay. Well, it's just us three. A lot of huge news actually happened this week. We're going to get to all of it, hopefully. We've got no kings. We've got Trump's endless war. We've got the shutdown continuing. We have an interesting simmer down, actually, which I'm curious. I was curious if Dad would participate in it, and now
Bob entering a skinny era, living his best life, I think
it'll just be fun for us. We are going to be talking about Pam Bondi protecting Epstein conspirators. We're going to be talking about Trump's money. Last week we talked about, or midweek, Mom, you and I talked about how he got his money, but now he's putting his name on money. And we're going to be talking about voting by mail. Some interesting turns in that story. So before we begin any of this, as we always do, Mom, do you have ditties?
I have one funny one and two serious ones.
Okay.
I'm just making sure that Mr. Piker didn't get any broken bones. I saw that he traveled to Cuba with his communist group, his pink friends, the pink code friends. And
Hasan and his merry little communist gang went to the 5-star hotel in Cuba. Is she going to scold him for that?
People coming back from Cuba, a lot of people traveling there, they're getting break bone fever. And that's for real. It's like mosquitoes that bite you, and then you get this very bad disease. I'm just making sure that our friend Mr. Piker is okay. My husband loves his hat that you gave him, and I've been hooking up every day to stream to see if maybe you forgot my address and where you might be able to send me something. But I'm waiting on my gift. I can wait. And then
she's soliciting. Shameless.
I hope you're okay. And if you need us to slap down that disgusting Democrat, Brad Schneider,
I didn't realize that breakbone fever is like dengue fever. Did anybody who went on the Cuba trip contract that?
On you recently. We can slap him down for you if you need it.
Slap him down.
Bob and Mary Lou. What?
Slap him down.
Yeah, he's been calling our friend Mr. Piker some bad names like anti-Semitic and all kinds of stuff. And he's a Democrat, and it's kind of bizarre. So Mr. Piker's been getting in a little trouble. And if he needs Bob and I to come help.
Even Mary Lou sees that this nice communist boy, Hasan Piker, is no anti-Semite.
We are here, and this is your invite to come back. You come back on our show because
God
we
damn,
this.
somehow. Hasan Piker has become the golden child of our family.
It's the most bizarre turn of events that has happened in the course of this entire podcast.
Whoa, no way. They love the even further left, conventionally attractive, very like nice Twitch streamer. But they don't like their own kids. Unbelievable.
I know. Chad is turning me into a podcaster, not a streamer. And now I kind of know how to like cross podcast and stuff. And
no, you don't.
Say hi to other people. And Mr. Piker, I'm saying hi to you and come on our show.
All right, well, we'll see if your tactics work. What other ditties do you have here?
Okay, now these are the sad ones. Richard Williams, 83-year-old veteran of the United States Air Force who served during the Korean War. He was pushed and shoved in front of a subway track in New York City, and he died 9 days later. Like I said, he was a Korean War veteran. An old man just standing there, and someone pushed him in front of the subway. And of course, that person was an illegal alien from Honduras.
Oh my God.
Which had been deported from our United States several times and then re-entered.
Okay.
That's why I support ICE and what they do. And then, of course, the beautiful girl from Chicago.
Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I've been to Cuba, admittedly, probably not to the worst places, and I'm from Mumbai. People going on about Cuba have no idea how bad it can be in the rest of the world. Also, it's pronounced dengue. Thank you so much for the correction and the 200 bits.
18-year-old Sheridan Gorman, while out with friends, walking around, another Venezuelan national. They were just walking around, and he came at them and killed her.
Did she say Venezuelan?
With friends, walking around, another Venezuelan national.
Venezuelan.
They were just walking around, and he came at them and killed her.
Yes, I'm dressed for Easter. Thank you so much for noticing.
And one of the city officials there, they asked this lady, her name is Maria Handon, about that attack. And she said, this is her exact quote, "Wrong place, wrong time, running into a person with a gun." And then she also stated something about I should have done their job. Mm-hmm. Sympathy to both of their families, just horrific times.
All right.
That's why they need to get out of here.
Yes.
Diddy's done?
Diddy's done.
All right.
I don't know that there's ever really a way to like cut through that, because these people will always see this as something that was preventable. Like, had this person not been in the country, this would have never happened. But they don't care about like domestic crime stats. Like, for some reason, it's like a more morally reprehensible crime because it happened from somebody who's not legally a citizen than it were if they were killed by a fellow American for some reason. And it's just such a difference of like, I don't know, morals or like order of operations that I don't know how. I don't even know how to like start this person.
On.
Original Name Guy 1, thank you so much for the $5. I really, really appreciate it. And you did not leave a message, but I still appreciate it.
We have a question from a viewer. If you'd like to send us a question, all you have to do is record it in a 1 minute or shorter video clip. Send it to the necessaryconversationpod@gmail.com. I go through as many as I can. It's getting to be a lot, but I do try to look at least most of them. But I'm now to a point where I go through, I maybe get through like 10 of them before I find one in the morning, and I'm like, that's a good one.
I hope this one is this one for one of.
Yeah, it's a difference of understanding that having a literal person out of the country stops them from doing crime in the country. Grant Withers, care to actually make the point that you want to?
Of you.
This one's for you.
Why do I get all the questions? Oh, well.
Because I'm curious to know your answer to this question. I want to know the answer to this. Generally speaking, when I pick these questions, that's why I'm picking them. Like, oh shit, that's a good question. I'm curious what my mom will say, or my dad, or whatever.
Okay.
But if you want...
That is the point, I think. I know, but nothing is that linear. You could have 0 illegal people, 0 people here with a pending status, and still not see like a net decrease in crime or whatever. And you can point to broad statistical stats that if this had, like, it doesn't matter that they don't bring crime into the country, that you could even find a correlation between increased immigration and lower crime, and these people still would see every single time all the few anecdotes that exist of these horrendous murders at the hands of undocumented people here in the United States killing American citizens, the like scant few that exist, and they will still hyperfixate on that. But it doesn't. You could literally show a correlation that like, oh, like overall, when there's more immigrants in the country, there's less Americans that are killed. They still won't care.
I mean, do I dare give you access to the necessary conversation email account and let you pick the questions?
Well, since I'm the one that did start the account, and we can get into that too.
Oh,
That's all right.
You didn't start the Gmail.
She's not talking about crime stats. She's talking about little XYZ specific instance. I know, but she doesn't care that like this one instant, like it doesn't matter how many people that you could show her have been killed at the hands of other Americans. She doesn't give a fuck about those other people. She only cares because the perpetrator was not a citizen here. But I don't see it, like I don't have this intuitive understanding of why that matters so much.
No.
I started TikTok.
Not true that she doesn't care. Oh, sorry. It's not that she doesn't care. She just never brings that up. She just doesn't care anytime Chad, like even though Chad mentions that Americans kill other Americans, did he not? It doesn't matter.
I started Instagram.
Different convo. Oh my God. What do you think my point is? I'm literally about to time you out.
And you know that's true. Not in Gmail though.
All right, let's get to it.
Sorry, we're interrupting Haley's day here.
Hi, Colton family. My name is Brooke, and I am a 50-year-old woman from Maryland. And I have a question. I'm currently watching old episodes of your podcast, and the one that I'm on right now is where you're discussing the debate between Biden and Trump.
Chad's frozen.
Chad's you guys are talking about homelessness in the United States.
He always blames
and Mary Lou
on me
says
when
that
it's
Trump is going to fix the
I love
homeless
how Mary Lou just like talks over the video. So powerful.
situation in America. And I'd like to know now that Trump's
I'll time myself out symbolically to not get you riled up. No, I will just be timing you out. See ya.
been in office for a year. Does she still hold that same opinion? And what does she see that Trump has done for the homeless people in the United States at this point? Thank you.
Mom?
So that whole video glitched for both of us, and we didn't hear any of it. So just tell us what she said.
You can't fire me, streamer. I quit. I know he's still watching. That Grant Withers person, every time they're in chat, they're consistently reactionary when it comes to immigration.
She said, sorry about that. She said she was listening to an old episode during Biden, and you were talking about the homeless problem, Mom, specifically, and how you thought Trump was going to come in and completely solve it. Do you think he has addressed it at all?
I don't think he has solved the whole problem, but I do know some of the cities, the people have been given the choice, mental health. It has been cleared up some, I do believe.
Cite your source.
Do believe.
Yeah, what leads you to that conclusion?
Just what I see on TV, what I've seen on TV.
What have you seen?
That Washington, D.C. now is cleaned up, where a lot of people were homeless and drug people were in the streets.
But what are you watching that's telling you that?
Newsmax.
Newsmax.
Oh, shit.
Newsmax?
What I see on TV is the worst argument ever. I think you mean the best argument ever, because look, they're absolutely stumped.
That's glitching now.
Can you guys hear me?
Haley. It's Chad's internet.
Yes, it's not.
Me.
I see you. Everything's fine.
Chad, you're
I don't know how
glitching.
people have the patience to sit and have these conversations. If you saw their streams where they just read super chats, you would suddenly understand.
I know. Can you hear me?
Look at him.
Now
we can.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Because they attract a lot of people that are going through the same thing. They have their QAnon family members, their MAGA boomer parents who they love but are in a fucking personality cult, and just cathartically watch this podcast to watch them tear into their parents like they wish they could fucking do.
I'm having some bad internet today. If it glitches one more time, we may have to reset my router and begin again.
Oh my gosh.
So, Mom, the question is about Trump fixing homelessness. You think he has done it? Because Newsmax is showing you some story about D.C. being, in quotes, cleaned up?
Yes, I think in some cities it has been. I've heard Trump say it himself in press conferences and stuff, that D.C. now is a very safe place to go.
Well, what does safety have to do with homelessness?
So when's the last time you've been to Washington?
Whose phone is going off?
Nothing. Go ahead.
When's the last time you have been to D.C.?
Never. Your father has.
So you're just getting shit on Newsmax, like showing you or telling you or whatever. I have personally been there within the last, I would say, I think we went 3 years ago.
Okay.
I never wanted to visit, but it's somewhere we'd never been. So we went. Pleasantly surprised. It became one of my favorite cities after we visited. There isn't crime on the streets. There aren't homeless people shooting up drugs in the streets. Like, whatever you're being told is...
countering this an anecdote or like what she's seeing on TV with their own experience actually is powerful to these people because they live in anecdotes.
just simply not true. I've seen it with my own eyes. Homelessness and crime were not rampant in Washington, D.C., like, period. It just wasn't.
Okay, I guess I believe you.
I wouldn't trust anything with commercials. Me neither. And you, dear viewer, that is watching but not subscribed to me, are unfortunately subjected to commercials. There's an ad break going on right now. Could you imagine if someone were to gift subs so people could enjoy this stream without having to watch me through ads? Could you think of that? It would be amazing.
But that's what TV had been telling me.
There wasn't anything to clean up.
Okay.
All right. Well, there's your non-answer. Thank you for sending in your question. And now let's move to our first topic. No Kings 3. The third No Kings protest took place yesterday. Sorry, I wrote this yesterday. Took place yesterday across more than 3,200 locations in all 50 states, with organizers estimating. Mom, you got to turn your phone off.
I'm sorry. Someone's at my door. It's okay. I'll get rid of my phone. Okay.
Mary Lou is so popular.
The third No Kings protest took place today across more than 3,200 locations in all 50 states, with organizers estimating approximately 8 million.
Love the No Kings. It's important that people go out and protest, but they're a little bit too chill. A little bit more rowdiness could be used, you know?
Million participants, potentially the largest single-day domestic political protest in U.S. history. International events were held in Australia, Western Europe, Japan, Costa Rica, and other countries. You with us, Mom?
Yes.
And other countries. I mean, usually it's Dad who's like staring into space or looking at other screens, but today...
I'm looking at my notes. You never let me look at my notes.
Let him finish.
Your phone is still ringing.
I'm going to go throw my phone out.
Well, we'll wait for you to come back.
I'll be right back.
This one's just a shit show today.
I mean, I'm consistently surprised that they managed to set this show up with a camera and a functioning mic every single week.
Fine. I don't know. There's a new space in our like shopping center where High Bakery is that is vacant. And I'm trying to do something with that if my landlord will let me. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll let me in. They said I'm on the prospects list.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm on the prospects
Prestigious.
list.
Okay.
I'm like, what the fuck ever. Anyway, so I've put in my suggestion.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that they let me have the space to do what I want.
Yeah, me too. That'd be cool. All right. You with us now, Mom?
Yep.
Okay. Don't look at your notes while I'm reading. Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay?
Yes, I'm here.
No Kings 3, 8 million people, 3,200 locations, all 50 states, as well as Australia, Western Europe, Japan, Costa Rica, a bunch of other countries showing opposition to Trump and his attempt to become a dictator, showing opposition to ICE's murder of U.S. citizens, showing opposition to the war with Iran. The flagship rally in St. Paul, Minnesota had 200,000 people at it. Protests were mostly peaceful. Some arrests occurred. LA had some, roughly 1,000 people surrounded a federal building.
Oh my God. She literally left and put her phone in the other room and you can still hear it.
Your phone's still going off?
My phone is out of here. My iPad is here. It's on.
Now it's
Your iPad's going off?
Yes.
You know you can silence it, right?
That's what I did, I thought.
Top left corner.
She has to be trolling them.
Let's just slog through this. Jesus Christ, it's terrible. All right.
I'll turn it off. If I turn it off, then it won't do it, right?
Right.
Correct.
There goes my notes, but that's okay.
No, keep your notes. You can just turn the volume down.
I did.
Okay. Mom, my first question is this. Do you believe 8 million people participated in the No Kings protest?
Yes, I probably do.
Okay.
But that's a number. There have been bigger protests with more people doing other things.
No, there haven't. No, there have not.
Okay, my notes. Let's see. In 2003, the world went crazy against
Again, they just said like 8 million people mobilized to make their dissatisfaction with the current president known. And apparently there's something in modern history that rivals this.
Iran war. Mm-hmm. And there was 15 million people that protested that.
Globally?
Yes, Earth Day, 1970.
This is in the United States. 8 million people.
Here's one for United States. Earth Day, 1970, 20 million people.
In the United States?
Yes.
And that wasn't a protest?
I guess.
This is protesting.
Soros paid them. You know, something that doesn't get brought up that much is that despite how much the right hates George Soros, everybody seems to have forgotten that Donald Trump literally gave George Soros the Presidential Medal of Freedom or something like that. And his son accepted it on his behalf. But I feel like I never hear that brought up.
The sitting president, 8 million people. That has never happened.
I'll give you that. What I would like to ask both of you, what has he done to make you guys think he's a king? I would think
he wants to be a king, said that he's a dictator, said that we need a dictator, started a war without congressional approval. He's got a secret police force murdering American citizens in the street without repercussion. He's embezzled
unless I have it wrong and it wasn't Trump that did it, it was like Biden or something.
$4 billion.
Well, what I would call a king is the one that made you guys take jabs to keep your jobs if you were in the health field. The one that made you put a mask on out in public. The one that made me at a grocery store stand 6 foot.
Dude, how do these people think that think that the pandemic primarily happened under Joe Biden and not Donald Trump?
From someone else before I could get my groceries?
So Trump.
No, that was Biden, by the way.
No, Trump was president.
Wanted you to buy electric cars.
Hang on a minute. You're talking about making us stand 6 feet away. That happened under Trump.
To take the jab?
Oh my God.
COVID happened during
Trump did Operation Warp Speed.
During Trump's presidency.
I'm pretty sure Biden made you do that.
Okay. Why do you think 8 million people never came out to protest Obama or Biden?
Because I think right now in our country, there are some crazy people. There's crazies.
You're not comprehending.
I'm asking you a question that you're simply not answering at all. Why do you think there was never a protest against Obama or Biden that had 8 million people in it?
Oh, there were.
No, there
weren't.
Right.
No. Yeah.
There was a literal protest as big as No Kings happening under Biden, but we all just missed it.
Yes, they were quietly within themselves because they have class. And
internal protests,
do this crazy stuff.
Okay, why did 8 million people not? Sorry, go ahead.
In their heart, deep in their heart, and in their mind, they were protesting. Me disagreeing is basically a protest.
Protests throughout history have been out of resistance, rebellion, anger.
And if that's the case, only 8 million people protesting internally, that's actually incredibly low.
Revolt to try to change the system. Okay, like we were against war, we marched for our right to vote, we marched to end segregation, like civil rights shit. Protests are to change the current environment. It's because we're not happy with something. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Right. So 8 million people in the United States are not happy with the current fucking government, the regime that we live under. These protests are meant to show solidarity and to change something because we don't want Donald Trump in office. That has never happened in the history of the United States for any other president.
I think he's doing so much that you guys can't wrap your head around the greatness that he's going to have here in the end.
Is there some big plot twist that you're like waiting for?
Yeah, that when Dad and I are gone, he's going to go down as the most, what do I want to say?
When you're gone. So we have to wait like 30 years to reap the benefits of what he's doing right now?
Yeah.
No, within the next 10, I do believe.
Yeah, I do believe in 10 years, Trump's going to turn this all around, and like probably a fucking Democrat is president.
That's not how it works. Like right now, everything is in the shitter.
So
in Iran,
it's actually not even it's not even a terrible argument. Just the way she's phrasing it obviously sounds like fucking cope because it does take a while for a lot of the effects of the policy that's brought into law under a particular administration to kick in. That's why Trump inherited Obama's economy, Or like there will be times where they point to like, oh, look at this like spike in wages after like Trump took office or Republican took office, and it's been like at the same time that there were increases in the minimum wage. Like the one of the major policies that the GOP completely opposes but tries to take credit for. Like you can make arguments like that, but she's obviously just saying it like, oh, if you don't feel things happening positively now, it's going to happen in the future, and the next time something good happens, you can just credit Trump with it.
And Mom.
You're saying we have to wait 10 years for the shit show that we're living through currently to eventually become good? 2 more presidents will have happened.
Isn't Trump getting closer already beneath Bush Jr.'s approvals? He's already beneath his approvals, according to Harry Anton. He's like underwater, not only with independents and Democrats, obviously. he's lost, like, he's underwater with Hispanic voters, with black voters that like previously supported him, but he's also he's becoming increasingly unpopular even within his own base. And every single like major thing, like Alex Preddy or the government shutdown, there are like his favorability is dropping and it's not recovering.
It may not be 10 years. It may not be 10 years. It could be by the end of Trump's presidency.
But you agree
in
now,
Iran,
currently, it's terrible. You agree with that?
I don't agree it's terrible. In Iran, he is finishing a war that was started 47 years ago.
We'll get to that. That's our next topic. Hang on. Okay. Haley, I want to ask you one.
This is straight up liberals' dumbass talking points coming back and hitting him in the face. Like the 10, like, oh, it'll get better in 10 years. Yeah, it's funny that like they probably don't realize that like I've heard the same arguments and it sounds like cope from liberals. The difference is that Mary Lou doesn't really have a leg to stand on because Donald Trump is doing a lot of shit via executive order and just breaking the law and doesn't care about getting congressional approval for shit. Like, they should be forced to own the fact that like TSA is not being paid because of the government shutdown and that everybody blames Republicans for since they're the majority party in all three branches and both houses of Congress. So like, it shouldn't be okay that Trump is able to, one, he doesn't have the power of the fucking purse. He should not be able to dictate where funding is going and just pay TSA because he says so, because he does a fucking executive order. But Democrats are too weak to fucking touch this because they don't want to come out and complain about TSA being paid. Even though if the situation were reversed, Republicans would 100% bitch about Obama doing this. They would be complaining that like, no, you don't get to just start seeing the backlash, break the law because you're seeing the backlash from your shitty policies and bail yourself out by taking these unconstitutional actions so you can have your cake and eat it too. But Democrats will fucking do it.
One more question about the No Kings protest. Do you think it made any difference?
I think it always makes a difference. Yeah, I think protesting, it always makes a difference when you see the solidarity, when you can visually see, 20,000 people in the streets of Boston, 100,000 people in the streets of New York. Like when you see the collective.
I mean, it's like, it's not that I don't want TSA to be paid. I obviously do. But they should have to, one, they should be like the executive branch should not be able to make power grabs like that. And it's very off-putting that they won't stand up against it. And two, they should be forcing the people that voted for this admin to have to actually suffer the consequences of their actions, to have to actually deal with the unpopular nature of their fucking policies. Like, yeah, the government shut down and stuff like that. They shouldn't have caved on ending the shutdown early at the end of last year, like the beginning of this year, like all the stuff blurs together. I think it was the end of last year. And they shouldn't be fucking helping them out with this either by staying quiet.
If you understand, it's all of us against you. And so if we're not seeing change, it's 100% certain that it's because of the corruption. So, any other government official, like throughout history, like protest brings change historically because they're like, oh, fuck, you can't ignore 8 billion people. OK, that's the fucking majority. So if you're ignoring that and if nothing happens, it's because Donald Trump and his fucking goons are 100% corrupt. So everybody involved, if there is no change, you're going against the people. And so I think the strength in numbers here comes into play because we know there's 8 billion of us. Maybe you can't fucking stop us.
When you're saying 8 billion, you mean the whole human population?
I'm sorry, million.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought
billion.
She was wrong. Yeah.
Not billion. Yeah. When you see that many people walk, protest, march, there's something within you that kind of says like, okay, I'm not alone. We're all in this together. So there's strength in numbers. Right. And at some point, if somebody decides to act on that, like if they start fucking rioting in cities and ICE and all that shit, there's more of us.
Yeah.
Well, some protesters did go to jail. Mm-hmm. In LA, I think there were 36 people. In New York, there were some, I think. But anyway, that's beside.
I would be shocked if anybody went to fucking jail on, like, these protests are so mild, man. They're like, it's like a fucking block party.
I just think you guys can't handle that Trump is doing a whole bunch right now altogether.
He's not doing anything good. That's what we can't handle.
Okay.
Women are going to prison for abortion. Going to prison. They want to throw transgender people in prison for life for using bathrooms. Is that not fucking crazy to you?
Have not heard that one.
That's because you don't read the news. Get off Newsmax and start looking up real fucking news. Like, there are real things happening to people all around the country that are terrifying. ISIS murdering American citizens.
And there are with the war going on too in Iran, and he is settling that war that was started 47 years ago.
Let's get to it. That's our next topic, the war. Here's kind of a rundown of what happened this past week as a result of Trump's completely unnecessary war. Military. This week saw more death as Israel struck a heavy water reactor it said was part of Iran's nuclear program, which Trump said was obliterated last year. At least 15 U.S. soldiers were wounded in an Iranian missile and drone attack on a Saudi airbase hosting American troops. An Iranian missile salvo struck a commercial street in Tel Aviv, killing one person. Yemen's Houthis entered the war firing missiles at Israel for the first time, and Trump sent thousands more Americans to fight and possibly die in this unnecessary war. Diplomacy. Trump claimed the U.S. and Iran had, quote, very good and productive conversations, pausing strikes on energy infrastructure. Then Iran's foreign minister called bullshit on Trump and said they have, quote, not engaged in talks, and, quote, we do not plan on any negotiations. Markets. Friday, oil closed at $112.57 a barrel, the highest since 2022, as Iran continued blocking the Strait of Hormuz. The S&P 500 headed for a fifth straight weekly loss, and Financial Times investigation found $580 million in suspicious oil trades placed 15 minutes before Trump's pause announcement. I had two questions for Dad. He ain't here. But I have this question.
When Mary Lou rests with her husband, yeah, she needs to get REM sleep.
This is for you, Mom. Trump has said we've completely obliterated their nuclear...
we just saw the cope with the fucking Iran war, like the last thing over the Iran war, so let's see how bad it was before then.
He said we've wiped out their top leadership. He's told the people of Iran to take to the streets and take their government back. This week, March 24th, he told reporters, quote, we've won this. The war has been won. Why is he sending more troops?
I did see that. That I do not understand myself.
Okay.
But I heard him say this morning that there was a 10-day, Iran said, I'll give you 10 days. Or no, they wanted 7 days to come up with a solution. And Trump said, no, I'll give you 10. So I do believe our president that we are in negotiations with them.
Right.
I really do.
I'm going to say what I've just said to you again and ask the question slightly differently. Trump has said we've completely obliterated their nuclear facilities.
Right.
Okay. Trump has said we've wiped out their top leadership.
Right.
Okay. Trump has said it's safe for all the citizens of Iran to take to the streets and take your government back. He literally verbatim said, we've won this. The war has been won. What do we have left to do there?
The number one where you said he took out everything, they did have the capability to build it back.
Yes.
So that's why we went back at them. What was your number two?
Hang on a minute. You're saying we are killing people in Iran because they have the possibility of building nuclear weapons?
Yes.
Then we should be killing every country in the world.
No.
Why?
Them. Because now they also wanted to kill people outside of their country. Not just us, but the countries bordering them.
So we should go to war with Russia then?
So we're trying to smash that, is what we're trying to do.
But why aren't we stopping Russia from doing that? They also have nuclear weapons. They're invading a country right next to them.
Right. Well,
because they have nukes. You'd be crazy to fucking do it. That's what she'll never fucking say. I'm wondering if they'll say, like, shouldn't, but, like, if you're saying that, like, everything that you just said applies just as much to Russia, okay, so why don't we invade them? Or, like, the same goes for North Korea. Oh, because they have nuclear weapons? Damn, maybe Iran should get a fucking nuclear weapon as deterrence from the United States aggression.
Okay. So
none of this is real.
Kind of understanding my point here. He has no plan, no objective, and no means by which he can now take us out of this war. The reason he started it is because he wants to be a wartime president during the elections.
No, it will be solved. It'll be solved very quickly. Within 2 weeks is my prediction.
Too late, it already is.
Lock it in, you guys. Mary Lou predicts troops are going to be home by Christmas, okay?
That was 4 weeks. Mine is 2 more weeks.
But
well,
I just
read it is.
Yeah, he said we won.
And then he sent 3,000 troops.
I think why he sent those troops and everybody said we don't want boots on the ground, something about mines. Now they have put mines in that strait.
Mom, you're missing the bigger question I'm asking here. He himself has said that by every measurable metric, we have won the war.
Right.
Why is he sending more people to fight in a war we've already won?
To be prepared if need be, because Iran lies.
Iran lies.
I'm sorry.
This is not Iran. All these things I'm telling you are things Donald Trump has said.
Right. So he does believe we've won the war, but Iran lies too in regard to, okay. That's why the 10-day, 7-day thing is going on right now as of this morning.
So let me ask you this. In light of all the things I just told you Trump has said, what do you think the goal is in that war in Iran right now?
To give that country back to the correct people.
He already did that. He himself said,
no,
we have wiped out their top leadership, take to the streets, people, the country is yours. He has said that.
The bad guys keep resurfacing. So he's trying to take all the bad guys out.
Where do you hear this from? Where are you getting this information from?
Why are you watching these people? They're just putting on a show. I don't know. Why are you watching this stream where I'm just putting on a show? Why does anyone do anything ever? Because I'm entertained by it.
Newsmax.
Yeah.
So it was Somalians. Now it's Iranians. I'm sure in a couple weeks it'll be Cubans, Greenlanders. You believe anything they say?
Mom, I'm going to ask you this question about Newsmax. Is there any piece of you that thinks they might not be telling the truth? Newsmax?
No.
Okay.
Newsmax, 100% honest, trustworthy people and journalists.
I would encourage anybody out there, if you've never watched Newsmax, to give it 10 minutes. It will blow your fucking mind. If you think Fox News is bad, this shit is on some other level. I've never seen anything like it. No one, literally 0 people talking to you through that camera on Newsmax know anything about anything. I don't even think, like, Fox News has some smart people at it that I think are kind of malicious, or they have no soul and they're just like, let me make my money. They know they're lying to you. The Newsmax people, they're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. They are crazy.
Now,
you think my mom is insane? Check out Newsmax.
You're going to get in trouble. You know why? What do I not have? Ground news.
Ground news.
I'm very close to that.
Oh, just like Trump. Very close. Very close.
Exactly. Well, no, more like you. I'm researching it.
Do they have like a ground news sponsorship?
Stop it.
Topic number 3, the shutdown. The Department of Homeland Security is now in its
not like him mocking Trump.
6th week of operating without funding due to Republicans' inability to pass
It feels like Mary Lou playing a character. Why? This person is very real.
Funding bill. The effect on travel has been extreme, with TSA officer call-out rates exceeding 11% nationally, with some airports surpassing 40%. Over 510 TSA officers have quit, and workers have missed 2 full paychecks. Trump sent ICE into the airports this week, I believe on Monday, which has made the wait times even longer. A move Steve Bannon said is to test run for the upcoming elections. The Senate passed a bipartisan bill early Friday funding all of DHS except ICE and Border Patrol, but little Mikey Johnson rejected it and instead passed a competing 60-day bill funding all of DHS, including ICE, which Democrats oppose, and has no viable path in the Senate. Trump finally signed an executive order on Friday declaring an emergency and directing TSA workers
like,
to be paid.
how is she going to get out of this? Like, you can, if like Trump was willing to break the law to get the funds to TSA to try to, deal with some of the hemorrhaging of support that he's experiencing during this unpopular war of choice, increasing cost of living, gas prices, inflation, dissatisfaction with his admin, their choices, all of that. Okay. If you're saying like, oh, it was a good thing that he decided to sign the executive order, it's like, well, why did he wait to do that? If he could have just done it the whole time.
Paid, which he could have done at any time prior to this. Mom, do you think having ICE in the airports has made travel easier for people?
I just know by one friend of mine that has traveled, and she said, yes, it had.
Okay.
And that was by last Wednesday's when she traveled, and she said it did make her go through the security line very quickly, within an hour.
Okay.
And it should have been 3 hours.
So in this case, you're going to accept news as one person that you know telling you a personal anecdote about it. Mm-hmm. Is Newsmax covering this? Are they showing you the 4-hour lines of people jammed up?
They're showing longer lines than 1 hour where she was at the airport.
Are they showing?
What do they say? They should ask, like, what the fuck how does Newsmax explain all of this? Do they just blame the Democrats?
Are they showing the ICE agents standing around on their phones?
No, the ICE agents
doing jack shit.
Actually helped my friend move through the line very well, and they were very courteous, she said.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Why do you think, Mom, Trump made TSA officers miss 2 paychecks before he signed this executive order?
It wasn't Trump. It was the Democrats.
Right.
No?
They are holding out. The Democrats are holding out.
Even though, again, Democrats tried to bring separate bills that would exclusively fund TSA while they continued to negotiate the government shutdown or the reopening, I suppose, over DHS reforms. and ICE reforms. They tried to do that. They would not put it to a vote.
That's deal.
No.
And now they've all gone on vacation.
No.
Yes.
Trump is the one who just signed the executive order to pay them.
Okay.
He could have done that.
You're intelligent and knowledgeable on domestic politics. Thank you. Just comes off as punching down. I get they have a bigger channel, but I don't really get it. It's literally just that I haven't streamed in a minute. I just watched a very depressing address from our head of state, and this is just good brain rot.
At any time.
Because he wanted that bill.
Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang, and this like CNN segment on Hasan soon after this. Maybe some PBD.
To go through, and Democrats were holding out.
Okay, so he cared more
if you want to
about
talk about actual punching down, you probably should skip me reacting to PBD.
His political posturing than these people who are working in our airports so that we can travel safely.
He cared about the whole bill that was correct, and he did not want to give things that didn't need to be given.
Yeah. Haley, what do you think Steve Bannon meant about ICE being sent into the airports being a test run for the elections?
That's exactly what he said.
And apparently, Eddie Bombi might be right. Republicans in Congress say they have a deal to end the record-long shutdown of DHS. Senate and House Republican leadership have resurrected a stalled plan to fund the Department of Homeland Security after a record 47-day funding lapse. House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune said in a joint statement on Wednesday that the House will take up a measure passed by the Senate last week to fund most of DHS except ICE and Border Patrol through the end of September. Republicans, which again already got a huge infusion of cash through the big beautiful bill. Republicans would then attempt to fund ICE and Border Patrol for 3 years using a party-line budget reconciliation bill that would not require support from Democrats. In following this two-track approach, the Republican Congress will fully reopen the department, making sure all federal workers are paid, and specifically fund immigration enforcement and border security for the next 3 years so that those law enforcement activities can continue uninhibited. Thune and Johnson wrote, the agreement comes nearly a week after House Republicans dismissed an identical plan, refusing to take up the Senate-passed measure and instead passing a 60-day short-term funding bill for all of DHS that had little chance of overcoming Democratic opposition in the Senate. Johnson called the agreement a joke, and President Trump declined to publicly endorse the deal. Trump had previously resisted any package that did not include his push to overhaul federal elections, known as the Save America Act. I think Thune has a brain, okay, and he realizes that the restrictions that are outlined in the Save America Act, it's not even entirely clear that they would necessarily benefit Republicans exclusively over Democrats electorally. I think any deal they make, I'm pretty much not happy with it, Trump told reporters last week. Dems welcome the agreement as in line with their pledge not to give ICE any more money without reforms after immigration enforcement agents killed two U.S. citizens in Minneapolis. But the deal does not include any of the policy demands Democrats are pressing for, such as a ban on masks for immigration enforcement officers and requiring warrants issued by a judge, not just the agency, to enter homes. For days, Republican divisions derailed a bipartisan agreement making American families pay the price for their dysfunction. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer wrote in a statement Wednesday, throughout this fight, Senate Democrats never wavered. Yeah, this fight. How come they wavered last fight? And you couldn't control them then, huh? When they, caved on the shutdown for literally no reason, even though they were fucking winning. Trump seemed to bless the Revive plan earlier Wednesday, writing on social media that he wants a party line bill to fund immigration enforcement on his desk by June 1st. We're going to work as fast and as focused as possible to replenish funding for our border and ICE agents, and the radical left Democrats won't be able to stop us, Trump wrote. Despite the shutdown, ICE has been minimally impacted because Republican lawmakers approved $75 billion for ICE through another party-line budget reconciliation bill last year. Congress is on a 2-week recess, but the Senate and House could move to fund all of DHS except ICE and CBP as early as Thursday using a procedure known as unanimous consent that allows the chambers to circumvent formal voting as long as no member objects. Even during a recess when most members are not in Washington, this could be unpredictable, especially in the House, where many hardline conservatives oppose a deal that does not fully fund DHS. Let's make this simple. Caving to Democrats and not paying Customs and Border Patrol and ICE is agreeing to defund law enforcement. They're really saying that Democrats are trying to defund the police. And leaving our borders wide open again, even though, again, so many of the reforms that they're asking for in light of the murder of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, calling for body cams and stuff like that, which they didn't, if you actually read the language of those bills, it didn't even guarantee that the increase in the budget for these agencies was necessarily going to go to what they were saying it had to go to, but I digress. It's just insane. that they wouldn't accept this, that they actually think, again, like the Dems aren't willing to increase the budgets of these agencies. And like other stuff that they were asking for was literally like, I'm pretty sure one of the demands Hakeem Jeffries said was literally something that's already against the law, which is like, don't arrest like American citizens if you're ICE and you don't really have probable cause. Representative Scott Perry, a member of the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus, wrote on X, if that's the vote, I'm a no. If a member does object, that could require waiting for another vote when all members are back from recess. Love that.
They're going to be at the polls and they're going to be like straight thugging people. They're going to be taking people probably. And the SAVE Act, you know what it's all about, your identification to vote. That just opens the door for more people to be fucking kidnapped at the polls while they're trying to vote.
Yeah.
This is going to be terrifying.
I agree. Do you know how you and Dad are very much for like ICE should be able to arrest whoever they want? And then if you can go to jail and you prove that you're an American citizen, they let you out, right? You're for that idea, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I am for ICE arresting those two people that just killed the veteran man.
We're not talking about that.
Girl in Chicago.
Nice deflection. We're not talking about that.
Of course we're not. We don't talk about when people get killed from illegal immigrants that are in our country.
Do you want to spend an entire episode naming and listing all the American citizens who murder and maim people? Do you want to do that? Because there's far more American citizens that are fucking murdering people on a daily basis than immigrants.
Yeah, you don't care about...
Hopefully they go to jail and don't get out. But some
you don't care.
Immigrants do.
Here's proof that you do not give a shit about people getting killed. You give a shit about if you think it's a undocumented immigrant, and that's it. It's the boogeyman to you. Because when mass shootings happen, you never say anything about gun control.
Okay, Chad, that is I don't want to say lie, but I do care about that. And it's about
then why not gun
health
control?
of people
Why
that
are you
have
against
guns.
gun control, but you're for ICE arresting anybody they want and killing people?
I'm about gun control.
This is a better thing, like talking about how like policy choices have trade-offs, and she's obviously not willing to make the trade-offs that are associated with gun control and preventing school shootings or mass shootings, however you want to define it, right? You know, like she's not willing to do that because she feels like she's sacrificing liberty for some supposed security. But she is willing to sacrifice liberty for security in the context of illegal immigration.
But I'm also
like shifting it to like outcomes is a more fruitful conversation.
About mental health help for people that have guns.
Look, you've successfully completely derailed the question I asked. The question is,
Of course I have. I never understand anything.
Okay. What I'm saying is,
yes,
you believe ICE should be able to arrest anybody they want, and then you clear it up at the jail, right?
No, I should be able
to just standard lives or more than that. I mean, they've both said at different points they're like more left, but I don't know. I feel like they don't really. I've never really. I haven't watched enough of this show to know exactly what their politics are. It's just very clear that they're like. The conversation kind of gets confined to like being like anti-MAGA and like hating on Trump, but I do think that they have more like further left economic positions, but they just don't really spend time talking about it.
Arrest the people that they are looking for that is on their list where they have information that's the person to grab.
Right. Without a warrant. You have said that. You and Dad both said that like a week or two ago. So
to get a warrant to arrest someone is going to take way too long, and then the person is already gone and will never be arrested.
Right.
Then they can push the other 85-year-old person in the subway and kill him.
Okay. So you're supporting ICE being able to arrest anyone without a warrant.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So now let's cut to Election Day. ICE just shows up in a completely Democratic district and arrests everybody. They're all U.S. citizens. They don't need a warrant. They all go to jail. Then they present their ID or whatever, and they're like, oops, sorry, you're a U.S. citizen. But guess what? We just wasted your whole day. Now you can't vote.
I am 100% sure that would never happen, and you're making this stuff up. You're making that up.
That's what the SAVE Act is about. It's about voter suppression. No, 100%.
But what they should capitalize on there, because it is something that's like a hypothetical, even if you're sure it's positive it's going to happen, is that like, okay, if that were to happen, you're saying it would be bad, right? Like, and point to specific things that Trump is doing or specific lines within the Save America Act and provisions that show that that is what he wants to institute in law, and say like, okay, you already established that if that were to happen, that would be bad. But this legislation could lead to that. So shouldn't you oppose the legislation?
Plain and clear.
Making sure that you're an American citizen to vote.
That already happens. That already
and
exists.
not a dead person, and that you don't vote 5 times. That's what the SAVE Act is about.
We've been voting for the entirety of fucking America, okay, since the very first election. None of this shit has ever needed to happen because only citizens can vote in the United States. That hasn't changed.
Stuck on that will never happen yet, but like Haley's bringing up like we don't have like mass voter fraud, but you're not allowed to bring up the fact that like that doesn't really happen either, and that's ostensibly why they're even trying to pass this in the first place, is because of all this voter fraud.
But somehow through different elections things have changed and people are cheating.
No, they're not. There's like isolated incidents. Chad said like 11 people or some shit.
Like, just think about it logically, Mom. You're an undocumented immigrant. You see all this shit happening. ICE is killing people. They're fucking arresting anybody. Would you show up to try and cast a vote that won't be counted anyways?
No, you would not.
I would go back to the country that I came from, and I would deport the right way.
What
so
he is
that
trying
my family and myself would be safe.
You're not listening to
and then
anything
come
we're
back
saying.
into the country the correct way.
What he's trying to tell you is this. People who are here without citizenship are not showing up at those polls to vote because they'll get fucking kidnapped. That's not happening. People without citizenship here are not voting. They're not even going to try.
Well,
Why is ICE there? Why is ICE there?
They did in the last election, I'm pretty sure.
No, they didn't.
Where do you find? Show us the information.
On Instagram, I should have kept it. Someone voted 6 times at the same address, the same house.
Okay, so do you think those 6 votes, let's say that did happen. I'm not sure that it did, but let's say it did happen. Do you think those 6 votes mattered?
If they
did
do
they
it,
vote for
yes.
Trump?
One vote
Trump
matters. Of course they do.
Okay.
One vote matters.
All right. But it didn't affect the outcome of the election.
If you do it in every city, it would matter.
Okay, but they're not. No one's doing that.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Just like collectively look at all the shit that they're trying to do to suppress votes. You know, like they're changing districting in some states, like Texas just got a whole fucking rigmarole. Like they're trying to collect like Republican seats in traditionally held blue areas. They've completely redistricted our voting here. And
I mean, she should have brought up the fact that Greg Abbott literally said that they were drawing the maps based on racial/ethnic lines. And the Supreme Court did not say this was unconstitutional, even though if a Democrat were saying that, they would have flipped and lost their shit.
And I don't look at it like you said, suppressing votes. I look at it as getting the correct votes from United States citizens.
Okay, there's what we're getting to, the correct votes.
Right.
When you put armed ICE officers at a polling place, what does that do psychologically to anyone walking
I don't
in
think
there?
they're going to be at a polling place. Now, who's making this up?
That's
ICE
what this
is
whole
not.
topic was about. Steve Bannon said they're going to do that.
Steve Bannon said that it must be true. It must be true.
So what?
She's so close. Again, like that was horrible argumentation from him. Like even Steve Bannon saying that. And she's like, oh, well, just because someone says something that must be true. He should have been like, you know what, Mom, you're right. Just because Steve Bannon says something, that doesn't make it true. Same goes for Trump, right? Or like just because somebody asserts something doesn't necessarily mean it's factual or is objective or anything like that.
So why that? But like you're believing Newsmax.
I've never seen an ICE officer.
Fucking Tobacco Joe said it. Must be true. Like you're listening to fucking Smokey Joe's Cafe over there. Like,
all right, let's move on to our simmer down. I wanted to do this to see if we can actually even do it. This is a little game.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, you can. It starts like this.
Okay, no games. We're not supposed to have them humanizing each other. They need to, I just want to see the fighting.
That there was Epstein conspiracy. Our next topic is Pam Bondi is protecting Epstein conspirators. For context of the topic, in February, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said that there would be no additional prosecutions related to Epstein, and Pam Bondi's DOJ put out a memo saying investigators found no evidence to pursue charges against anybody. There are still approximately 2.5 million documents they have not released, which is breaking the law signed by Trump, the Epstein Transparency Act. Journalists at NPR and CNN have found the DOJ withheld or removed files related to allegations of a woman made against Trump involving sexual abuse when she was a minor. The House Oversight Committee voted 24-19 with 5 Republicans joining Democrats to subpoena Pam Bondi, who has to appear for a deposition on April 14th. She is now refusing to comply with that subpoena. Bondi has not charged anyone in connection with Epstein, even though the files identify multiple alleged co-conspirators. Mom, is Pam Bondi breaking the law?
She will be there. I just saw it this morning. She's coming, but it's private. I don't think it's going to be public. It'll be private.
Okay.
I said a long time ago, she wasn't doing her job. She should already be gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Scapegoat. So she doesn't like Pamela.
starting to get nervous now that nothing's going to happen to the bad guys. And there's a lot of bad guys here that need to go down.
That is your president's fault.
No, it's not his fault.
Okay. Yes, it is.
Even though he appointed Pam Bondi.
Do you know how she and Trump know each other?
No, I don't.
Let me give you some backstory. She was Florida's attorney general from 2011 to 2019. In 2013, she asked Trump for a donation to her reelection campaign. Trump gave her $25,000. At that time, her office was considering whether or not they should join New York's lawsuit against Trump University for fraud. He gives her $25,000. Strangely, she decides not to pursue that investigation. We won't join you. Thanks for the money. So he bribed her.
Another thing that people don't realize is that Pam Bondi was like the state attorney general or like the county attorney general for like Casey Anthony's case towards the end. There's like videos of Pam Bondi talking about Casey Anthony.
Investigation she didn't pursue during her time as attorney general was Epstein. As attorney general of Florida, she had the power to reopen that case from 2008.
And didn't.
Never did it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty clear she takes bribes to drop cases no matter what the crime is. And she's still now doing that for the same two guys that bribed her before. This is how she makes money.
Right. I've never liked her from the start. And I thought she wasn't doing her job early on and she should have been fired.
But it's not her.
Bribes
It's
from
Trump.
Donald Trump.
Well, somebody needs to get in there and get rid of her.
What about him? He's bribing her.
He's kind of busy now with the war, but yeah, he needs to get rid of her.
He's bribing her. He put her there because he can bribe her.
Right. He needs to get rid of her.
And what about
he
him?
needs to get rid of himself. He's bribing the head of the DOJ to
Then
not
what's the way around?
Yeah, he's like speaking too firmly or whatever in this. Like she's definitely not gonna like even if you're anybody who's like introducing just a little bit of scrutiny into what they're saying or whatever, that's still not you would have to have more than just like that which is basically just circumstantial to prove that there was like an exchange or a bribe. Like in the case of Donald Trump, yeah, I'd be willing to grant it. It's probably like 99% of the reason why he created like a very, very bad incentive for her to do that. So it's functionally like him acting within the confines, which allows for legally of the law, which allows for these sorts of trade-offs and like, gentlemen's agreements, winks and nods. But it's too, it's like getting through to this woman who doesn't believe that he could do anything like that. You can't just kind of assert that as fact.
This. What's the way around this to break this open?
Fire everyone.
Fire who?
Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen. So
why? Why can't that happen? Why can't he be impeached? Why can't we throw him in fucking prison?
Because the Supreme Court has said no president can be charged with a crime, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Mom, 9 investigations.
I mean, they should ask like when, instead of being like, we need to impeach him, they don't have the numbers for impeachment, but she should ask like, okay, given the trajectory that Trump is on now, he's tanking the Republicans' chances at the midterms and for 2028. So if the Democrats are going to get control of the House or potentially the Senate, like even the Senate is in play, he's making himself vulnerable to being impeached. So when she's like, that's not going to happen, like, I don't even disagree with it. It's probably not going to happen. But ask her thoughts on that.
8 other countries have been launched as a result of names coming out in the Epstein files. England, Norway, France, Turkey, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Slovakia. Why do you think Pam Bondi is not investigated?
Yeah, it's been impeached twice. Yeah, it's like when people hear impeached, they think it's synonymous with removed from office. We've had presidents that were impeached, but they weren't removed from office.
She's not doing her job.
No, who could be in those files that she might want to protect?
A lot of people.
Including?
A lot of people.
But it's
including?
I don't think it's just, no, I don't think that.
It's not a lot of people. A bunch of names have come out. I've already told you, there are 9 investigations in 8 other countries as a result of this. Mm-hmm. Those people are no longer protected. The Epstein files, some of them are out, and enough of them are out that other countries are saying, let's investigate these people.
I know.
We have those same names. There are Americans. Listen to what I'm saying. There are Americans in those files.
Right. What do you want? Like this? I wonder how this is going to age when Democrats get into office and don't necessarily pursue, let alone land a bunch of convictions of people within the Epstein files, because just mere affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein is not criminality. That's obviously going to be a mark on these people's characters or not bode well for them professionally. But these sorts of simplistic, like, why don't they just do this? Why don't they just do that? Obviously, I think it's understandable for people to see that and assume corruption and assume that there's cover-up, especially when they're not being transparent, they're not being compliant with the law. They'll do anything, like Pam Bondi will do anything to avoid having to like make statements under oath with respect to this stuff. But when you do stuff like this, like you're setting up the expectation that like the next admin is going to be able to do stuff like this via their DOJ, and it's probably just not going to happen.
Why are none of them being investigated? Why is Howard Lutnick not being investigated?
Right. I've said this from the start. If Trump, you guys hate Trump so bad, if he was really in there doing
that, isn't going to do a damn thing because some of their people are in those files. It could be that. I think honestly, it's more likely that it will be difficult to secure convictions for the things that people want them to be able to secure convictions for.
Things.
He is.
Someone from the other side. I
like
won't
Trump's
say the
names or anyone's name being all over the files is not indicative of criminality necessarily.
Name. Someone from the other side would have leaked this and whistleblowed.
You don't have to leak it. We've all read it. You just refuse to believe it.
Right.
It's out. The information is there. She's not investigating him, and she is still withholding 2.5 million documents.
Yeah, let's see what happens when she does testify, because it's going to happen. She will
already
testify.
did. We saw the public hearing she did. She just like stonewalls them and pretend.
Investigation doesn't mean conviction. Just try it. I mean, that's the other thing is that like they could try, but I guess like they don't want to do it unless they know that they can secure convictions, because then it will just be like it's going to look bad that they couldn't actually secure anything against these people, even as scapegoats.
Like, oh, how dare you ask me these questions?
Well, now she's
just an asshole
again.
Huh?
Yeah, she's been subpoenaed again.
I know, but you can see her behavior is the behavior of a person who is hiding something, who knows they're doing illegal activities.
From the start. I thought she started out okay, but then I didn't like her and she should have been gone.
So you're not like...
It will look good, but they're fucking pathetic. I don't know. I'm skeptical of this idea that if they launch and they try to secure a bunch of convictions and it all fails, that like it's still going to pan out well for Dems. I think that, I mean, you could argue based off the fact that, like, again, these critical pedo theorists, like, you could always argue, like, oh, see, like, gosh darn it, like, foiled again. They got away with it because power, like, these people are just untouchable. Like, they have the best lawyers. They can always get out of it. And I guess you could blame the sort of, like, culture of corruption that people, like, openly embrace and acknowledge at this point. That like, yeah, billionaire, like wealthy people live by a different set of rules than the rest of us. They're not they get to get away with crimes like this. Like, that's why they couldn't. But then that also could really undermine public faith in the government even more so than it already is. So I really don't know if that would be like what the result of that would be.
Liking any of these people that he's appointed. He appointed them.
It'll look like they're trying to do something, but also show how pathetically broken our judicial system is. Right. But they're like, they wouldn't do anything about that.
I like people that he did appoint. I love Mark Mullen.
Oh
and Jimmy
God.
Kimball should just...
Fucking Mark Wayne.
Jimmy Kimball.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious. He's going to do a great job.
Did you see him like talking about how you need to beat your kids with a belt and all that shit?
No, didn't see that.
Mom and Dad
I know
support
that when he was 20
Clearly.
years old. When he was 20 years old, he quit his college degree, went home to help his dad's business because his dad was very, very sick. He then ran his family business for a lot of years.
Oh my God.
He and his wife been married 35, 36 years.
Who
6
gives a
beautiful
shit?
children.
Nobody fucking cares.
Okay, I do. I think he's going to be great.
Okay, what is this? Trump's new DHS secretary bragged about spanking his kids, and experts have a lot to say. The Trump admin's new DHS secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen, recently drew attention for resurfaced comments he made about a fairly controversial parenting choice. The former MMA fighter, did not know this, and father of 6 previously met with city elders, a Christian political activist group, back in October 2023, and shared a few stories and comments that made clear where he stood on the idea of using corporal punishment on kids. I do spank. I have no problem with that, Mullen said, earning some applause from the crowd. He also recounted stories of times he'd hit his kids. You can't imagine how loving they are. I can spank them, and I'm still upset, and they'll come and crawl onto my lap 2 minutes later and just hug on me, Mullen said. This was extremely sad to read. He later recalled when one daughter was begging him not to punish her this way. No, daddy, no, daddy, no, daddy, no. I'm sorry. When she just couldn't bring herself to even bend over for Mullen to bust her butt. God, this is weird. These kinds of stories aren't uncommon if you're familiar with prominent conservative and often authoritarian parenting circles. Yet if you're familiar with any of the science around child development, they can be pretty disturbing. The verdict on corporal punishment and what hitting kids actually does to them is pretty cut and dry and has been for some time. It's bad for kids, ineffective for actually curbing unwanted behavior, and offers both long and short-term harm for both the children and parent exposed to it. Oy, oy, oy. Disturbing.
He's a dipshit. He's a fucking loudmouth, like, come fight me in the streets, dipshit.
Yeah. I'm sorry you feel that way.
He's another fucking, like, bro dude.
Yeah, he's kind of a Pete Hegseth, Cash Patel type.
Yeah.
He's going to be very good.
Did you hear
And for Jimmy Kimball, a late night comic,
Why
which
did
I
you
don't
say Kimball?
watch,
Yeah.
to belittle him.
Oh, if you don't watch
because
Jimmy
he's a
Kimball, then why do you
plumber.
care? If you don't watch him, why do you care?
Because he's a plumber and he belittled him because he has no college degree.
Okay.
That's being mean. That's
Will you
just
be
mean.
okay? That's being mean.
Right.
Donald Trump is murdering people. He's waging war.
That's kind of your side, though. That's how your side does that, belittles people. And
Trump said this week, I don't know if you saw him, that he likes to surround himself with losers so he feels better about himself. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Okay. He said that almost verbatim. Here, let me see if I can get the
Just play it, for Christ's sake.
I don't have it.
You literally do not see
You have to
any...
watch the video to get the full effect. That article does do that. I mean, like, if you have the video of him saying this disturbing shit, we'll watch it.
any fucking real news. He has, like Mark Wayne, your buddy Mark Wayne, wearing a fucking cowboy hat up there, acting like tough shit, talking about beating kids with a belt.
I like Mark Wayne.
He was giving a speech this past week in Miami, and he said, "I always
Why are you exclamation point Instagram and chat? It's obvious. It's just Straighterade.
like to hang out. I always like to hang around with losers, actually, because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are very, very successful, and you have to listen to their success stories."
Do you think that was real? That he really meant that, or was it a joke?
Oh my God, this quote from her. Like, why wouldn't it be? Why would it be a fake story? So he's lying, or what's the point? What's the joke if he's joking about that?
Saying it.
Of course, it's fucking joke. You can't just dismiss everything he says that is insane as a joke.
He does say a lot of crazy things. I think that maybe was a joke.
All right, moving on. Trump money is our fifth topic here. On March 26th, the Treasury Department announced that Trump's signature will appear on all future U.S. paper currency, marking the first time in history a sitting president's name will be on dollar bills. Federal law prohibits displaying a living president's image on currency, though the administration argues this doesn't apply to signatures or commemorative coins. The first $100 bills with Trump's signature are expected to be printed in June, even as cash accounts for just 14% of all U.S. transactions. Mom, are you with us?
Yes.
Do you think having Trump's signature on U.S. currency will make America better?
No.
I just think it's going to celebrate our 250th year celebration, and I think it's kind of a novelty, and I like it, and I can't wait to get one.
He's just an arrogant piece of shit.
I can't wait to get one. It's not just...
I mean, I don't know that the hypocrisy point is great, but... No, I don't know that the hypocrisy point is great, but like asking, okay, how would you feel if Obama did this? Sorry. When she inevitably says, yeah, I wouldn't fucking like if Obama did any of this shit, say, like, make her explain in detail why she would be, why she's okay with Trump doing it then. And if the reason is just because I like him, then, okay, why is that supposed to be a compelling reason?
His signature, the secretary, the treasurer.
Well, nobody cares about hypocrisy. Everybody's got to get over it. True. I mean, I usually wouldn't say hypocrisy is like the best. It's probably, it's honestly lazy, ways to get at like showing somebody like why it's not like why it's inconsistent or not something that they should support. But I can't think of any other way that you would make an issue out of this except that.
They're removing one of the signatures that are traditionally on all currency. It's the Secretary of the Treasury and
the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent or Bessent will be on there along with Trump.
Oh my
right,
God.
but there's
So
another person from the Treasury that usually is on there. It has two signatures from what I read. It's the Secretary of the Treasury, and I forget who the other person is. They're removing the other person
to get one. Who
make
cares?
Trump's
Why y'all got your panties in a wad over it?
I can't wait until he is fucking deceased.
I can't wait.
Okay, rude. I can't wait to get one. I'm going to frame it and keep it forever.
The reason that it's bad, Mom, is because it's just one more clear example of how narcissistic he is and how all he cares about is putting his name on as much shit as he can. He changed it to the Trump Kennedy Center. He's making all these deals in the Middle East to have Trump towers erected everywhere. And now he wants it on a fucking dollar bill.
I think it's a way of celebrating our 250th year anniversary of our freedom.
How does it celebrate it?
But
wait. How does that celebrate 250 years of America?
It changes it up. There's going to be a little bit of different ribbon on it and things like that.
What's the celebration?
That he's on the $100.
Love to see a conservative embracing modernism.
$1 bill. His name is.
Why is that celebratory?
Because he's our president and people do like him.
No, they don't. 8 million people would disagree with you.
And he has the worst approval rating of any president in history.
Well, there's currently 3 of us here. One of us does like him, 2 don't. You guys despise him. I get that. But in regard to putting his name on things and doing that, I've told you before, your father has worked for very, very rich people. 2 of them were billionaires. At the end of their lives, too, toward the end, they put their name on a lot of things. They like to be remembered.
No.
And that's what...
She's dumb. Sorry. I mean... It's about you definitely can't say this is supposed to be about institutions. It's not going to be persuasive. I mean, you can point out the fact that it's tacky as fuck. No, I don't think it should be putting his signature on it. It's going to be ugly or something like that. Literally, you have to. Someone like this is not operating from a position of facts or consistent set of principles. So I feel like the only rebuttal that is actually going to be heard from her is saying, fighting it on aesthetic grounds.
What they do when they have a lot of money.
But don't you think he'll be remembered? Don't you think he's already achieved that by being the president?
I don't see anything wrong with that. I really don't.
Whose idea do you think it was to put his signature on the money?
Maybe somebody around him or himself?
Himself.
Yeah,
if I had $1 billion...
Whose idea around it would it be? It's obviously his own. They're ruining their relationship for content. No. They've said before, they weren't talking. They had stopped talking for years, and that they decided to do the podcast so they could talk about their political shit, and then in between, not fight about it. So it actually enables them to have communication, apparently.
I would start an animal sanctuary and put my name on it. The Colchin Animal Sanctuary.
Great, but that helps animals. How is this helping anyone?
It's helping kick off the 250th anniversary of our freedom of the United States.
In what way?
I really don't see anything wrong with it. Why are your panties in a wad over this? I think it's kind of funny that you guys are so upset. Look at Chad's face.
Because Donald Trump
it is a massive L that they have to hold, that they're upsetty spaghetti about the president being able to put a signature on this shit.
He's an arrogant fucking Jabba the Hutt. He's just a fucking piece of shit. And every day there's something new. He's taking names off of establishments that have been named something else for fucking decades. He's putting his fucking name on money. He's building towers in other countries. He's just disgusting. And it's all for profit. It's all for gain. And it's because he has an inflated fucking ego.
I don't feel the same way you do. And I think you guys hate him so bad that you would vote anything against him. You would do anything against that he would do good for. And that's the sad part.
He hasn't done anything good.
There are so many people that just hate him completely, I guess, that they don't care for the good of our country anymore.
It's important to address this. If you're going to, you can't do it in this way.
And that's sad.
But that's what I'm asking you, Mom. How is putting his name on the dollar good for our country?
It's a celebration.
It's one of these things that they're making it. You have to prove. They're making her prove how it's a net good, when in reality, if you're going to be persuasive, it's on them to prove that it's bad. Not saying that's fair, but that really is where the burden's going to lie if you're actually trying to get to somebody.
Type thing.
I'm asking you, what is the celebration? There are going to be people in the streets throwing parties with dollar bills
of our freedom.
Okay.
250 years of our freedom.
Our freedom. Well,
this is going to be good because if you guys do. Go ahead. Sorry.
If you read actual news, you'd know that we are losing.
She's cracking up, man. Matt NLT, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 2. I really, really appreciate it.
Freedoms every day in this country because of Donald Trump.
I'm not. But
yeah, you are.
This will be fun in June. If you guys do come back, we can all celebrate our 250th year together.
It'll be my 50th year. All right.
She's losing freedoms, but she's like a white woman in a red state. These are the last people to lose freedoms because, again, she doesn't care about reproductive freedom, which would be the most immediate thing I would think to point to. people like her, they're not trying to really curtail people like her from voting. Even if they were, she would trust the fucking plan. Due process violations, like old people in general are far less likely to be arrested or engage in any sort of criminality. To the extent that she's ever going to interact with law enforcement, it's probably going to be over a traffic citation or something like that. So she will be the last one to feel it. So you can't point to the fact that you're losing your due process rights to an old boomer, because they're like, no, I'm not. Especially a white person, they're not even really that wrong.
All right, we have one more topic. Mom, I saved this one for last because I am looking so forward to the mental gymnastics routine you are about to deliver to us. I think this is going to be your 10 out of 10. This is going to be your Nadia Comaneci moment, Mom, to show us what you can do on the floor routine. You ready?
Ready.
This week, public records from the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections confirmed that Trump, First Lady Melania, and Little Barron all voted by mail in Florida's March 25th special election for House District 87. Literally one day after Trump was at an event in Memphis where he said, I quote, "Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating." He didn't have to vote by mail. He was at his Palm Beach mansion the weekend when early in-person voting was available. When pressed by a reporter at a cabinet meeting on March 26th, Trump defended himself by saying, "I'm the president of the United States."
Not bad. Everybody has to do the Trump impression.
I don't appreciate the question.
Men can't help themselves, man. I've never met a liberal man that could help himself. They have to try and attempt, and usually fail, to do a Trump impression.
Actively pushing the Save America Act, which would restrict no excuse mail voting nationwide. The very provision that allowed him to vote by mail this week. Mom, if mail-in voting is so bad, why did Trump and his entire family just do it?
For security reasons.
Dude, without missing a fucking beat, Donald Trump wants to curtail mail-in voting, yet he literally voted by mail himself in this special election just as a fuck you. Why'd he do it? Security. Got him.
What's wrong with that answer? He's a very busy man.
Oh, okay. I just told you he was in Florida when he could have gone and done it early.
Security reasons. He's
What do you
a
mean
very
security
busy
reasons?
man.
Every fucking president goes and votes in person on election day, and they do a big press thing about it, and there's video of it. Security reasons is wrong. You're lying to yourself. Next.
How many
Next
people,
answer.
how many presidents have been shot at and tried to be killed? And right now, the world's a little crazy, and I think he's doing it maybe for security.
Okay.
Or, I don't know. I mean, your father and I,
do you think that
even though your father and I, we like the SAVE Act, we do like that.
Yeah.
Right now, the way he is with hips, we're going to have to go, we won't be able to stand in line long with his hips, so we will have to go do the handicap thing, which that really isn't.
Who do you think does a good Trump impression? Am I crazy, or did Shane Gillis do a Trump impression? I swear I remember Shane Gillis did a Trump impression that I liked and thought was funny. If anybody's ever seen The Comey Rule, Brendan Gleeson doesn't look like Trump, but he got all the affectations and mannerisms correct. But that's like a character. I could also say, what's his name? Sebastian Stan did like a really good job as Trump in The Apprentice.
Like a write-in.
But like my favorite funny one was definitely the Shane Gillis one.
You just go, they bring it to your car, they take it back for you. So we'll probably have to vote that way.
Do you think Trump and his family's mail-in votes should be invalidated because they're mail-in?
Like I said, yeah, they should be. They should be.
Invalidated?
No, they
Aaron does a good Trump impression. You guys are not going to get me to do a Trump impression.
Should be fine.
Okay.
They should be okay.
So you're okay with Trump doing something that he's actively saying is cheating?
I did see this. And then I saw him get mad at the reporter, and I thought, wow, I knew this was going to be on the show.
It's because he's a fucking hypocrite.
Well, he kind of was with this. I do believe he was. Yeah.
Well, at least she admits that. Trying to point out MAGA hypocrisy is worthless. They don't give a crap. The thing is, it's not hypocrisy when you keep in mind that it's a personality cult, and the only thing that they care about is defending Donald Trump. So under that view, it may seem like moment to moment, it's just pathological lying from them, or bending over backwards, or mental gymnastics to defend him. But the common denominator is that they are always defending him. So it's totally consistent.
But then in my brain, Chad always says, listen to me, don't look at your notes. I had notes. I was listening, and I didn't even have it down in my notes, but then it popped into my brain, security.
Okay, so what about people that physically are not able and they need to do a mail-in ballot? Shouldn't they be allowed to?
Yes.
So you don't agree with this then?
Or not. I don't think the mail-in. I think you go to the poll and they bring it out to you.
Some people can't do that.
Most people can.
Trump can't.
Yes.
Melania can't. Barron can't.
I saw this on the news. I knew you were going to hit hard on this. So, yeah. He kind of.
What does that have anything to do? You're like, I saw it on the news. I knew you were going to hit hard with it. And?
Yeah, he needs to go vote in person and have, I guess, great security all around him.
Right. But he's not doing that. And when asked why he didn't do that, he said, because I'm the president. Meaning I can do whatever I want.
No, I don't think.
Even asking the question.
I think he should have said for security.
He didn't, though.
I think he should have lied.
I know.
He's so based, man.
There's a lot of things he shouldn't say some days. He's never had a president like him before.
I'm just trying to
do a Trump impression unless you're a pussy. I'm a pussy. I'm not doing a Trump impression.
Show you with these things, when I bring these things up, where it's a clear example of him being a piece of shit hypocrite, where not only is he doing something that he has actively said he doesn't agree with, he's literally trying to end the practice of mail-in voting. He's trying to get rid of anyone's ability to do that while he himself is doing that thing.
Like I said, I think he did it for the security of himself and his family.
Okay, I don't care about what that's an absurd answer, because he's the president of the United States. They can have all the security they need. He has more security than anybody on the planet.
Yeah, and people still got to him, didn't they?
Did they?
Well, no.
Did
I don't
they?
think
Yes,
so.
they did.
No, it was fake.
We should do a deep
Fake
dive
news.
episode on the assassination.
Oh yeah, they're like conspiracy theorists when it comes to the assassination. They think it's totally staged. I never looked into this, but I don't know. I have no reason to think that.
In quotes, assassination attempt at some point.
I agree.
mean, even the guy who quit, the guy who's the director of counterterrorism, said he thinks it's fake.
It was fake.
Who, Joe Kent?
Yeah.
Well, he's got some stuff to say about Charlie Kirk too, so we'll have to dive into that.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us.
How much for a Trump impression? I don't know. Just gonna have to donate and see how much what the number is that finally gets me to do it. J Ray and 7, thank you so much for the $2. Do a Trump impression. I did my civic duty of reading out your super chat. Thank you so much for the $2, but it's gonna cost more than that.
Yes. Sad Dad wasn't here. I had 2 things that I was going to ask him.
I think it's cope to believe it's fake, but even if it was real, who cares? The actual base position.
They were both predictions.
We gave you money, now you have to do it. Who is we, liberal Chad? J Ray gave me money. You didn't give me shit.
Save it for next week.
Huh?
Save it. Is it the four-week war prediction?
On March 8th, he said the war will be over in 4 weeks. We are going into our 5th week. And I also pulled a prediction from a little while ago on January 29th, 2023. He said a nuclear weapon would be used in the Ukraine war within 30 to 40 days. It is now 1,155 days past that prediction. No nuclear weapon used.
Yep, both of those are didn't make.
Mom, you still think it's going to be over in 6 weeks?
2 more weeks.
Okay, we'll see. Thank you for
2 more weeks. The 2 more weeks, cope.
Joining us, everybody. Mom, thank you for doing this.
Thank you for the necessary conversation. Here's what's also necessary. If you're watching me on Twitch and you aren't following me yet, what are you doing? Please go ahead and follow me. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream, you should like the stream. That way it pushes it out to other viewers that aren't watching me yet. You should also subscribe if you haven't already. And if you want to catch up on my past VODs, they're all housed there on my YouTube. And for the most part, they're timestamped by me, yours truly, personally. No matter how late I stream, I will usually start the timestamps that same night. Within the next 8 hours, it is timestamped that we can skip around and find the segments that you like. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation links pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. The best way to support me, of course, is through Streamlabs because they take the least amount of money. But I will also accept, very graciously, YouTube super chats as well as gifted subs, subbing to me on Twitch. You can use your Amazon Prime sub if you would like. Okay. That's free for you, kind of, because you already paid in advance. And yeah, Straighterade underscore on everything. And the next cope that I want to watch was apparently, I know what we're doing for PPD. Adam was recently on Piers Morgan, went up against Dave Smith trying to defend the Iran Israel USA war. Okay. Completely failed in doing that. Then he went on PPD and tried to defend himself and coped pretty hard about it.
Adam,
You're on the Dave Smith.
But first, I want to see the full thing. Oh, super chat. RSL Assad, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. $5 more towards the Trump impression pot. Keep on donating, guys. We can make it happen. Yeah, keep trying. Let's see. Oh, wait. What am I can't believe I'm doing this. I made this mistake as a PBD podcast regular viewer. Oops, I meant to put PBD. They upload the clips on the Valuetainment channel, but the podcast itself is housed elsewhere. Let's see. Is this where... Yeah, Dave Smith debate. God. We have to play the intro, obviously.
Did you ever think you were made it? I feel I'm supposed like it tastes sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
Like, of course, PBD. Hate to interrupt the intro. Sorry, guys. But, like, the fact that there's even a point in the intro where PBD included himself saying, Adam, what's your point? Like, do we honestly think that PBD is going to hold punches with Adam? No.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed. Right here. You are a one-of-one?
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, baby. Okay. So, this is called Trump to Address Nation plus Dave Smith debate. This is PBD 767. This got 349,000 views. It was streamed live 15 hours ago. So, let's see them get into it. And I also will want to hear their predictions about Trump addressing the nation tonight, because we watched it at the beginning. And see how much of a disconnect there is between the MAGA cultists and like what Trump is able to actually fucking deliver. And they're coming to you live from the new PBD studio. Look at this, you guys. So cool.
Adam, you were on the Dave Smith. You and Dave Smith did a debate together on, what do you call it? On Piers Morgan. I think that's the first time you were ever on. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the market has responded. And they've been, saying their thoughts on how it went, what you did, what was said. Dave has retweeted and said something about this is the end of Adam funeral. He made some comments that went viral. You've responded. You made some videos at him as well. But I just want to kind of because a lot of times from the audience, you have to know how this works. The audience sits there and watches and says, I know for a fact Pat prepped him and the team prepped him and this and this and that. And they don't know what happens. I want you to share with us.
So PBD's first priority is dispelling the notion that he in any way, shape, or form helped Adam prepare for that debate. Because obviously, if PBD had, Adam would have killed it.
Because the audience is curious. They're asking me, what is your impression on how you did on the debate with Dave Smith?
Well, despite what you think, I haven't listened or watched any of the internet comments. Zero. Like I don't go onto Twitter. I don't check.
JRan7, thank you so much for the $2. It's the $2 super chat. Really appreciate it. Do an impression of Lycan's impression of Donald Trump. You know, I am drawing a blank right now, but I will get back to you on that one, I promise. Thank you so much for the $2.
The comments, it's just not something that I do. Some people are messaging me on my neck. What do you think? I don't know. People are saying stuff. And I'm listening to a song.
Oh my God. People are actually I saw the Vanguard boys go over like his bad debate performance as well. And his Connect thing is really cheap.
Called Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride, Ain't Nothing Gonna Slow Me Down. And that's how I feel about this.
Oh God, the singing, the cope.
They told me last minute, hey, you're gonna go on Piers Morgan. Sure, I think Tom was maybe gonna do it. Tom wasn't able to do it. They called me up. I said, sure, I'll debate Dave Smith. Listen, there's no doubt that Dave Smith is smart or wise or well-read.
Yeah.
The same thing could be said about when you debated a room full of 20 communists on Jubilee. They were all very smart. I was very impressed by all these people. But just because...
Dude, I watched that. I wouldn't even say they were all very smart. It was just that Patrick Bet-David gave horrible, unconvincing arguments.
You're smart doesn't
mean
you're...
And I'm not saying that from the view of somebody who I personally wasn't convinced by them. I'm taking myself out of it. Like obviously that influences my reaction to it, but I'm looking at it from okay, if I didn't have, obviously disagree with Patrick Bet-David, would I find his arguments persuasive? And they weren't. He just kept arguing from the margins of but you could rise above that, but you could be exceptional. Or anytime somebody talked about an adversity that they faced or poverty, he either questioned why they were lazy or he offered to personally help them.
You're wise. Now, do I think Dave Smith is smart and capable? Sure. Do I think he's funny? No. Do I think he's right? Definitely not.
I'm asking you, how do you think you did?
I think I did fine. My intention wasn't to play nice. So I went on Piers Morgan. I don't really have plans on going on.
Nobody is chiding you for not being nice to Dave Smith. They're getting on you because you made an absolute fucking fool of yourself. Advanced no arguments, couldn't substantively rebuttal anything that Dave Smith was saying. You brought these stupid little props, like literally trying to show pictures of Coleman Hughes on your phone for some reason. Had a piece of paper that was supposed to be like a joke scribble on it that made no sense to anybody watching, and tried to bring up how Dave Smith was destroyed by Coleman Hughes and made him look, and like Coleman Hughes made him look like a fucking fool, but Adam couldn't do that himself.
Piers Morgan every single day. That's not my thing. It's a food fight every single day. Respect to Piers Morgan. I wanted to make some waves. That was my methodology.
Yeah, the memo. That's the piece of paper thing that he held up.
Right? I could be wrong. I don't care.
Okay, so
the problem is
you said you don't care?
No, meaning I don't care what the market thinks of me.
Yeah.
I know what I believe. I know who I am. I know what I stand for. I stand for what America stands for. Dave Smith, what pissed me off, he continues to say that America is the greatest terrorist regime in the world.
So what?
And that Israel is the greatest terror regime in the Middle East.
So what? That's his argument.
Sure. That's his argument.
Am I wearing a wig? No. My hair really did grow this long in the week that I've been gone. I was actually wearing a wig all those other times where you thought I had black hair.
My point was that only 1% of Americans vote for libertarians. He's a hardcore radical libertarian.
Okay.
So when you wrote the book, Choose Your Enemies Wisely, you said, who's your enemy?
Yeah.
I said, I don't know who my enemy is. I don't really have a lot of enemies. You know me, Pat. It's a big difference in the
you lost me. Donated $10 just to say that.
Internet and comments in real life. I walk around in real life.
What they call the audience reaction, the market. Yeah, they have to use their own stupid hustler jargon at every single point. I watched Clavicular, his interview on Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, and he can't just call something somebody being goofy or stupid just that. He has to say they're gesture maxing. He has to call wanting to improve something. He has to tack sell at the end of it.
I have zero issues.
You don't have issues there. That's not the conversation I'm having.
The conversation that I was just basically establishing is that Dave Smith, as potent as he might be on a podcast or even on Joe Rogan's for that matter, people don't support this guy. I support our troops. I support America. I support our allies.
I think Joe's had him on 20, 30 times.
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. So ask whether you agree with the guy or not. Joe likes Dave, right? So the question you got to ask yourself is, from my perspective, there is issues, there is approach, there is what's next for you. When I look at everybody in a marketplace, including myself, everybody in a marketplace, including myself, I leave and I say, okay, how am I recreating myself for this next phase? What areas do...
See, this is the thing. PBD could have gone on and made the exact same points as Adam and still come out looking like he was on top, or you never would know that he lost, because not only would he, again, because he did terribly in that Jubilee, but he doesn't talk about it in terms of winning or losing, which is what Adam needed to redirect the conversation away from if you're going to try to rest on your performance like this and not engage with what anyone's saying. And you just need to go on the offensive yet again about tearing into why you don't like Dave Smith, and then it distracts people from the performance.
Do I have where it's a leak from me? What habits do I have that I need to pay attention to? When we started building an insurance company, yesterday I had Lee Strobel on, we had a great conversation together. One of the guys I would study a lot was Billy Graham. And Billy Graham and his friends in 1948, they came out with something called the Modesto Manifesto. And at that time, there was a lot of pastors that were getting caught up with young girls. And they came up with this thing saying, hey, what are our threats? And they came up with the threats that they had. It was 4 things. One of the ones was pastors hooking up with members. Number 2 was churches taking advantage of the members with money.
Wait, what? I love how he just referred to what sounds like a sexual assault and impropriety as literally as just taking advantage of. What did he say?
Pastors hooking up with members.
Yeah, hooking up.
Number 2 was churches taking advantage of the members with money. Number 3 was the ego of a pastor when you get on stage and you feel like, you are God. Like some pastors actually become godlike because of how much the church...
Absolutely love a PBD analogy that goes fucking nowhere.
Church fears them and they liked anyways. They go through this. I said, okay, how do we want to build this company? It's very hard. So you got to think about
Adam
ways.
needs to try to break into a 10-minute anecdote from his past to distract from the point. That's what he tried to do during the Piers Morgan debate, and it abjectly failed because he's low aura. He can't be as confidently dumb and wrong as PBD manages to be. The fact that PBD has an accent and is very, very wealthy already gives him more credibility than the majority of people. Him also being like married and having kids, like that was a weak point for Adam that Dave instantly capitalized the second Adam stupidly made it personal, and Adam floundered when he was like made to respond to the jab that Dave took about him being like, I'm married with a fucking kid, who do you support, bro? Your fucking mom? And Adam was just like, I have a significant other or something like that. Just pathetic. He didn't have anything
to improve. I'm asking you. The argument is one end because I don't know.
So like Adam was like totally trying to channel PBD, but he shouldn't even try to do that because one, he doesn't have the ability to pull that off. Okay. And two, like it's obvious given who he surrounds himself with, what he would be trying to do. And if you're just trying to impersonate somebody else, it's one, you're just going to remind everybody, you're begging people to compare you to that person. They're going to see the weaknesses very quickly. And two, you'll always be second best to the person that you're trying to live up to, which is very, very far from first. So why even try that?
Know if you focused on I've seen you make better arguments with Bassem Youssef than you did with Dave Smith. I didn't see you making arguments on Dave Smith. And the reason why I'm doing this with you openly, and I'm talking to you openly with you, is there's an element of also representing where you're coming from, where the expectation is, hey, when you go and be professionals, that's not how I handle debates. I don't handle debates that way. That's not my MO. So if you're close to me and you're handling it that way, that is not my style. I don't do stuff like that. And Dave and I don't even agree.
PVD is just straight up tearing into him, disciplining him, saying, "You let me down, son."
On some of these issues. But if I'm having a conversation, it's about what is...
Prediction is that Adam and Amy will get married out of convenience to maintain the trad grift. Ooh, Eddie Bombay, you're not up to date with the Amy Dangerfield tea. Did you not see that she just got married recently and she made that stupid post where she was like, gonna have little Groyper babies, little Groypers or whatever. Not kidding.
Is this next phase. And by the way, the reason why I'm having this direct feedback with you publicly is for the following reason. This is how I roll, Adam. I will give you private feedback and have your back 100%. I've always been like that. This is why my guys like working with me, and they know how tough.
Adam did so badly that PBD felt like anything less than a public shaming and reckoning with this was bad for his bottom fucking line.
It is that time because I'm always challenging them. But if my private feedback that
please, I have to find her post. I'll
giving doesn't land, and it feels like you have immunity to go run around and say whatever you want and keep saying, I don't give a shit what people say. I do. There's an approach to take about this game. I don't care that we have differences in debates. We push each other here and we have arguments and, comment, I side with Vinny today. You know what? Today, actually, I side with Adam. There was a couple of moments where you had a couple of clips of like they sided with you. I think Adam's the point today. And I'm like, oh, okay, Adam had a point. And then, hey, Tom, no, I'm siding with Tom today. Pat, you were off today. No problem. But it's recreating for the next phase of what is that next phase for you. And that's a very important thing for you to be thinking about. I've had that conversation with him, recreating him.
Yep, here it is. Look, this was March 10th of this year. Time to make some mini groyps. That is Amy Dangerfield and her new hubby. You think, there are some people that say marriages can like come in colors. What color do we think that this one would be? This dude is like literally the most like liberal soy looking dude, were it not for the fucking like America First thing. But like, I also see this as being totally compatible with like somebody who's a fucking groyper. So
Dave spit it
wait, here it is.
Himself. I've had the conversation with him, recreated himself. I have the conversation openly with me on what I need to recreate. But for me, when I saw that, I'm like, you brought up another guy from the past that beat Dave. Great. You brought up there needs to be
white. No, you guys, the joke was lavender.
the Adam that I've seen debate that is prepared, he actually would have made some real good points there. And you, by the way, you've been a moderator for Zero Hedge with Dave Smith and what do you call it, Laura Loomer, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you did? Didn't you moderate? Yeah. Yes. And I was a pretty good job you did as a moderator. So I don't know. I'm saying this publicly to say this next phase requires all of us to recreate ourselves. And that includes you.
Oh my God, look at this. Poll question. Did Adam lose the debate? True or yes?
In a big way. And I've said this privately 8 weeks ago, 9 weeks ago at that dinner place we went to, and I was very direct with you. Mm-hmm. But you're cornering me to have to say this publicly.
Why won't they do a split screen and show Adam? Bring back the old fucking studio, because I swear they had the ability to do a fucking split screen. And right now, I don't want to see PBD center stage with their new background. I want to see Adam like just fucking crumbling as PBD is like publicly disciplining him for this.
To you right now. And you have to make a decision on what you want to do with this next phase. You got to recreate yourself. Sure. It's a very important thing. I'm being very respectful to you. And you had no idea that I'm going to go here this morning. You had no clue I'm going. And by the way, I intentionally changed today's business podcast.
Damn.
To do this because obviously Monday I couldn't be here. We had certain things that was going on. This weekend I had, what do you call it?
SLS.
SLS. Sean Hannity did it last Friday. So I changed everything. And Rob and I, we had to talk about it yesterday and calendar to do it this way. But for me, sometimes, when people say, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. And sometimes this is like the Trump effect.
Oh
well, Trump doesn't care. Well, Trump doesn't give a shit. Well, Trump doesn't do this. Well, contrary to popular belief, Trump looks at every poll. Trump listens to every comment.
Wow, this is a PBD exclusive. Did you know that Trump is a raging fucking narcissist who clearly cares about the approval of other people, despite that he constantly insists that he doesn't? Wow, who knew? But at least, he's going to say that, like, yeah, it's actually not cool to have to try to insist that you're above it all and you don't care about anything or anyone and you lack self-awareness. That actually doesn't make you look very good. But it is absolutely brutal that PBD was like, we centered this fucking podcast episode around the embarrassment that you brought to this PBD family, the PBD podcast fam, on Piers Morgan, man.
Trump listens to every criticism. So what you think that Trump does, I'm not telling you go read the comments the next day and go through all chat. I don't recommend that at all.
I feel bad. This should be done in private, man. it is totally an exercise in just PBD trying to like rehab his own image because he feels like he's probably getting shit for this, and that it reflects poorly on him because everybody knows that Adam, he hangs around with Adam.
No,
but I do think that it is unprofessional for him to do it this way. Unless
I do believe a little
Adam like solicited this or like I like if I had a podcast I wouldn't fucking do this now.
Of criticism to see, well, maybe there's a little bit of credibility there. There's a little bit of value there for me to receive. How can I receive this and recreate myself? Because if you're not too careful, Adam, and I'll open it up to you guys if you want to say anything. I'll give you the final thoughts and then I want to get on the next story, but I wanted to open up with us, get right into it, is the following. There is no April Fool's jokes today. I don't have one. Okay, so if you guys are expecting an April Fool's joke, I don't have one. This is not an April Fool's joke. I know what day today is. This is not, I've had certain friends of mine that are very good at, I used to be very good at the April Fool's stuff.
So there's no chance that this is going to end with like, just kidding, thought you did great. Fuck, I didn't even think of that.
I don't have one today. Maybe I'll have one for you next year when I'm in a different mood. But this is the part I want you to be thinking about. Is the market is going to criticize you. There's a very big difference between the bots. I read a comment yesterday, made the most disrespectful comment to me. And the first thing I did, I went to the account. It got started in February of 2026.
Oh, weird.
It has 2 followers, follows 6,000 accounts. That's a bot of somebody that created to say it. Forget about the bots. There are some people that are giving real feedback that we have to pay close attention to because, we can disagree. Even with the Dave Smith part, Dave Smith's issues, we can sit down and have a debate over the number and I can still do it respectfully. Even when I went to Jubilee, they disrespected me. I didn't disrespect the kids when I spoke to them. Our position has to be a different position.
The thing is that PBD doesn't even believe this because when he was responding to the Nelk boys, he said, like, even though they got a ton of backlash from their audience, he was like, completely ignore them. You actually don't get any respect by listening to your fucking critics. Let me see. Hold on. Nelk boys. This was over like Netanyahu. Just totally butchered the spelling of that. Let me see. This is... This would have been 7 months ago when they were like live in fucking Las Vegas or something. It was like, let's see. 8 months ago. I'll know it when I see it because they weren't at the studio. Might have been this one. No, it was this one then. It was this one.
You gotta control because the targeting's not going to change.
True that.
Okay, literally, Nelk Boy's interview. Like, let's contrast what he's saying here about like you got to take feedback in stride. It's actually not cool to pretend like you're above it all and you don't listen to anybody and you don't care. That makes you look weak and insecure in this different way. Listen to what he says to the Nelk Boys getting shit for interviewing a genocide era.
I got a call. I won't disclose the name until the story comes out because I'm trying to see if this is going to be a hit piece or not. I got a call from a very well-known New York Times person that she wanted a conversation with me. We came down. We ended up having a 3-hour conversation about a lot of different things. And I sat there and she says, I'm going to be recording this conversation. I said, I'm also going to be recording the conversation. No problem. So everything we talked about was all recorded that I have. Everything. And we talked about industry. What do you think about this company? What do you think about that company? What do you think about this company? What do you think about that company? Back and forth. I was told her right off the bat, everybody told me to not meet with you. I told her that she'll probably say this herself. I probably told her that 10 times. That everybody told me not to meet with you. I said, they told me it's not a good idea. They said to shun away. They said you're the worst. They said you go after people. They say you don't tell the truth. They say you lie. They say you exaggerate. How could you? Who said that? I said, I'm not going to give you a single name. But all I'm telling you is people that I trust that I have a relationship with, they don't trust you. But I'm willing to sit down with everybody and have a very basic rule. You'll always have access to me if you're respectful to me. The moment you exaggerate and misrepresent what I said, you'll never get a hold of me. It's very simple how I work. If I can't get a hold of you and we're having
a get into it,
relationship together, relationship. I'm for a reason it is very nasty and ugly. Throwing down, and this guy's podcast is this, and that guy's stream is, and that guy's everyone's talking like that. Nelk boys.
Here we go.
Sit down and interview BB. Okay? And even at the beginning of their interview, they're like, oh my God, I don't even know what we're doing here. We're way over our head, and should we do this? Should we not do this? And by the way, historically, they've been one of the best to bring eyeballs of the youth to President Trump. They get a lot of credit for doing this. And even during COVID, they were one of the first guys that did an interview. The video got like 6, 7, 8 million views. Within 24 hours, YouTube took it down. That was back in the days when interviews of Trump would be taken down. And they did a big interview. So they've done a very good job over the years. Dana White's been a very big supporter of these guys.
I was muted. I was saying I have no idea if that's true that they got that their interview with Trump was taken down.
Behind closed doors, cameras on, cameras off. They're freaking great to be around. Okay, these guys, especially Kyle, really like him. Steiny's funny as well, to be around these guys. They interview BB. Right after interviewing BB, the mob goes after them. How could you? How dare you? You doing softball questions, this, that. And here's what they had to say, Rob, if you don't mind playing this clip. Play the clip.
It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here to... That's a good point.
What's a good point?
That's true. Chat, that's pretty true, though. Pretty true. BB just like Hitler, though. Like, if you're conceding to that, why did you have him on? Oh, yeah, money.
Like, we're here to fucking learn, to be honest, guys. Good. It's a...
What else?
What's a good point?
Let it keep playing.
That was the end of the clip.
Oh, that was the end of it?
Yes, sir.
So they say this, comparing Netanyahu to Hitler, and they're saying that's a good point because the market...
Kids being excited about politics is grotesque. What kids? The Nelk boys? The 30-year-old boys that we just saw? Those are not kids.
...is reacting to them in a very, very hardcore way. Then they get Bassem Youssef, which we've had him on. It's so funny. The other day, people showed a clip of Bassem Youssef when he was on a podcast. He had come with terrible back pain. Middle of the podcast, I'm lifting up his shirt. I'm putting we got him a icy hot thing to put on. I'm putting, what do you call it, stuff for the pain to go in. And afterwards, I cook up him a nice meal and bring a masseuse to give him a nice a massage on his back.
Massage at your house?
Yeah, at my house, yeah.
Holy
all this
shit. PPD outing his love affair with Bassem Youssef.
Bassem Youssef goes on, and this is the clip when they're together at the podcast, and here's how they open it up, okay? Here's how they open it up. You can go back a little bit. Press play.
We should have grilled him 50,000, 100,000 times harder.
But you said that. This podcast is a sausage fest. Nice of you to massage Bassem.
Thing we can't get back, and we'll probably also
of course, but I know you can't get back this
the eyes of kids on Trump thing. Gotcha.
Like trip in Israel, but I'm just telling you, this was like part of a much bigger propaganda effort, right? And a country that spends $150 million on its image, they are covering something. They when they spread all of these propaganda, it's like, we're not starving people in Gaza.
You can pause that right there. You can pause it right there. If somebody wants to watch the rest, they can watch the rest. By the way, they spend 150. We probably spend tens of billions of dollars to make our image clean. Every country spends money on that. It's not in only one country that does it or not. But here's what I would tell you. The point I want to make to you guys is the following. And this is specifically going to the Nelk crew. All of them. All the crew there. Dude.
Bassem reprimanding the Nelk boys is fucking magic. I know. Injected it right into my fucking veins. Like, he just completely, dressed them down.
You don't have to apologize. Honestly, you guys don't have to apologize. You guys have done very good work. Very. And you're in the process of learning. You're interviewing people. You don't need to sit there and worry about the mob. FYI, the mob is going to come after you in such ways to make you get on your knees and convince you that you're going to lose all your customers. You're not going to lose your customers. You guys are loved. People love you guys. You truly are loved. The audience, who is the happy dad, if you're drinking, if somebody drinks beer here, go buy the happy dad beer, because these guys are good guys. They're very good guys at what they do. Very.
PBD is a BB loser. Yeah, that's the thing. But like, so he's making it seem like Adam has committed this sort of cardinal sin in this most recent episode where he's criticizing him for not being able to take the feedback in stride. But there have been times where, even up against an entire mob of people, huge audience backlash from the Nelk Boys, because that didn't even go over well with their own audience, even if it got views. We look at the comment section, and I have no reason to think that it was not filled with a lot of viewers. Like, I'm sure there were people that obviously went there specifically that are not in the Nelk Boys native audience that are leaving comments, but I'm sure plenty of them did, because even the initial response to it was very, very negative very quickly. Okay. And that's increasingly becoming like criticism of Israel, like BB and Israel not looking so hot among young people in America broadly, especially not online. That's going to be skewed probably against Israel over, like, you know, increasingly, and especially in these sorts of corners. But PBD is holding the line, like, doesn't matter how many people say it's wrong, ignore them, just do what you want. Like, but the fact that he's saying the complete opposite to Adams. He's like hiding behind the fact that, like, oh, you need to pay attention to what your critics are saying or what everyone's saying. But he's willing to put that aside when he thinks that it's still like morally correct, or there's a point in there somewhere. So if he thought Adam truly did well, even in spite of the audience backlash, he would have defended him. But he's not doing it here, because he also agrees with all those people.
They're trying to do their best. Young guys coming up, openly talking about the stuff they're doing. These are good guys. But this next phase we're going to, all of these guys that are coming up, God forbid you do an interview that somebody's not happy with, be very, very careful trying to win over the mob. You're not going to. Let me say it again. There's different formats of, like, even for us.
Like, this is what Adam needed to be, again, due to literally was on this episode. If I can recall this, why is Adam's dumbass not able to, and spit this right back in his face in light of this criticism, being like, hey, when the Nelk Boys got a bunch of backlash, you said that should not guide their decision making whatsoever. But here you're saying I should take it into consideration. So how am I supposed to know who to listen to? But Adam can't fucking do that. I also think Adam doesn't really want to do anything other than, like, yes, sir, thank you, sir. He's gonna fucking kiss his boots for him and just completely humiliating him.
A part of the market, how they look at it, so funny when they come and see us, they're like, whoa, you guys got 11-acre land here on the airport? Yes. You guys leased this? No, we own this place. How do you guys have 164 employees? What do they do here? 163 on any given day. We're at 164 now. How do you guys have 164 full-time employees? You guys just had 30 people 20 years ago. Last time I came. You guys were in an office in Boca 3 years ago when I came. What's going on with, now you guys have a cigar lounge. Now you guys got a platinum lounge. Now you guys got another. Now, what are you guys doing behind closed doors? We're building a business is what we're doing. And our method of what we're going to, we have the business owner audience. We have entrepreneurs audience. We understand to small business owners, because to me, I believe the backbone of America's small business owners. It's very hard to build a company. We're at a shop here, okay, in Vegas. The two owners are here. First thing I said is I want to see what the back looks like. They got a beautiful podcast studio here. I go to the back. All the people have been so nice to us, okay? Adam's put the entire crew to work. I'm so upset at Adam. They're so respectful to us. They're so nice to us. There's about 11 employees I met. That's hard cost. This is hard. This is not easy. They have to make this thing work and make money doing this. All this camera, all this stuff, this is hard. So we, like our audience, understand.
Oh my God, all the people that are like producing this podcast.
How hard it is to grow a business. Pay salary, have benefits, keep people happy. You lose somebody, you hire them, you train them. You try to put a good thing together. I just want anybody and everybody that's in the media space, we agree, disagree. I don't care if you're Sagar and his partner, I want to say Crystal is his wife's name, is her name, who's married to Kyle Kulinski, who we've had on before. And he was good when we had him on. It's not easy to build a business. It's not easy for any one of them, from the left or right to center, no matter what part you are. But the direction.
Have they ever had Crystal on? That is fucking annoying that, like, they've had Kyle on at least, and they've probably had Sagar and Jenny on, but they haven't fucking had Crystal Ball.
People are going to next. The currency they're going to be looking at is whether you're fair, whether you're consistent, whether you have the ability to reason, and you're willing to talk to anybody and everybody. And
okay, Adam, Adam was not being fair, but he was being consistent. Adam, I've debated Adam SOSNIK myself. Okay, they're out there, the debates, and Yeah, and I've watched him debate Vinny on the show. I don't know how many times. He's the only person that he'll really like lean into is like trying to like, you know, little bro. And it's always whataboutisms. It's always just bringing up irrelevant, stupid. Like he'll bring up just like a couple of like 1 or 2 points that he will just like loop on, thinking that, oh, I'm fucking killing it here. Adam argued the same way that he always does. Like against Anna Kasparian, he will just strawman the fuck out of you, bring up personal insults, irrelevant points, just like obfuscate, pivot to something else. He always does the same thing, okay? And he's willing to talk to anybody. I mean, he was willing to go on there and talk to Dave Smith. He wasted the opportunity because he didn't actually engage with anything Dave Smith fucking said. And Dave Smith was drawing this to his attention. He just could not seem to break out of the fucking loop. But you can't say he wasn't willing to talk to him at the very least, right?
That's what you're doing. Ability to reason, and you're willing to talk to anybody.
But he didn't have the ability to reason. He is missing that.
Everybody, and that's what you're doing. If
yeah,
you
he wasn't there, he couldn't throw a tampon at him.
All of a sudden get arrested by the comment section, welcome to miserable life. Because the mob then realizes, ooh, we got a hold of them. We scared them. We control you. Nope, you can't do that. We got to
go back and watch that episode of Her Take Now.
Send our audience and go in the comments.
Painful enough the first time I watched it.
Section to bash PBD podcasts and comments because what Pat said about Muslims and all this, go in the comment section. You won't move us. Go and knock boys and scare the crap out of them. Don't let them move you. Your voice is important.
He's straight up had like a stroke. Just
in the comment section, you won't move us. Go and knock boys and scare the crap out of them. Don't let them move you. Your voice is important.
Scare milk boys, scare the crap out of them.
You've done good work. And you're going to get better. It's just going to get better. A 35-year-old Kyle, a 40-year-old Kyle, John in the back, the CEO doing a phenomenal job.
40-year-old Kyle. Like, dude, he's literally saying, just go in the comment section and be like, fuck you, you're not going to dictate any of this shit. But contrast that against what he's telling him here about, like, it's actually not cool for you to, like, pretend like you don't care. You're supposed to be listening to these people.
And this debate over the number, and I can still do it respectfully. You know, even when I went to Jubilee, they disrespected me. I didn't disrespect the kids when I spoke to them. Our position has to be a different position. And even when Trump calls out, he still is very paying attention to the likability score that he has. Love him or hate him, people like him. I'll pause. Vinny, any thoughts you had?
Respond real quick?
Of course, absolutely.
So I'll just break this down real quick. We didn't have this discussion prior. You just kind of preemptively brought this up, and I'm totally okay with it. If I wanted to have a ideological...
This is so sad. It makes me feel bad for Adam.
...debate with Dave, I would probably rephrase it that the world is a dangerous place, and he wants to pretend that he's an ostrich and not engage with anybody. So, you know, to use an analogy, if this guy was a dating coach, he would say, just sit at home all day and wait for women to knock on your door, and that's when you can respond to women. The world doesn't work that way. If you're a sales coach or if you're a sales manager, that's like saying just stay by the phones.
What do you think's the outcome of a debate?
But the outcome of a debate...
Forget Dave Smith. This isn't a...
Dude, he looks fucking terrifying. Look at me.
Stay by the phones.
What do you think's the outcome of a debate?
But
dude, and this lighting is like only emphasizing how harsh he looks. He's like, what do you think the outcome is, dude?
The outcome of a debate.
Forget Dave Smith. This isn't a Dave Smith conversation. That could have been John Doe. I'm not talking.
But the point is that I'm trying to make
the purpose of a debate?
We're not aligned.
What is the purpose of a debate?
To find the truth.
The purpose. It's a clash of ideas.
Sure.
So somebody can watch and say, "Wow, good point. Never thought about it that way."
I mean, Adam nominally takes what it's supposed to be about, which is actually, again, arriving at the truth, understanding each other's position, fact-finding. PPD is taking the more functional and practical view of how debates, especially on something like Piers Morgan against like a debate in the most vulgar sense of the word, it's about being persuasive. It's about rhetoric. It's not actually about truth-seeking or truth-finding. You have a very, very narrow, you have your foot in the door, you have a very narrow window to attempt to persuade people that are on the fence, right? And if you do really, really well, you can even convert some people.
Wait, let me go back and look at it, right? That is the purpose of a debate. The purpose of a debate is for me to look at something when, like the moment where Hillary Clinton and Trump are going at it, and Hillary says, you know, him and all his, he didn't pay any taxes, and he didn't do this, and he didn't do that. And then the moderator asks Trump a question and says, is it true that you paid this? He says, yes. I will use every single tax code that you have, just like all her donors do. And by the way, you've been there for 36 years. How come you've never changed it? So me as the voter sits there and says, that's a very good point. Huh. You've been there for 30, that's the debate. It gets people thinking.
Sure.
So if I'm going into a debate and I didn't make anybody think, what was the purpose of debate?
Sure. Well, now, fair point. Well, the point that I was trying to make is that ideologically we're not aligned here. I'm supporting Trump. Was I supporting Trump for 5-10 years ago?
No, you were not.
So I'm all behind Trump. Everybody wants to criticize Trump right now. The thing that I'm basically establishing is
but like, what changed your mind on Trump? I mean, obviously we know the real answer. Okay, it's probably fucking money and like social incentives, clearly. But I'm sure there's actually some things that he's changed his position on, and you arrived at it because of argumentation.
The fact that this guy has the luxury of living in America and wants to criticize the heck out of Trump when I'm defending Trump and our troops. The point that I was saying is I'm defending Trump. Dave's the type of person that will root for the bad guy in the bad movie. So that's who Dave is. Aside from that, other than that, I understand what you're talking about. The reason I brought up the
it's like Adam's point, those sorts of arguments really only land if you're very, very bullish in a conversation and can command it and hold it there, which Adam obviously couldn't do when he was debating Dave Smith. And also, like, if you're willing, it's one thing. This is basically like a shower tier argument. Like, again, when you don't have any pushback from the other person there, who also gets to make themselves heard, who also gets to counter, who also gets to drag in personal attacks if you're going to go there, right? And implicate their character and cast aspersions upon them. They also get to take it there. And Dave Smith clearly was better at like Adam could dish it, but he couldn't take it. And even then, he wasn't even that good with the dishing it. So this stuff is like all well and good in your little ghetto and your little echo chamber. But then you try to actually have the live conversation. You can't get it off the ground.
Coleman Hughes, and I encourage people to go watch it. This was the sort of like the swan song event. Imagine you hype up this event. Here's what's going on. The SLS is coming this weekend. Yeah. Here's what's going on. And this debate takes place. And it was a 12-0 drubbing. So that's my point. Should I have conveyed it a little bit better? Sure. Should I have not brought up someone else's debate in my debate? Maybe I'll learn that for the next time. That's fine. But the reality is this. He got whooped and I called him out on it. That's all it was.
Yeah, but
I was about to say, like, when he's like, he got whooped and that's that, he probably shouldn't say that since it was objectively not a good performance for him. He should. The only thing you can say is, like, you know, I stand by the points that I made. Like, could I have made them in a more persuasive way? You're like, yeah, of course. And then you can, like, you don't ever concede to any specific criticism. You're just sort of acknowledging, like, yeah, I can always improve. Okay. But broadly, I was trying to do this, do that, and just reiterate the points here. But like, PBD is like not going to let him, because he's like, this isn't really about Dave Smith. This is like about just generally how embarrassing you are.
It was your fight and his.
Sure. For the next time, I'll debate him just heads on. I brought up something from the past.
But my feedback isn't actually that. My feedback is it's okay to pay attention to the pulse of the market every once in a while.
See, what the fuck? How? This is so arbitrary. This is so arbitrary. He was not saying that here. He was literally saying, doesn't matter how angry the fucking mob is. You need to tell your comment section, you guys aren't going to move us. We're going to do what we fucking want. Because in that context, it commands respect. But here it doesn't. Like, explain that. Explain how you're supposed to know when to double, triple, quadruple down on being fucking arrogant and being wrong. Like in the case of the Nelk boys, who, again, if they're picking up on market cues, they actually probably should not. They should be saying, oh, it's a good point that we basically platformed modern day Hitler. That was a good point. And, you know, like hearing out their audience, like he was saying, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be giving them an inch. You shouldn't say anything. You shouldn't concede to anything. You should you should continue to be like, I don't care about what you guys say. I'm going to do what I want. But then here he's telling Adam, don't do that. It looks bad.
Good feedback's being given. Not 80% of people, not 90% of people, but there are reasonable people that will give you good feedback.
Sure.
And none of us, there's not a single human being in the world that actually
I hate this new set. It's so ugly.
Likes to be given feedback that we get excited about it. So it's not like anybody likes it, but it's in those moments where your character is being tested to say, you know what? Let me receive some of this and see if there's some good feedback and then process it.
I'm going to turn this over to Vinny. I'll just say one thing. Yeah. You know what Vinny and I do when you're not around?
What's that?
We say, hey, what feedback do you have for me? What feedback for me? We actually talk. We actually convey. How many times have we done stuff like that?
The difference is, you know what the difference is?
What's that?
Here's the difference.
Adam's just trying to make it like congenial and like, oh, you're coming to me in good faith and oh, this is fine. I'm totally fine, open to this criticism. You know, Vinny and I do it all the time. And PBD's like, no, I don't think you're understanding. And like just keeps going and keeps going in. This is so fucking brutal to watch, man.
So this event at SLS, I asked the question because I used to...
Like Adam, again, like he's not going to let him get away with keeping it lighthearted. He wants him to like take it seriously and like acknowledge, I guess, that he did badly.
Always look at my guys and judge them on how hard they work, how great they're on scripts, how many books they read, and all this stuff. Eventually, I'm like, let me look at it in a different way. It was, how much information does this guy retain from what I teach? So you teach something, this guy retains 10%, that guy retains 20%, this guy retains 30%. Then the next thing is, okay, so he's winning on retaining information. He's smarter than you, let's just say, hypothetically, right? Okay. Now the next part is...
Hypothetically, he's smarter than you. Let's just say.
What? What's after retention? Implementation.
Execution.
So he...
Straighterade, do you and Lycan ask each other, what feedback do you have for me? All the time.
He only implements of the 30% he retained, 5%. He retained 20%, but he executes 20%. You retain 10%, but you implement 50%. Then it comes to coachability. Then it becomes the speed of implementation. Then all of that stuff. Feedback is feedback. It's receiving and implementing that matters. That score of coachability, high-low, is the difference between you and Vinny. And that's the coachability marker that I want you to be internalizing for yourself. So, Vinny, again, I don't want to be on this too long. I want to move on. But if you want to say something,
this will take me 2 minutes. From a debate point of view, because I'll give both sides. He's never been...
Okay, Vinny's giving the debate point of view.
In this environment, meaning when they send a van, when I go and do these debates with a panel of 6, everybody's yelling, talking over each other.
Here's the thing is, like, Vinny has embarrassed himself on Piers Morgan, but I don't think PBD has ever commented or weighed in on that. But I guess, to be fair, Vinny is not, like, didn't get the same numbers as this.
Realize you're in a van, you're sitting in the sun in Florida. I'm red. I know you were hot. Even what's his name was in there. Jaden was in there. People are like, he's on cocaine. I read the comments because I want to know what the temperature is.
Oh my God.
The negatives were obviously you referred to another debate, which nobody wants to do. You were a little off. I felt, because I know you as a brother, I know that you were nervous. This is what bothered me, Adam. We are in here, and I know what's going to happen today on this podcast. Israel's going to be brought up, and we're going to go into it. You are amazing at that debate, and I was disappointed because you're in the moment and you refer to whatever. You have the arsenal, you had the ammunition, you had this big ass arsenal, and you just used a pistol. You were just like kind of going after and doing personal, and I was disappointed because I was like, yo, you have it, you didn't use it.
This is like so much more constructive and actually friendly from Vinny, and I don't even think he's being disingenuous. He's actually trying to be like constructive and encouraging, because I'm not saying that there isn't a time and place. Like, a lot of times the advice that people need to hear is not going to be nice, is going to be very harsh. But as far as giving it publicly, this is how I think you can do it without really like just, embarrassing your friend further, like making it actually painful, like giving them, helpful tips.
And this is my attitude. When
like,
I was young,
like Vinny doing a master class on how to do the aftercare. PBD just doesn't give a fuck.
And I'd get my ass whooped. My mom would be like, "You're gonna go outside. You're gonna fight that guy right now. You're not gonna sit here and let it fester. I know that you're gonna do it. You're gonna have to debate him again. You have to do it again."
Sure. Okay, all right, Tom. You don't look like you have anything to say. It's all good. We can.
I don't have anything to.
Tom, it's all your fault. I was filling in for you.
No. Pat was very articulate about it. He's got standards. We get feedback. We try to meet those standards. And we want to represent well wherever we are.
Okay, all right, all good. Thank you, Tom. Let's go to the next topic I want to get into. So, Rob, do we want to get into what the president's going to talk about tonight?
Sure.
9 o'clock. So there was an announcement made that tonight the president at 9 o'clock will be be given an address to the nation to provide.
Thanks a million for the PBD play-by-play of the Adam Roast. What I do best.
Important.
Okay, let's see what they predicted for the fucking Trump speech that we watched at the beginning of the stream.
Update on Iran. A lot of people are speculating what this could be about. Why would there be an emergency? Scott Jennings yesterday, I think on CNN or something, kind of alluded to 2 to 3 weeks. The war's going to be over. There's a bunch of different... Is this it, Rob, that Scott brought up? Go ahead and play this clip.
I think tomorrow night, based on what I'm hearing, we're going to get a couple of things from the president. Probably a recitation of how he sees the last 4 or 5 weeks, the military successes we've had, the fact that we've obliterated their Navy, we've obliterated most of their missile and drone capacity, and the fact that we did take out the previous regime, and now we're talking to new people that I think the president and the administration believe are somewhat more willing to have a reasonable conversation. I also believe we're probably going to hear how he sees the next 2 to 3 weeks when we will wrap up what he sees as our military objectives, and hopefully, bring our large-scale operations to a conclusion in a way that meets all the objectives: the nuclear stuff, the missiles, the Navy, the exporting of
Tom, what do you think is going to be about tonight?
I think Scott Jennings is right. There's also been supposedly leaks to major news.
Guys, ad start in 4.5 minutes. If you don't want to have to deal with these annoying, pesky ads you're watching on Twitch, you can always subscribe using either your Twitch Prime sub or just subscribe normally. You can get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes, or cross your fingers and maybe you will be on the receiving end of somebody's generosity who will gift you subs. Thank you so much.
It was a journal. I don't have confirmation on those, but the journal apparently had the same thing, was that the president's going to say, we have a plan, it's 2 to 3 weeks. And yesterday, the market bounced 1,000 points on the voice of the president, just saying, hey, you know what? I think we got to wrap this thing up. He said some things that kind of shocked people, where he's like, well, you know, it may wrap up and the Straits of Hormuz may not be exactly open yet. We may have to negotiate that afterwards. But
DS Rios, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate it.
We're going to be leaving very soon. The market loved that and it jumped on it. So it sounds like we're going to hear that. And hopefully, Pat, we hear some definitiveness to it. And Scott Jennings said it best. We hope that the objectives have been met. So we didn't just go in, have a mess, leave the regime in place. And now those regime are going to bust heads of the poor people who just want a free Iran in the future. And the rest of us that want a free Iran.
When do we get to listen to smart people after this? Because I'm going to listen to Medhi Hasan tear into fucking Professor Jiang.
Without nukes.
Adam.
So Trump is sort of doing an impromptu State of the Union today. We were at the State of the Union. How long ago? When was that? That was in
weeks ago,
about a month ago?
Something like that.
So this is sort of an updated thesis about what's going on in the State of the Union. I think he's going to say three things. I don't think this is just going to be about Iran. I think the three things are this. America's back. We have strength, not weakness, in the Joe Biden administration. How many times do you think he's going to bring up Biden? I guarantee you.
Okay, not wrong. He literally went on to do this.
It'll be a handful of times, talking about how weak and inept he was, and basically not even running the show over there. That the world respects the United States again, and you know we've had that conversation about respect over being liked. I'm sure Trump would like to be liked, but he'd rather be respected. He'd rather be both. But I think the world respects us again, even if they don't like us. That's number one. Number two, he's going to talk about the border because that's basically what he ran on, not Epstein, not any of this other sort of nonsense that's peripheral.
No, he didn't talk about the border really.
He ran on the border and he shut it down. ICE could have gone better, but he's not going to probably throw ICE under the bus. And he's going to talk about that the Dems represent chaos and he represents law and order. Obviously, there was just a No Kings protest this week. Ridiculous.
Travical, thank you so much for the bits. Really, really appreciate it. How is America back? Just lost my job last week and not alone. I'll be fine, but wow, we are losing America's back. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that you lost your job, man. But I mean, we're just all over here being tired of winning because we're winning so much.
Trump's not a king. So, and the last but not least, I think he's going to bring up what's going on, obviously, in the Islamic Republic of Iran. I'm done referring to them as Iran. They're the Islamic Republic of Iran that took over Greater Persia
God,
and Iran.
If you're referring to them as Iran, you are tacitly recognizing them as the Islamic Republic of Iran. That is their official name. And he's going to talk about the only way you can do this virtue signal is by calling it like Persia or whatever.
Stability through strength. I talked about this in the last podcast. I'm also done sort of using the Reagan doctrine, peace through strength. We're never going to have peace. Peace is done. All right? Damn. You want a piece of you here, a piece of you there? That's what's going to happen when you negotiate with these terrorists. Stability through strength. We just need to have some regional calmness so the world isn't going chaotic. And then that's what I think he's going to do. And last but not least, I think he's going to sprinkle a little bit at the midterms because I don't think it's trending in the right direction. But we saw what happened last year when there was supposed to be a red wave and that never happened. So we'll see what happens this time.
Vinny.
I think...
out of Adam's predictions, he was only correct about one.
I think Iran's going to be on the top of it. I saw a poll yesterday that the majority of Americans are not...
It's literally an address about the Iran war specifically, Vinny. So great prediction to say that he's probably going to talk about the Iran war.
Happy with it, which whatever. It's a war. It's not going to be clean. Everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, I love it. And I saw another thing that the Democrats, apparently, there's a 43% chance that the Democrats are going to sweep the presidency, the House, and the Senate, which is the first time I think in the history that's going to happen. I think sometimes when people are talking everything, the president, the leader of the free world, needs to come out and just say what he has to say, plain and simple. Come out and say, Adam, you said something about peace, and I've been thinking about this a lot. Peace in that region, the only way you are ever. I hate when I hear peace in the Middle East. It's not going to happen unless everybody there comes to Christ. I'm being dead serious. Everybody in that Jew, Muslim, everybody comes to Christ. You're never going to have peace. Because Christ is about what?
Even with this new studio, even with all of the fucking color balancing, you can still see that Vinny is entering tomato mode. Okay, he's firing up.
Loving him and loving your neighbor. All those neighbors, it'll never happen. Nobody wants to talk about that. All of them have to come to Jesus Christ. And I don't want to sound like a preacher out there on the stage. Mm-hmm. That's the only way. So it's a fallacy to think that they're ever...
Oh, did I get a raid? Thank you so much for the raid, non-fun. Welcome, guys.
We're going to love and shake hands.
Sure.
It's fake. But I think he does have to, he has to come out today and go, hey guys, listen, everything that's going on, this is what I want, this is what's going to happen, and this is what's going to do. And again, whatever words come out of his mouth, we have to see action, and I get it. I'm one of these people, Pat, that falls for I'm very impatient. Ask anybody that knows me, when I say I'm going to do something, I do it with...
Vinny Oshana, impatient? No. Where are people getting this impression?
Somebody says they're going to do it, I want it like this. And I'm just impatient. I need to teach myself, calm down. He's been in for a year. This war is a couple weeks in. I don't want it to continue any further or put boots on the ground, which I know we're going to talk about that. But I trust him. I've said this many times. I trust a guy that since the 80s guys. I know we'll get there. 80s has sat.
Play the clip, Rob.
Yeah, go for it. Pat, this guy, and especially during 2016, he loves this country. He's warned us about China. And in this clip, he warned about Iran. There's no BB.
Okay, yeah, let's play this clip instead of all the other clips where he was saying that he didn't want a war with Iran. He's going to be the pro-peace candidate and ticket. And Liz Cheney's a fucking interventionist, hawkish person that he wouldn't want in his admin.
He's alive, but there's no Bibi Netanyahu in this moment for everybody that is just so brainwashed. Listen to this clip.
Because I'm running for the presidency. I'm here because I'm personally tired of seeing this great country of ours being ripped off.
But as far as Trump is concerned, our allies are only part of the problem. The real culprit is Iran.
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in the war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what.
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you mean we take their oil?
You go in.
All this is proving is that he had like decades to think about the answer to this question, and he never put any thought into it beyond just this. Literally never evolved past this point.
We go in.
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me. Yeah. You're going to have a war. And it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country,
I don't believe they do. I mean, it's not the Soviet Union, but we're talking about this in the context of Russia, like him not being able to end a war between Russia and Ukraine, Russia, the former Soviet Union, that he said would end on day one of his fucking presidency. But I don't believe the Soviet Union would do it.
Go in and grab one of their big oil installations, and I mean grab it and keep it. And get back your losses, because this country.
It's like fine. It wasn't the Soviet Union. It was Russia. Instead of the Middle East, it was Europe.
Has lost plenty because of Iran.
Let me tell you something.
What year was that?
1987. He's talking about I might be running for president.
Just so you know, 39 years.
I was 7 years old.
So I mean, are you kidding me? If the people that are basically saying that Trump is compromised, this is the one clip that they didn't want coming out. Because he's been sort of piecemealing. Listen, Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. We're being held hostage by this regime. This is almost 40 years ago. He's basically saying, I'd go in and do exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. This was back when Trump was a Democrat, supporting the Clintons, supporting abortion, fine with pro-choice, fine with gun control.
No, this hurts everybody's credibility that's basically trying to compromise Donald Trump. I actually wish that he ran for president then, because he wouldn't be dealing with this 40 years later. There you go. Because right now he's basically cleaning up the mess that every single president
fucking started.
I think no matter when you run, I'm convinced this argument's not going to be a way. I think there's always going to be a community that's going to come and say, you guys are owned by Israel, you're a puppet, you're this, you're that, Bibi tells you what to do. I think that's going to happen. I think no matter when you run, they're going to say, because in Iran, when you run, they would call the Shah that he is his puppet masters are the presidents, that he's a puppet of people in the U.S., and then there's always going to be the Elizabeth Warrens that are going to say these rich people are too rich and we got to tax them. There's always going to be the people that want to go to war. There's certain players are always going to be there no matter when you run for office. I think one thing that the president's probably thinking about tonight, Rob, if you got that clip of him being asked about Iran has threatened to hit some companies and do this, and his answer, maybe one of his best answers I've heard, because apparently, folks, Iran has access to certain weapons. Like, I just want you guys to know, when he explained this, some of you guys are going to be concerned with this.
Okay, fuck you. Medhi, Professor Jiang. Oh no, they got rid of this video. Hold on, I was gonna watch it through this. Let's see. Medhi Hasan, Professor Jiang. Is it really so paywalled? That video had like 300,000 views. Did they not upload the whole thing? And they'll copyright strike it if I even got access to it by paying and then showed it to you guys. Fuck. I'm actually surprised. I didn't know that Zateo would do it. I should have done it sooner.
I think one thing that the president's
PBD keep vamping.
Probably thinking about tonight. Rob, if you got that clip of him being asked about Iran has threatened to hit some companies and do this, and his answer, maybe one of his best answers I've heard, because apparently, folks, Iran has access to certain weapons. Like, I just want you guys to know, when he explained this, some of you guys are going to be concerned with this, and you need to be. This is very scary, because President Trump just leaked what weapons Iran has.
I'm not a fan.
That is, go ahead, Rob.
Mr. President, the Iranian government threatened a bunch of U.S. companies today in the region, including Google, Apple.
With what? What did they threaten them with? PB guns? Or?
Well,
they don't have much left to threaten.
My question for you is, are you...
I don't know. I mean, what are they... You made a statement. What did they threaten them with? I don't know. Tell me, how did they threaten them?
Well, all I know is that they threatened them, sir.
What does that mean?
Fair enough.
He said something nasty?
Is the government in touch with these companies? Are you helping to backstop them?
You don't even know what the threat was. What was the threat? I haven't heard it. What was the threat? Did they say they're going to blow them up? They're going to hit them? They're not. You know what they're not going to do? They're not going to hit them with a nuclear weapon.
Bingo.
Is this something you're concerned about, sir?
No.
Iran's IRGC issues a warning that they'll target 18 U.S. technology companies if the U.S. continues targeted assassinations of Iranian leaders beginning on April 1st. Those companies include NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft.
Most of those people are dead already.
Yeah. So anyways, I think a part of tonight, if you think about it, there's a few things that's going on that he has to find a way to accelerate getting this war done with. I think he has to do that. I don't think he has the people like he thinks he has to extend this. I think if he continues, at the beginning when they started, everybody's like 3 to 4 weeks. I'm like, nah, it's probably 3 to 6 months. Where are we at now, by the way? What day are we at right now, Rob? What's the exact date? 30, 39, 40? What's the date? I don't know the exact date.
Did we go on the first? Exactly 1 month.
Is it exactly 1 month?
Yeah. Feels like 12 years.
Yeah, so what date did it start? Day 32, okay? Is that what it says, Rob? Is that today's? Yeah, day 32. So day 32, I said 3 to 6 months. They have to get it wrapped up. If he gets it wrapped up, here's what could end up happening. There's going to be the far woke right or the left that are going to say, but it cost this and it did this and who cares? And comparing to Afghanistan and Iraq, it was still a bad war. We should have never gone and done. Okay, the 1% that you're not going to win, set those aside because that's noise. That's going to be there, no problem. Then there's going to be the guys that no matter what he does, he can't do anything wrong in. I do think if this thing goes past 3 to 6 months, I don't think it's going to be a favorable thing for them at all. I think if it goes anywhere near midterms, it'll be destruction. It'll be the kind of loss they haven't seen in a long time. And that's going to be on his resume if that happens. So I do think he understands it. See, this is the part about Trump that most people don't give him enough credit for. He does this. He's always doing this.
Checking the pulse.
He is checking. It's something everybody has to be doing. He does this. He's checking the pulse and he asks, what is the market saying? What are people saying? Who's not happy? Who said what? What's going on? What's trending? He wants to hear from everybody on what's going on. One of the things he realizes, do you really want to go into the World Cup having a war going on? I don't think so. You said it's not going to be a long...
Going to be 82 years old. What a resume.
When I think one of the main concerns he has is he's got to get this thing wrapped up fairly quickly rather than longer. But he also learned something because what did Maloney come out and say, Rob? What's the thing that Maloney came out and said? Do you have that clip? Maloney apparently came out and, everybody remembers when Maloney was running, was like, oh my God, she's so great, Italy. She's conservative. She's going to be able to do this to Italy. We need somebody like this. And then apparently Maloney came out a little bit criticizing. Italy refuses U.S. aircraft use of Sicily's base for Middle East operations, sources say. This is yesterday. Okay, this is yesterday. So he also learned with NATO wanted U.S. to fund the hell out of Ukraine and help them out. But, and that's not even our war. But now when U.S. comes out with a decision on something they want to do, NATO says no. So I think some of these relationships, they're going to be tricky moving forward. I think he learned a lot about all his enemies. I think Rubio learned a lot about a lot of his enemies. I think Rubio's going to be seeing what's...
Okay, so there's another YouTube channel that has it, but I don't want the stream to get struck. It's also here in Spotify, the audio, but there's no video, but this has the video. But I feel like if I pull up this video, it's going to be an issue, but maybe if I listen to it, I don't show it, it'll be fine.
What's going to happen in 2028 when he's running to campaign. This led to a number coming up, Rob, of where, J.D. Vance is at versus Rubio. I don't know if you guys saw the recent reports of how big of a climb. Do we have that article here as well, Rob, where, numbers came up with J.D. going lower, Rubio going higher. I just think there's a lot of stuff that's going on that Trump needs to know. He knows that if he continues, is this it, Rob, the plus minus?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, watch this, folks. I want you to watch the plus minus. Forget that there's nothing that matters more than the plus minus. Go ahead, Rob.
But that is down 8%
JD down
from
8.
2025. Moving up
Look at
is
Rubio
to 35%.
Plus 33.
He's up 33%. Then we see
DeSantis down 5. I think he'll be there.
He's down from 5%.
Junior 2, Cruz, Hexet.
Junior, Ted Cruz.
Oh my God, this fucking field is like a nightmare. Okay, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, DeSantis, Don Jr., Ted Cruz. It's hilarious that Don Jr. is pulling ahead of Ted fucking Cruz, who literally has already run for president before MP Hegseth.
There's a couple names that are not here that will be there next year as well in 2027.
They think DeSantis is a pulse. I mean, DeSantis has nothing better to do but run for president because he's term limited. He can't run for governor of Florida anymore.
2028 when they run.
I
think there's a lot of things going on. I think the president, you can pause it right there. I think the president wants these things to be over and move on. And there's going to be a lot of criticism to say, did we finish it? Did it end? Did you finish the job? Was it a regime change? He said the other day, he says, the regime change already happened 3 times. since we started the war. Because he's saying they kill the first guy, they kill the next layer. So he said, we've done 3 regime changes already in a month.
I mean, he's being factual.
He's being factual about saying something like that, but the regime collapse hasn't happened yet. Tom, I'm going to come to you. This whole thing with Pentagon and, sending troops, and Iran is just lining up ready for that with the update of USS Tripoli. We saw the video with all the ships, how close they're getting. What is the latest with that, Tom?
Well, the U.S. has dispatched...
Yeah, Tom, give it to us.
Another aircraft carrier from Newport. They've dispatched the Nimitz to go to the Mediterranean in support that left Virginia, I believe it is.
We still have people. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I should use this one. There's the Spotify one.
We're at Yale. Just to be clear.
Somebody put this. But I don't know. Or if I should do this one. Rough Draft Agency.
Some have called you China.
Let's try this one. Okay. We'll see if this doesn't get cut out of the VOD. So this is Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang. In this week's segment for Medhi Unfiltered, Medhi presses YouTube personality Professor, I don't know how to, Zukin Jiang on his viral predictions about Trump and Iran, his conspiracy theories about secret societies, and whether he is a useful idiot for the Chinese government. So the thing is like this guy will make a ton. It's like literally the Alex Jones strat. Make a ton of predictions. Some of them are bound to be correct. Because of the sheer volume that you make, and everybody gives you credit for the few that you got right, even though they weren't even that impressive and you didn't use any sort of sound reasoning or logic to get there, and it's not useful analysis that can help you predict anything with any modicum of confidence or any degree of certainty, but you get credit because you were ahead of the curve, right? Like this dude, for every one correct prediction that he has like 50 incorrect ones.
As Nostradamus, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024 that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Like, again, Trump getting elected, 50-50 chance between him and Kamala Harris. It wasn't even crazy. Like, even right before the election, Nate Silver was saying it was a fucking toss-up, okay? He wasn't saying that Kamala was favored to win anymore. Trump starting a war with Iran. Wow, who could have known that this dude, again, when you look at, there's interview footage of him being hawkish on Iran dating back, like, decades now. And the dude who also assassinated Qasem Soleimani within Iran in his first term, who could have predicted that a guy whose closest ally in the world is Bibi Netanyahu would start a war with Iran? Crazy, huh? Wow, because he said he was anti-war on the campaign trail. And this man certainly doesn't lie. Who could have predicted that? And then that he would lose a war with Iran, like this, you could construe pretty much anything as like a loss, depending on how you paint it, right? You can say it was a Pyrrhic victory.
Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? Just trying to control what
this is literally the smug bug type argument.
Say now. Your critics might say they're using you as a propagandist.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government.
I mean, you blow the wind out of Medhi's sails when you just kind of own it. Like, yeah, I mean, I could be used as a useful idiot, so what?
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year. Back in 2024, Chinese-Canadian educator Shui-Qin Jiang posted a video on his YouTube channel, Predictive History, where he laid out 3 big predictions. Donald Trump would win the 2024 election, the US would then go to war with Iran, and ultimately...
Spoiler, Zhang's not a professor, Zhang's not a professor. Yeah, he's not. He has like an undergrad in English, but it's a completely unrelated discipline. It's not... It's not history, it's not political science, it's not anything. Not that there's a degree or like field of study that's called predictive history or game theory or anything like that. But he's not a professor, he's like a high school teacher or something like that. which again has actually no bearing on whether or not his arguments are correct, but it does speak to the fact you should draw a negative inference of the fact that somebody would try to represent themselves and overinflate their credentials to lend themselves and therefore by extension their arguments more credibility than allowing them to speak for themselves.
The US would lose that war.
I thought he taught history. No, he films YouTube videos in an empty classroom, as far as I can tell, and passes them off as, lectures that he's filming, but nobody else is in the room. You would be able to tell if there was a classroom full of students. It's always very, very quiet. It's not, and I don't think it's just because he's mic'd up. You can see, based on some of the props that he used to have in these videos where he was like in a classroom, that like there's no movement in any of the reflections that you can see. You would hear like paper shuffling. You would hear like a cough, a sneeze. You would hear people moving in and out at different points. It's nothing like that.
Since then, the self-styled professor who says he uses game theory to analyze the past and predict future geopolitical events has become an internet sensation and has even been dubbed China's Nostradamus. But he's also faced some criticisms over his predictions and, many would say, pretty out there conspiracy theories. 2 out of 3 of Jiang's big predictions have come true. But how much of that is his own geopolitical...
Classroom full of students would be very noisy. Well, that proves that he's not even, as a high school teacher giving these seminars, because they're not... It's so clear that he's not following any sort of curriculum or it's not a lecture. But, lecture halls could be a lot more quiet, but they still wouldn't be silent the way that they are in his videos.
Foresight, and how much of it simply comes down to luck? How much does the Chinese government control or even influence what he says, what he predicts? I decided to not just speak to Shuiqin Jiang...
I'm about to outwoke Medhi by saying that I don't think he takes well to he would take well to accusations that if he came Medhi Hasan is an immigrant, that the insinuation that are you being paid by a government to take the stances or views that you do, how do we know that you're not a state actor or something like that? But he'll gladly ask Professor Jiang about this.
AKA Professor Jiang, about Iran and the state of the world, but also to challenge him a bit. Here's our interview. Shuiqin Jiang, thank you so much for joining me on Zeteo. You have said you use game theory to predict future geopolitical events. For those who have never heard of game theory, please do explain what it is and how it helps you explain what's happening with Donald Trump and with Iran in particular.
Right.
Are the classrooms really empty, or are they full of space? Let me show you guys what I mean by pulling up. Predictive history. 2.2 million YouTube subs an hour. He gets 62,000 views. If I go to his oldest videos, look at this. Geostrategy number one, Iran strategy matrix. Or something like this. He never answers questions.
Okay, to review, last class we discussed 3 prehistorical sites, right? Including Göbekli Tepe, Jericho, and kind of Hoyak. And the argument I made to you last class, which is the general scholarly consensus, is that what compelled the transition to agriculture was the religious beliefs.
This is what all of his video formats look like.
So, as you know from your research,
push in
on
your
April
chair.
1st, the Israelis struck the Iranian embassy to survive a full-scale American invasion. Okay, does it make sense? All right. So you know the population.
I don't think he's talking to anybody. I don't think anybody is in these classrooms that he's in. I really think that they are just empty rooms that he rents.
So game theory applied to geopolitics means that we see each individual nation state as a player in a zero-sum game to maximize its individual interests. And so each player would have its own characteristics, its own strengths, and it would adopt a optimal strategy in order to win the zero-sum game.
I'm going to start an AI slop channel that makes predictions and just making a living off of it. I mean, it can net you 2.2 million subscribers. If you wanted to grift off of this, just coast off of his labor, clip up his videos, use AI slop thumbnails, become a clip channel for him. There's probably lots of fan predictive history clip channels doing this and making killings. This has 5,000 subscribers. Predictive history clips. See, bad views, but he doesn't have great thumbnails. These are better and it's actually low views. Has anybody had any success with this, I wonder? That's what I would imagine doing, is like easier to like get views. Professor John clips. See, look, I don't know if this is his official channel, but this person getting 586,000 views in 13 days. Like, that's where the money's at.
Yeah. So how does that apply in the Middle East right now?
Right.
I've seen some videos where he's interacting with people in the room, but it sounds like there's only like 5 people in the room. Oh, interesting.
So the United States is attacking Iran, and these two nation states have different strengths and weaknesses. So America has the world's greatest military. It has aerial supremacy. It has tremendous technology. It has unlimited funding. And so Iran is adopting an asymmetrical strategy of holding the global economy hostage, meaning that rather than attacking the United States directly, which it cannot defeat directly, it is instead controlling the Strait of Hormuz, which is strangling the global economy, and it's attacking the GCC nations, the infrastructure of the GCC nations, in order to force Trump into the negotiating table. So that is the asymmetrical warfare of Iran.
You've also predicted that the US, you had 3 famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran. Based on what you've seen over the past month, do you still stand by that prediction?
Yes, I do. I think that after a month, I think that Iran clearly has the strategic advantage. And what I mean by that is that Iran is very clearly able to articulate its military objectives, and it has a very clear strategy of how to obtain these military objectives, and it is working very hard and very meticulously.
And like this, anybody who knows anything, this opinion, there's no reason to think that it's informed by study or research into Iran specifically. But anybody who does even an ounce of background research on Iran, like, it should come as no surprise to learn that, like, Iran is a very sophisticated, even though I think people think that it's very, like, rudimentary or primitive, they actually have a kind of, like, quasi-modern and sophisticated government structure. And they also have been preparing for a war with the United States for decades.
Obtain these objectives.
Like, this is not just a plan that they came up with on the fly, you know?
The opposite of America, where Trump has failed to articulate an end goal. And right now, it seems that the administration, the Trump administration, is unable to articulate both a strategy and a purpose to the American public, which is causing most Americans to not support this war. It's also causing low soldier morale among the American forces.
What do you think happens next
Who do you think is smart and why aren't we watching them? I don't watch people that I agree with. I watch people that I disagree with.
When Iran wins?
Right. So even though Iran has the advantage right now, we still have to remember that America is the world's greatest empire. It has a lot of resources. It has a lot of firepower still not used. So I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces. So over 5,000 Marines and soldiers have been...
These game theory predictions, bro. You think Trump's going to send in troops? Whoa, no way.
...attached to the Middle East. This is already on top of the 50,000 American soldiers already stationed in the Middle East. And most military analysts expect that the Americans will launch an amphibious assault in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, there are several options available to the Americans in order to control the Strait of Hormuz. The first option is to control Karg Island, which is the oil depot of the Iranians. 9% of Iranians' oil exports depart from Karg Island. Then you have Qasim Island, which is just opposite the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a naval base further down the coastline. And so these are the 3 options that the Americans have. And it is unclear which option the Americans will ultimately choose.
Motherfucker thinks he's an expert. I mean, he already thought this and he's already said insane shit. Like, I can't tell when he's joking. Like, there's clips of him being like, I'm focused on saving the world. I want to establish my own religion and I'm like the leader of it. I can't tell if this is like bait or he like genuinely wants to do these things or thinks he's doing these things, thinks he's saving the world. Like somebody who's like in a manic episode or something like that. But how could you not think that people will equate popularity with, I must have something not only do I have something interesting to say, I must be correct. I think that it's almost impossible to like inoculate yourself from that way of thinking when you reach like the level of virality and success that he has in a relatively short period of time on a very difficult platform where that's hard to grab attention on.
But given the track record of the Marines, we can expect the Marines to have an early success. The problem with the strategy and the problem with America's overall strategy is what happens next? How do you maintain control over the territory that you've claimed? The reality is that the Iranians have been preparing this battle for about 20 years. They developed this very effective asymmetrical warfare strategy of using drones and ballistic missiles from afar, hidden in underground bases, to hit and strike American assets around the Middle East. This is almost like guerrilla warfare. And historically, a imperial power has had great difficulties in containing guerrilla warfare. Yep. So unfortunately, the Americans don't have a long-term strategy of how to win this war. Trump is still hoping for a quick strike, a knockout punch, and he believes that the American Marines can deliver this knockout punch.
You have made a lot of predictions. Some have called you China's Nostradamus. How would
This is more of an interview than a debate so far. I don't know that Medhi's like asking him questions, but maybe he didn't feel like that was the best line to pursue because he doesn't really disagree too much with this. Although he's like, Iran's pursuing the strategy of asymmetrical warfare, but like you would think you would expect him to talk a little bit more about the history of how Iran is like relied on proxies, not so much like, you know, these missiles and drones. That's relatively new.
Respond to those who say, sure, you guessed that Trump would win in 2024 and he'd go to war with Iran, but that wasn't based on geopolitical insights or game theory. People who follow American politics or world politics could have guessed that. I think
it's an interview, not a debate. I mean, it says goes head to head with Professor Jiang. It's not, you know, mutually exclusive that it's either an interview or debate, or that like, you know, an interview can't be adversarial in some respect or kind of like tough without it being a debate. But like, you know, given that it's Medhi, I want to see, like, I'm curious to see where this goes.
I think I and many others were warning that Trump could win in 2024 and that he would escalate with Iran, as he did in his first term when he killed Qasem Soleimani.
Right. So I think that if you've been following the news very closely, then it was actually pretty straightforward to make these three predictions, right? Because in Trump's first term...
So you didn't really do anything that special, huh? You kind of were just like paying attention to things, yeah?
As you mentioned, Trump did have a history of escalating conflict with Iran. The biggest escalation was when Trump ordered the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. And quite frankly, America and Iran should have gone to war.
Riverboat Jack, thank you so much for the raid of 70 people. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome, guys. I'm going to shout out Riverboat Jack to my community. You guys should go follow her. She's an amazing streamer. We are watching Medhi Hasan go head to head with YouTube internet sensation, everybody's favorite game theorist, Professor, quote unquote, Jiang.
During that time. But because of the escalation efforts on both sides, we prevented World War III during that time. But Trump was under tremendous pressure from his allies and from his donors to start a conflict in the Middle East. So if Trump had won a second term, then he would have started the conflict. I was pretty confident that he would start the conflict if he had won in 2020. But fortunately, he lost. And so that question then was, what is the likelihood that he would get a second term? Would he win in 2024? And then as I watched the news, it seemed pretty obvious to me that the Democrats were hopeless, that they were not delivering on the promises, that there were a lot of issues. For example, what's happening in Gaza, the war in Ukraine, that was making American voters disillusioned with the Democratic establishment. And so I thought that Trump would have a very good chance of winning.
I don't think the Democrats, I mean, if he's talking about independence, but Democrats weren't disillusioned with with their support over Ukraine. It was primarily over Gaza. If you're prioritizing talking about that.
And if he won 2024, I think there's a very strong likelihood that he would attack Iran. And so all three predictions have panned out.
Just on your predictions, I just want to be clear here. Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice...
Like, what did he say about this? Hold on, like, Professor Jiang, Trump, VP prediction, maybe? This is all recent shit. Like, where did he like, I want to see the video where he, like, predicted this. There's a lot of these channels. Are these, like, all his official channels? No, because this is like 2 weeks ago and it was 15K subscribers, man. People are like, love fucking clipping this guy. Let's see. If I do, like, where did he predict, like, Trump's running mate? Let me see if I put Trump. Yeah, okay. Why Trump will win and pick Nikki Haley as VP.
Okay.
This is fucking 41 minutes. But did he ever say, like...
Well, let's begin class. And today we are discussing whether or not Trump will win in November. And I'm making the prediction that he will win in November and that he will pick Nikki Haley as his vice president. Okay? So let me make you the argument today. Okay, so let's first discuss why Biden won in 2020 and why it's possible that he may lose this year. Okay, so in 2020, it was a very special year.
No, I want to know why you think he's going to pick.
Okay, Biden, under Biden's watch, determines the election.
Suburban vote.
Biden is Kamala Harris. What Kamala Harris says to Joe Biden? What else?
Kamala Harris doesn't hold grudges.
And then Trump, being Trump, responds and says, Nikki Haley is a bird brain. She's stupid. Okay, so you think. You see this, you think...
He's like constantly like checking on the computer that he's filming on.
No way Trump will pick her because Nikki Haley's not loyal to Trump, right? And Trump likes loyalty. Also, hey guys, Trump holds grudges, right? And he doesn't listen, he's not a team player, and he lacks empathy. So there's no way he would pick Nikki Haley. And in fact, this past week, there's been a news report that Nikki Haley is in consideration to be Trump's vice president. And Trump came out and said, I am not considering Nikki Haley, okay? But let me ask you this question. If in August, during the Republican convention...
Where can I go to see where you get your news? You would have to... It's just my Twitter timeline. I find stories that I find interesting. I have a subscription to the Times, not because I love the paper, but because it's the paper of record.
He does pick Nikki Haley. How do people feel about him? How would the media report this? Nikki Haley is an enemy of Trump. Trump called her a bird brain. Trump said, I will never pick Nikki Haley. And then in August, 3 months from now, he says, you know what, I was wrong. I think Nikki Haley is the best person to be my VP. That's why she'll be my running mate in November. How do people feel about him? What would the suburbs think about Trump? How would you feel if you saw this?
If I had to guess, the suburban point is that the suburbs, like, women were a major, like, suburban women were a huge reason why Biden was able to win in 2020. And that Trump would be selecting Nikki Haley to appeal and get some of those female suburban voters that went for Biden in 2020 and try to get them to flip for him in 2024. But he's saying it would be at the expense of the fact that, oh, well, you insulted her, now you're bringing her on the ticket, but it's never been an issue for Trump.
He's a changed man, right? Trump has grown. Remember, like, the narrative about Trump is he is a 5-year-old child. And remember, like, people are like, don't insult 5-year-old children like that, okay? 5-year-old children are much more mature than Trump. So the argument about Trump is he's divisive, but much more than that, he's immature, he's incapable of growth, okay? But hey, if in August he picks Nikki Haley to be his VP, then the media will be like, he is a changed man. He's learned his lessons. He's willing to let go of grudges. He's willing to listen. He now has empathy. Therefore, he should be president, okay? Do you understand? But then what happens is the suburbs switch over to Trump, and then he wins. So if he picks Nikki Haley in August, he will win, okay? I'm not completely sure that he will pick Nikki Haley. I think that this is his best strategic move, okay? But Trump is not really predictable. All right, and who he picks as vice president will give us a good clue.
Damn.
As to...
So your entire like motive analysis is useless then, huh? Because you can't really predict what Trump's going to do because he doesn't even act in his own immediate rational self-interest at like a lot of the times, in ways that are at least not very obvious or you know, transparent to the public.
To how he will govern when he becomes president. Okay, does that make sense? All right. Now the question then is, okay, who is Nikki Haley, and what will she do as vice president? Okay. Now,
does he give any other like follow-up?
Trump has won everything, okay? On the pay, okay? All right, 2024, 2020, he was thinking of dropping Mike Pence and putting her on the ticket. Power, right? Okay? You're not clear about it. Biden do, and he has no ideas, okay? Biden has an amazing team of extremely well-paid, professional experienced strategists working with him. They know this. They can see what's going on. So what can Biden do to counter Trump's strategy or the polls, okay? And the answer is this. If you look at 2020, everyone thought that Biden could not get a nomination, okay? Why? Because he lacks charisma.
And they're going of how the world works. Of JD Vance, okay? I think he'll pick Nikki Haley. I often actually...
wait.
All right. Any more questions before...
Sus to be so fake. I don't think anybody's in these classrooms. I'm so not convinced. I haven't heard any other noises except him.
So, again, I am not sure.
Does he always create indecipherable mind maps that don't outline his thought process and just point? That is kind of his signature. He kind of will just say things and he will literally just write the word on the board and start like circle it and connect it to other shit.
In this year, okay? I think it's Trump. I'm not sure that Nikki Haley will be his vice president. I'm just making a guess. So the question then is, why are we doing this? And the answer is this. We try to think. We have to build an analytical model, right, of how the world works. And the only way we know if this model works or not is by making predictions and testing it against reality. Okay? So, you know what?
It's another way of saying throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Possible that in August, Trump will pick someone else, okay? Possibly someone named JD Vance, okay? The only thing you need to know about JD Vance is he's very loyal to Trump. Okay? It's
May 17th. Was there reporting by May of 2024 that Trump may pick JD Vance? Because if there was, does he even draw this to Medhi's attention? Because Medhi thought he got him. Hold on. What was the earliest reporting showing that Trump was considering JD Vance as his VP pick? Let's see.
He picks JD Vance, okay? I think he'll pick Nikki Haley. I often think that there's a very good chance he picks JD Vance as well, okay? But I'll make the bet that he picks Nikki Haley. Okay, so it's possible in August he does not pick.
So Vance endorsed Trump in January 2023. Let's see.
Nikki Haley picks JD Vance or someone else instead, okay? It's also possible that in November, Trump loses, okay? But that's fine because if I'm wrong, then what I do is I go back to this analysis and I make changes.
Yeah, this was on January 31st, 2023. Vance endorsed former President Donald Trump in the 2024 Republican presidential primaries. On July 15th, the first day of the RNC, Trump announced on Truth Social that he had chosen Vance as his running mate. July 17th, the third day at the convention, Vance accepted the nomination to be Trump's running mate. Let's see. On May 15th, 2024, Trump attended a $50,000 per head private fundraising dinner with Vance in Cincinnati. Guests included Chris Bortz and Republican fundraiser Nate Moritz. When was this uploaded? So this was 2 days after that. He probably knew that. Again, like this guy, it's like you can make it seem like, oh my God, this dude is like predicting the fucking future. But if you just use, again, if you're paying attention to signs in the news or whatever, like he could have seen this coming. He was obviously going with Haley, even though there was less signs of that being a serious consideration, because if he was correct in that and like it doesn't, and people were, again, signs were starting to point to Vance, but then he pivoted and went with Haley unexpectedly, then it's yet another thing in his arsenal of like, oh my God, he predicted this when nobody else was predicting it.
Vice President JD Vance is widely seen by Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, and as vice president, she would pressure Trump into war with Iran. She's a notorious hawk. But he didn't pick her. And his current vice president, JD Vance, is widely seen as a skeptic of this war. So you admit you got that wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So,
but like he's pretty humble about that. I don't think he's ever. That's I think also what gives him like a lot of credibility is that he doesn't try to like cope about the fact that like, oh no, here's how I was still right or whatever. He will freely admit like, yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of stuff wrong.
So I was thinking of what Trump's electoral strategy would be in 2024. And I think that if he picked Nikki Haley, this would be a tremendous boost to his campaign, because Nikki Haley would be very popular among neocons in Washington, D.C. She would also be very popular among suburban white women. That was key to Biden's victory in 2020. So
I did not pre-watch this. Was literally correct, though. That's what he was getting at when he mentioned the suburbs at the beginning of the video we watched on his
made the prediction
predicting that Haley was going to be it.
He would pick Nikki Haley. But at the same time, I was not completely sure about it because I also felt that J.D. Vance also had a good opportunity to be selected. And I also said during my lecture, making the prediction that Nikki Haley would be his running mate, that depending on whether or not he picked Nikki Haley or J.D. Vance, this would determine how we can foresee or understand Trump's second term. And so if he had picked Nikki Haley, then he would have been fully committed into the neocon project of regime change throughout the Middle East, of supporting Israel, of establishing American imperial power throughout the world. He didn't pick Nikki Haley. Instead, he picked the complete opposite, who is J.D. Vance, who is America first, who has always been skeptical of American imperial overreach. But not only that, he also picked Tulsi Gabbard to be his director of national intelligence. And so these are the two major skeptics of this war in the Middle East. And what I will say about picking these two individuals is that it shows that Trump has an off-ramp strategy, where if this war goes sideways and the American public is up in arms and he's losing in the polls, then Trump may decide to pivot back to America first and have J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard elevated in the administration over individuals such as Marco Rubio.
I mean, those two are literally just hiding, trying to avoid any public scrutiny or accountability or association with this war, because they have campaigned largely in the way that he said, kind of made their entire thing was like being anti-war, being anti-interventionist, being America first or whatever, most literal sense of the word. But they also can't distance themselves from Trump and start like without seeing, potentially very, very disastrous political ramifications for them in the immediate short, but potentially long term, depending on what the direction of the party, where it goes.
And Peter Hegseth. So that, yeah.
I suspect he will blame Pete Hegseth if all of this goes sideways, as it is. Where does China fall into all of this? You're a Chinese Canadian, you're based in Beijing. China clearly stands to gain from a failed US war with Iran. How much of your views are reflective of China's views, the Chinese government's views, the CCP's views?
Right. So the official Chinese...
Professor Jiang, you're Chinese. What do you think of the Chinese?
Communist Party line is that China is committed to global peace and to global trade that benefits all. China wants a win-win globalized system in which people are trading peacefully and in which everyone is committed to world peace. And so China has come out vocally criticizing both Iran and the United States. The United States for starting this war, but also Iran for attacking the GCC energy infrastructure. Remember that China relies heavily on Qatar liquefied natural gas, as is the case with other countries in Europe. So China looks at what's happening in the Middle East, and China, I think, is working very hard diplomatically to come to an agreement. Unfortunately, right now, China doesn't have much leverage over either the United States or Iran. In fact, many analysts believe that this war was started in part to economically strangle China, because China depends on a lot of its economy. A lot of its economy is based on accessing cheap energy from overseas, specifically the GCC. China imports 40% of its energy needs from the GCC. And so if the GCC were to stop energy production, then the Chinese economy would be in a lot of trouble. And this would give Trump a lot of negotiating leverage over China in the upcoming talks scheduled for mid-May. And I believe that what's going to happen is that because the Chinese are extremely pragmatic and very business oriented, then I think that Trump and China will sign a landmark deal where China
like I swear Medhi was like right or like co-signing some of this or whatever. He's like letting him kind of like do his thing, give his explanation, thought process for a couple of questions that he's asked him. But they front load this with like contentious points or whatever. So is this just to get him comfortable so he can get his guard down and ask a bunch of questions?
We used to buy a lot of energy from North America.
You're full of praise for China's role in trying to get peace in the Middle East. Here's what I don't get. You were caught filming protests by Chinese workers, famously in 2002 as a freelance journalist at the time. You were suspected by...
I don't know, is that like you're full of praise for China or whatever? Like, did I miss something? I don't know. It just seemed kind of straightforward.
The Chinese government of spy.
And again, I'm no Jiang stan. I don't like this guy. I think he's a fucking hack.
from China. Reporters Without Borders protested your deportation at the time. How did you get back into China? And why is it, some of your critics say, you have so little to say about China's role in all of this geopolitics? Is it because you're not allowed to currently?
Right. So when I started as a young journalist, I was subcontracted by PBS to do a documentary on China's WTO entry. And one major issue about China's WTO entry, of course, is worker rights. And at this time in China, there was a major...
Is that even true? Hold on. If I put like PBS documentary. Oh, yeah. It says Canadian journalist deported from China. This is by Geoffrey York. This article was published more than 23 years ago, but I can't read it because it's behind this paywall. And then this says China's media enables tyranny and corruption. This is for CNN. Written November 23rd, 2017 by Professor Jiang. A Canadian citizen and Yale graduate, Jiang Quaichen, I think is how you say it, is a China-based educator and writer. He was formerly deputy principal of Tsinghua University High School, Peking University High School, and Shenzhen Middle School. The views expressed in this commentary are his own. This is the next installment CNN opinion series on the challenges facing the media as it is under attack from critics, governments, and changing technology. He put, I can count myself lucky that when the Chinese secret police arrested me for reporting on worker strikes and branded me a spy, all they did was deport me. It was June 3rd, 2002, and I was filming a worker protest undercover for a PBS documentary. As I interviewed a laid-off worker, I was jumped by thugs, thrown into a van, driven to a black spot, and held incommunicado for 48 hours. Here's what the Chinese secret police told me. I was reporting to China illegally to stir anti-China sentiment and deserved to be in prison for 20 years. Then they put me on a motorcade for the airport. Looking back, I can see what saved me from the unchecked power of China's secret police was their fear of the unfettered response of the American media, the world's free speech defender of last resort. China let me back into the country a year later in 2003, and today I've switched from being a rebellious journalist into a public educator tasked with helping China adopt Western creativity. I wonder what that means. And after 10 years of teaching students how to think in a country that is truly fake news, here's what I learned. A free media is a democracy's communal classroom where citizens learn to use facts, evidence, and logic to discuss and debate ideas. A free media is based on the liberating and empowering belief that the pursuit of universal truths is what unites and armors us against the arbitrariness of authority. America's free media is the source of the American power and progress. China's state-controlled media is what enables the corruption and tyranny that's decaying the nation's soul. China's Communist Party maintains its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. China's state-sponsored media warp reality to cohere to Communist Party doctrine and thus turns truth into farce. China's classrooms teach students that authority is always benevolent and right, and thus educate them out of the truth. In my attempt to educate Chinese students back into the truth, my most powerful tool is the American media. When Trump calls the American media the enemy of the people, he's echoing the sentiments of the Chinese government. Oh, so he was Trump critical here. Now he seems more like, he courts a right-wing audience, in my opinion, which has built the Great Firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. For thousands of years, China walled itself off from the world, but after witnessing the American subprime crisis and hosting the 2008 Beijing Olympics, it imagined a dominant role for itself on the global stage. President Xi Jinping's China Dream calls for Chinese schools to teach creativity to make China great again. In this rush to reverse engineer and mass manufacture Steve Jobs clones, Chinese schools have hired me to teach Western creativity, which he does apparently. To do so, I use the American media as the main tool to teach students how I think. This is like repetitive. This is like sort of the third time he's mentioned this in this article. Wait, does he teach in China or Canada? Allegedly, I believe that he's like visited Canada, but that he was a Chinese citizen. In class, we analyze Atlantic and New Yorker articles, breaking down the research and thinking process of reporters. Outside class, my teachers translate articles from Western media and publish their own daily newspaper. I teach students how to think by having them conduct research, compile their findings in a logically coherent way, and debate their ideas openly. I believe that China can't be creative unless some people stop making facts up and steal, which he says now that the classroom focuses too much on this. and stealing each other's ideas. What drives my work is the faith that creativity comes from the pursuit of truth, which, as a universal human aspiration, is a good unto itself. How was he able to get this random CNN op-ed? When I train teachers, I force them to use multiple resources to do research, cite their sources, and cross-reference facts. We read George Orwell's 1984, Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451, and Neil Postman's Amusing Ourselves to Death, so literally just a standard curriculum, together to learn how the consistency, coherence, and clarity of words speak truth to power. I teach them new mental practices, asking questions, switching perspectives, analyzing subtext that subvert their old cultural habit of parroting authority. This is his early iterations of teaching game theory. But teaching creativity in China can feel like a Sisyphean struggle because power trumps truth in China. The prime example of this is the Chinese media, which has always existed to serve the political elite, not to keep it in check. When I was arrested and deported by Chinese secret police, they threatened me that if I talked to the American media, they would use the Chinese media to attack me. To control the party, the party uses a stick and carrot approach. It slaps the hands of those who talk about sensitive topics, and it winks at those who take bribes in exchange for public favorable publicity. Too often, Chinese reporters just publish word for word whatever press release officials and executives give them. The World Wide Web once promised to break the Communist Party's monopoly of info, but technology has only strengthened and expanded the party's big brother reach and gaze. China's Great Firewall blocks foreign websites, filters out sensitive keywords, and spies on its own citizens. Over the past few years, China has cracked down hard on public online harassment. Draconian laws hunt down rumor mongers, police harass and arrest popular bloggers, and an army of state-employed public opinion analysts monitor and manipulate online discussion. It's hard to teach students to form opinions based on facts and evidence when the Chinese internet is so cluttered with distortions, lies, and prejudices. Okay, I'm sure it is, but that's literally the internet, period, dude. Most of the internet is just lies. By being able to tunnel through the Great Firewall and access blocked websites such as Google and Facebook/Twitter, VPNs are currently the only way for businesses, universities, and foreign nationals to access real info and to communicate unfiltered. But the Communist Party is determined more than ever to plug the VPN leaks in the Great Firewall. I've endured breathing Beijing's polluted air for many years now, but without my VPN, I'd suffocate. Got him. China understands that the source of American power is in innovation, but what it cannot understand is what empowers Silicon Valley. Wall Street and the Ivy League is the free flow of information sanctified by the Constitution and rigorously exercised by the American media. Despite all the skyscrapers and high-speed railways built, China can never be as great as the U.S. until it frees its citizens to pursue the truth. Ironically, then, just as China struggles to adopt American innovation, Trump risks destroying it with his war on truth. The China dream may one day still come true if Trump fulfills the dark prophecies of Orwell, Bradbury, and Postman, all by amusing us all into tyranny. Interesting. The video is gone, or it's not actively maintained. God damn it.
The restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system. So I was dispatched to northeastern China to film a worker protest. Unfortunately, the place was swimming with police spies, and I was arrested and interrogated for 2 days. I was held incognito for 48 hours, which is the maximum by Chinese law.
Wrote that, yeah.
And I signed a confession saying that I was a reporter and working in China illegally as a reporter, and the decision was made to deport me without charging me with any crime. And so I was allowed to come back into the country, but I was deported. So that was the story.
If they suspected you of being a spy, how did they let you back in? China's not known for being that trusting.
They suspect me of being a spy, but after a 48-hour investigation, after doing a thorough background check on me, they concluded that I was not a spy. And I was a journalist working to film in a worker protest.
But it wasn't just 2002. In 2017, we checked, you wrote an op-ed for CNN.com, headline, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. In that piece, you praised the US media as the world's free speech defender of last resort. You said, in China, power trumps truth. And China's Communist Party, you said, maintains its iron grip on power by controlling what's said in the media and what's taught in the classroom. Do you stand by those views from less than a decade ago?
So in 2017, when I was asked by CNN to write an op-ed, I did stand by those views at that time because.
So no, I guess not.
Like everyone else.
I'm always sus when it's a straightforward yes or no question, and it's like, do you stand by those views? So at the time I did because
2016, when Donald Trump won the election, I thought this would be very bad for American democracy because he was clearly not a believer in free speech.
Yes.
He called the news media fake news. And so I wrote the op-ed for American audience saying, like, the greatest treasure, the greatest wealth of America is the First Amendment, the right to speak whatever you want. And I contrast that with China, where you're not allowed to say whatever you want, where you are very much monitored by the government. Even today, I do not have a Chinese online media presence. I do not say anything online. I do not talk to reporters from China because I'm conscious that whatever I say online could be used against me.
But hold on, they allow you to be on this show, they allow you to be on YouTube, you get past the great firewall that you criticized in that CNN piece. How come?
Look, the reality is that the best way to understand my
I mean, do they... It's weird. It's a weird question to say they allow you to be in the Great Firewall. Like, do we know that if he's in China at this moment, is he in Canada? He might not even be in China. He teaches to Chinese students, from what I can tell, but I don't know that he's in China.
Situation in China is I'm essentially a Martian on Earth talking to Martians back at home in Mars. Like, I'm not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube, which is blocked in China.
How do they allow you to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese government has noticed that.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for
like, it makes me skeptical if he's even in China at the moment, if he would just openly say that.
And that the Chinese government has built a great firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. Does China control what you say now?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to Westerners.
Hold on, that's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see your critics.
How do you know that? You're like uploading onto YouTube. You've no way to know who you're reaching.
Might say they're using.
I assume because his videos are in English and his comment sections are primarily in English, from what I can tell, that he's like, mostly talking to a Western or American audience even, but he's not talking to Chinese people.
You as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics
That is true. Everyone uses VPN in China openly, from what I heard. I'm sure, but like, again, I don't know how strong or resilient the Great Firewall is, so maybe it's very easy to penetrate it.
Look, the reality is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there
Not organic, huh?
are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is
maybe
possible.
I'm being astroturfed. Maybe I'm being botted.
Well, I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that
Maybe
there
I'm
are
a useful fucking idiot.
many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message.
I mean, again, this is disarming if you just concede to it immediately and are like, yeah, anything's possible, right? Especially in game theory.
Including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up on the internet. You did go viral over your Iran predictions. But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work, people have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Jesuits are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale and I received
Dr. Jiang, professor. He's not a doctor, right? Just a professor, even though he's not that either. He invented game theory.
Rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called...
You were instantly banned for thinking that anybody is going to fall for your fucking Rickroll, dude. It's not because you're Rickrolling me, it's because you have lame jokes. Get better jokes.
History, and the very idea of predictive history is this: how do we know if our understanding of history is correct? And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and seeing if these predictions work out or not.
Teaches high school and game theory is a video game term. Ozzy, you're not coming in with any info I haven't already said.
validate our historical models. So what I discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this gives you a pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there. You said you were at Yale. Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not at Yale? It wasn't international relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate, and you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why.
Oh my God! Wait, listen to how sneaky he's being here.
And you're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So when I went to Yale, I was actually a math and physics major. I was declared a math and physics major, but the Yale.
Okay, I declared a math and physics major. He's not saying he actually earned these degrees. He's just saying that he declared them formally as his major. But obviously, to a less discerning ear, somebody who's just passively consuming this without even realizing it, they will assume, they will not realize he made a very precise claim, and they'll just think like, oh yeah, he has this like a fucking undergrad in that.
English department was very strong, and so I switched majors. So I have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking.
Multidisciplinary approach from his declared majors, not his actual undergrads or anything like that.
Yep. And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor, but I never said I was a professor.
I'm not a professor. I never said I was. I just wrote it down on my YouTube channel.
It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
early lectures... It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
This is bad deflection from him if he thinks that that's going to fucking work on Medhi or mean anything.
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a God. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis. You just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds
he likes to humble flex and walk it back and say, well, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Like, you're just making it up. You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange, but there is a difference between facts and truth, right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people.
Went to school, so background education.
Human species that was very focused on truth seeking, and that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us.
It's already strange to put truth seeking, and that's why God and religion was important in my life in the same sentence.
Understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going.
He's a very effective pedant.
Okay.
I would say this is like sophistry, because he's playing fast and loose with terms and obfuscating when it's convenient for him.
Focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people. I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video...
Is that a far-right term? This is not me playing dumb. I genuinely don't. Judaica. Pax Judaica, Latin for Jewish peace, is a hypothetical future period of peace in the Middle East based on Israeli regional hegemony. Modeled on Pax Romana and Pax Americana, it has gained traction in contemporary geopolitical and eschatological discussions, though it is often associated with conspiracy theories and fringe narratives. International studies influencer, oh my god, Professor Jiang uses Pax Judaica to describe a shift where Israel replaces the United States as the primary power in the Middle East. This framework, but for it to do that, it would have to separate its relationship, which like BB is saying he's going to be doing in the next 10 years or whatever. Yeah, okay, dude. But this would still be the United States. This framework suggests Israel will maintain regional stability through advanced surveillance, AI, and strategic leverage rather than traditional military occupation. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, in an interview with the U.S. conservative podcaster Tucker Carlson, endorsed the idea of Pax Judaica and stated that Israel has a biblical right to greater Israel from Nile to Euphrates, including Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and all parts of Syria and Iraq, and parts of Syria, or sorry, not Syria, and parts of Saudi Arabia and Iraq. In the work of scholars like Sheikh Imran Hussein, Pax Judaica represents the third and final stage of the global order, a precursor to the appearance of the Antichrist. I don't know that this isn't necessarily a far-right term. It seems like it's associating him with conspiracies and that it's controversial. But is this... And I mean, if it's associated with this guy who apparently dabbles in fucking Holocaust denial, but I need to verify that independently. I saw like some community note from the Humanist Report as to like why they would not be. They took down a video featuring him or whatever, and it was because he did that and they didn't know. So like, if he's using, I'm not trying to use like saying like, oh, it's far right just by virtue of this guy who is, you know, anti-Semitic or obviously courts a right-wing audience. Therefore, it must be. It's just not how language works. But is it crazy to think that? No.
Called Dawn of the Jews.
Spiritually far right and anti-Semitic, yeah.
In which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what specifically I've said that you find offensive?
Mm-hmm.
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture...
See, like, look at this. He's getting led around by Medhi. And I just find it so funny to watch people just effortlessly be dismantled by Medhi when he could, like, look at this. So he makes the accusation that, like, you're being...
Said at best, you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes.
Like, again, surely at best, you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, is his accusation.
You're a card-carrying anti-Semite.
And at worst, you are actually an anti-Semite.
When they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you please tell me what specifically I've said that you find offensive?
When you do
a
video...
Like, what do you find offensive, Medhi? What did I say? Please cite this for me.
Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
Like, then he asked him a direct question, like, do you find it offensive? And then he said, what, you don't find that offensive? Obviously, the insinuation is that Medhi Hasan does. But, like, do you find it offensive? Like, why do you find it offensive?
I never said Jews were dominant. What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the Levant. And if you read the Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture on the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible as my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
So, like, who? I don't know where this term came from. This is from Middle East Monitor, an opinion, Pax Judaica and the unraveling of the international world order. This was February 9th, 2026. I don't know who coined this term.
Sorry, what is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
See, look, he asks him a question and Medhi, like, won't answer. He won't engage. What's wrong with the term? Because he's insinuating, he's like, far right people use it. This is an example of your anti-Semitism. And he's saying, like, okay, how is it anti-Semitic or whatever?
Sorry, what is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
Like, actually tell me what's wrong with it. Don't just gesture vaguely to it being, like, considered offensive by some. Like, what is wrong with it to you? What do you actually find offensive about the term? Or is it just guilt by association because it's used by unsavory actors? But is there something inherently wrong with the term? Or do you think maybe it's not necessarily wrong, but, like, given, like, the people who use it, like, you're drawing these inferences?
You tell me. What does it mean?
Like, you substantiate my claim for me. Like, dude, how could you not call him out for this? But Jiang is not really, like, a debater. But, like, to me, like, my debate brain is, like, picking up on this from Medhi.
It just means that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana, and Pax Britannica and Pax
You didn't say Pax
Judaica.
Israelica, you said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is
See,
dominant.
like now I guess Medhi is closer to answering his questions after he's articulated what's meant by that, but
Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So I'm using a Latin convention, and so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica. I mean,
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
like I don't know where Medhi would need to substantiate this. Like this Wikipedia article is not doing much, so I can find the etymology of the word. And so he literally just explains like, oh, the reason why, and again, not speaking to even the strength of the claims that he's making, he made a good faith effort to explain, oh, the reason why it wouldn't follow that naming scheme is because it's adhering to a Latin root, and this would be the iteration of that term, and it would involve Judaica. It wouldn't be, you wouldn't use Israel or whatever. And like he didn't coin the term. He's like somebody else coined the term, right? But that's like why it has that naming convention. And Medhi just pivots.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in
He's like,
far-right.
okay, well, who cares? Like that, let's just drop that point. You knew where it came from. It came from far-right things or whatever.
Online circles. It's not some academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax
So
Judaica...
like he could seize on that, which is that like, so it really is just like tone policing then, because he's basically, so far Medhi's not substantiated it. He's not named a conspiracy theorist that's notable that's used it. This Wikipedia article named who is it? Fucking Mike Huckabee, our like fucking racist, insane Christian Zionist ambassador to Israel as like somebody who uses this term. But Medhi has not named him, even though he's probably getting some of this information from the article. And he's saying like this is used by a conspiracy theorist, but like, so does that necessarily mean that like it's offensive or it's wrong? Is it always used that way? Is it always perceived that way? Maybe it is. I don't know. But Medhi hasn't come close to substantiating that. And then he just got him to agree, like, but you agree that here's why it's like, why didn't you call it this thing? Like Pax Israelica or whatever, and he's like, he didn't say that, like, I didn't come up with the term, but because it follows a Latin naming scheme. Medhi doesn't engage. He pivots to another point. And he's saying, but like again, he goes back to the conspiracy theories point, even though he still is not. He's just doing this like guilt by association with the word. And then he's like, wait, do you acknowledge that the Greater Israel Project is real? Yeah. Okay, but I don't call it that. But is it because you find it inherently offensive, or just because you think it optically looks bad, or because you think it's not grounded in academia? But like there are terms that Medhi uses for his activism and for his polemics that are not grounded in academia, or could be considered like inflammatory, right?
Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham in the Bible. And this extends from the now to the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project.
I just think it's sussy. Yeah, but like just say that. This dude is totally fucking sus. Again, especially the shit that he said and like the stupid comments or whatever. This is again me like less that I'm defending Jiang and more that I'm criticizing. I just think it's funny that like Zhang's not equipped to like call him out for these kind of rhetorical slip-ups and kind of rare Medhi L's, honestly, on like the line, the way that he's pursuing this argumentation. I still think that he's making him look not great overall, because there's points where he didn't straightforwardly answer the question. Jiang pivoted. Jiang was like trying to obfuscate the point. He was not willing to be straightforward, but there were opportunities here for Jiang to totally dismantle, and he like started to get close, but then he took the bait from Medhi and started to get led down.
But I want to differentiate because I believe that Pax Judaica is not an empire run by Jews, for Jews, by Jews. It is an empire run by transnational capital and secret societies in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East.
And this is, just to be clear, this is speculative analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots, because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube...
Well, I know what Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left, So
I wonder when this is filmed. Like, had he not made the comments surrounding the Holocaust that he allegedly made, that I'm probably sure he made?
I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech. I am anti-war. I'm anti-empire. I believe in individual autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences, given my politics,
the left me.
I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction?
Like, that tells me Jiang is probably like huge giveaway that Zhang's a fucking grifter.
Now for 2026, we'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress. Okay, so my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire for the United States, and that they will have to call a national draft. Okay, that's my first prediction.
Okay.
My second prediction, and this is very important, is that Israel and the United States will not use a nuclear weapon in this war. I think that the talk of nuclear weapons is fear-mongering. I don't think we'll escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war, somehow, some way, the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that would be a disaster. God forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui-Chin Jiang, I appreciate you taking time out. I appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Interesting. Okay. This is what you get when you look at upload. So I found there is a, let's see, this is his community's reaction. I was trying to find the video. Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang YouTube. This is on r/Predictive History, Jiang's community, 3 days ago. Hard-hitting questions, and I think Jiang handled them pretty well, but he seemed nervous, but answered honestly and conveyed himself pretty well. Keep in mind, this is his community, so that's the sample size we're pulling from. I think he lacks sleep and had a new headphone setup. He seemed more confident when he uses his hands in interviews. Body language influences behavior a lot. Here's an example. Here's a clear explanation of the framework for my entire political or philosophical thesis. Sure, but you're a high school teacher, right? Well, yeah, he's like lying about that. So I hate this argument. Apparently, only people with a PhD should be allowed to an opinion or a platform. Oh my God, that's not what he said. Medhi was clearly saying, like, don't insinuate that you have higher academic credentials that you clearly don't possess. History is full of people who changed the world without ever setting foot in a university. And again, it's true. Credential shaming, expected of pompous academics. Dude, you don't get to imbue yourself with the authority that is conferred by just designating and identifying yourself as a professor when you're not actually that thing, and then try to reverse Uno people that call you out as like, oh, look, another fucking elite who's getting on me about credentials or whatever, when it's like you're the one making it an issue by inaccurately representing what education you, like educational attainment or status that you actually hold. There are really smart people who have never entered a graduate program and utter morons who have PhDs from elite institutes. Having a PhD is no longer a sign of someone who is intellectual. If all you do is dogmatically regurgitate the same paradigms and language of your discipline. Okay, again, if it doesn't matter, why so defensive about using it? His point is not that Jiang can't have good points because he's a professor, but rather raising the question as to why he is proclaiming himself to be a professor, title that is used as rigorously as one claiming they're a graduate of X or doctor of X when he is not. Yeah, exactly. Is there more replies? Honestly, I was poking fun at the fact that he so blatantly ignored Jiang's explanation of his ideas behind predictive history, which seemed important and relevant to the interview, by immediately changing the subject and asking if he teaches at a high school. I guess is a fair criticism, but yeah. IMO, it's pretty good. I hope there would be more talks with lefties rather than the usual bread tube debunks. Medhi is way less aggressive in the interview than the trailer implies. It's true. Medhi sounds like a sensationalist trying to ride on the cloud. What do you think that Professor Jiang is doing? He's actually pretty goated. Left MSNBC due to their coverage of Gaza. Guess you can't say Gaza on Reddit or in the subreddit. And started his own media company, Zateo. I don't think he's writing on cloud. He already has a lot of motion. He girls everyone very rigorously. That's his way, for better or for worse. Bro, IMO, professor going mainstream was the worst thing to happen to him and to us. He really should have stayed in the classroom. In that empty classroom. That's where he belongs. As he mentioned, the whole point of him putting up his video in the first place was for him to generate response and ideas, to refine his theory and model, to get all kinds of perspectives, even if some of it is a bit naive around the negative he got. The Breaking Points interview was big. Where is that currently sitting at? Let me see. Professor Jiang. Even Kyle was like fucking distanced himself from this guy. This has 8.9 million views 4 weeks ago, and I think it's probably their most viewed video. Yeah. The second most viewed video was 4 years ago with 4 million views, and then 4 weeks ago, Jeffrey Sachs talking about Trump and Bibi. But it's insane. That's actually like insane numbers. Oh boy, that was well written. Only the entitled use their user title for the rubes. You knew he was a right-wing grifter when it came out that he's a divorce court dad. Oh, did he make some comments about like men are treated unfairly in divorce court without like and like leaving out the fact that like men don't petition for custody of their children usually? Just another batshit or pretend batshit fascist propagandist. This has largely been my impression of the guy. But anyway, if you're watching on Twitch and you aren't following me already, please go ahead and do so. Watching on YouTube and you have liked the stream, please go ahead and like the stream. Subscribe to me. That way you can know when to go live, which is going to be with more regular frequency, I promise you guys. If you enjoy the content and you want to support me, you should consider subscribing. If you're watching on Twitch, you can use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub. You can hopefully be gifted through a gifted sub by somebody else if they're feeling so generous. Or you could gift subs yourself if you want to share the lovely experience of ad-free viewing as well as cute emotes. But the best way to support me, besides YouTube Super Chats, would be following the Streamlabs link because they only take like 3%. But that's going to do it for tonight. I will have to do the Hasan CNN segment tomorrow. I probably will also react to Glenn Greenwald versus Coleman Hughes on the Iran war. I didn't get to react to that earlier this week, and I really want to. And I still think it's basically like not evergreen, but it's still ongoing content. So yeah, thank you guys for spending the night with me. I'm heading off. We'll get into the rest hopefully tomorrow. Sending you all to Enemy Charlie. YouTube, you're going nowhere because nobody is live right now. And I would send you to Ogre Boy, but I think he's probably about to head off because I think he's been streaming for a while. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.